sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the very final day of the regular season of Spring 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here as we get into the last day, and it is all coming down to this. This is super exciting. It's not often that we get a last day where there's only things that are meaningful that are happening. And this time, both of our matches, very, very meaningful.
Everything matters. Every single game important here, and honestly, wouldn't have any other way.
No, absolutely
Perfect
not.
ending to the split.
It is beautiful. Of course, let's talk about some stakes, shall we? The first match that we have today is going to be Kwangdong Freaks taking on Live Sandbox. If Kwangdong Freaks win in 2-0 fashion, they fight for 5th place against ㅣ2022. That is the timeline that we're in, some way, somehow. And we can see it here right now. The tiebreaker is if Kwangdong Freaks get that 2-0. If they win in any way, they are in playoffs. If they lose in any way, they are not in playoffs. And KT makes it.
If you're a KT fan, have faith in Live Sandbox. Scary proposition, but your only choice at this point in time. And with ㅣ's brilliant victories yesterday, it is the Kwangdong and the KT fans that are still absolutely terrified here at this final day. For Kwangdong, they have their faith in their own hands. And based on recent form, they should be the favorite into Live Sandbox. But Live Sandbox at times have surprised us. But
They
mostly
certainly have.
individual games.
Yeah, and that game 1 against T1 was, of
Yeah.
course, the biggest example of that. Dove's absolute pop-off performance on the Gragas. Just the whole team coming together in a really big way was very, very impressive. They then proceeded to get absolutely smashed in the remaining 2 games, but
yes.
still, if we had best of ones, it would have looked great for Liv Sandbox. But anyway, your fate is in our hands now, Liv Sandbox, to stay strong and break the 6-loss streak. Will they stop Kwangdong Freaks from advancing to playoffs? And this is the time where we have to congratulate all the KT fans out there. Your bravery is unbelievable. It is now in these gentlemen's hands that your team can make playoffs or not. That Rascal can potentially get 30 solo kills in a split and make playoffs. Or not.
Man, wouldn't that be something? As fate is in the hands of Liv Sandbox, but Fate himself, no longer, of course, a Liv Sandbox player, has had a great second round here on Kwangdong Freaks. And even as I think team-wide, we have seen some of the downfalls that were there in round 1. He in particular has been a much more proactive player, much more reminiscent of the highlights of Liv Sandbox last year, where it was really him and Croco that were able, especially when Summit was also on form, to push against even the strongest of teams. They didn't end up making playoffs, but the fact that they were very, very close is somewhat eerily reminiscent of the situation that Kwangdong finds themselves in now.
No, exactly right. So Fate showing exceptional improvement, and will he successfully secure playoffs? Unanimous POG votes against T1 in Game 1. Dove, man, he has had a real roller coaster of a season thus far. There have been some games where he's looked fantastic. He debuted against DRX with back-to-back Tryndamere games, making him look completely broken, and then has since really kind of fallen off the deep end when it comes to top lane performance. But his most recent game against Zeus, I mean, well, the most recent one's not so great, but the first one against Zeus was absolutely fantastic. So I'm hoping to see more of that. I'm hoping for some competition because he's up against Keen. And the Keen test is a toughie.
I'm also thinking back to when Dove found a 1v2 randomly on Jace, a champion that outside of that he didn't really touch. So
sometimes you build Hullbreaker and things work out.
There's been a couple of great moments, but overall the consistency is still firmly in favor of the Kwangdong Freaks, and that's why they find themselves on the cusp of a playoff spot here. And the key thing, of course, is that 10-0 when they have a gold lead at 15. The problem is when they don't have a gold lead and they're kind of just wandering around the map looking for plays that don't really solidify. But when this team is ahead, they have very clearly shown that they are 100% aware of how to, albeit somewhat slowly, but I think that's fine, you know, better safe than sorry, because it's been working clearly for them. 11-0 even with the gold win at 25.
And that's only in round 2 as well. Like, they haven't played that many more than 11 games, right? So this is very, very impressive. Look to see whether Kwangdong can actually claim that early advantage, because Sandbox, if they do anything, they draft for early game advantage. That's all they know how to do. That's all the organization has known how to do since they qualified for the LCK all those years ago.
And this Sandbox is also notorious for not caring about stats. They will keep fighting. If they're behind, doesn't matter, they fight. If they're ahead, still
great, let's fight.
Yeah. And that's why I honestly think that all these games, no matter how many we're going to get, are going to be decided in the first 15 minutes. Because Kwangdong is monstrously strong from ahead. Liv Sandbox don't know how to play from behind. But it's honestly also true on the flip side. But I think the consistency of the Kwangdong Freaks, the improved form of Inhoit in particular, should be enough to get them through at least 2 out of 3 early games here.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
That is exactly what you're looking for. If you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, you just want them to win the series, period. That's all they need to do.
All that matters.
They can get 5th place if they then win a tiebreaker, but they're in playoffs, right? And that is the main thing, getting towards those best of 5s, facing off against one of either Damwon Kia or DRX. But let's introduce Liv Sandbox. No playoff implications. This is all preparing themselves for summer, making sure that they can go into the off-season in good form, in good spirits, right? To try and rebuild and make sure that they are ready for the tests that will come following. This is a team with a lot of potential, but not a lot of it has actually been met this season, is kind of how I define them.
I'd agree. As we have seen, actually, as the split has progressed, that a lot of the, in the first couple of weeks, highlights, Car is looking really good, even Ice NKL, or Envy NKL at least, managing to hold a little bit, has kind of deteriorated throughout the spread, obviously, same for Hanwha Life.
Yep.
And the same can be said for Closer, unfortunately, of course, was the sub on T1 last year, but has, outside of some specific highlight performance on champions like Sylas, like Akali, we still see some Aurelia bans, not really finding anything. And then you have to rely on Croco and Dove, who, as much as we like them, are both notoriously inconsistent.
Oh, yes.
Which leads Liv Sandbox to the place where they're at right now, and inconsistency is not going to be enough to beat the Keen test.
It's absolutely true, but good team fighting is a decent way to get around it, and that's what Dove has been pretty well known for. 60% kill participation is the highest in the league right now. Keen is also relied upon by his team quite a lot, as you can see, third as far as kill participation, but 56 is not exactly a number to write home about. But I'm looking at that 60% getting pretty interested in whether or not Dove can actually make it out of that top lane unscathed.
Gonna depend a lot on matchups. We have seen Aatrox apparently is good again, and if there's a team that loves themselves an Aatrox,
and Dove was actually really good at it from the mid lane.
know.
It's one of those. Yeah, that's yeah. Some monkers in the chat, please, of any variety. It's a rough one. But Morgan showed that Aatrox is actually broken and extraordinarily powerful.
Well, that's a lord.
At all
That's
times.
a lord, Atlas.
I know, but I mean, regardless of class, Aatrox remains. I don't know. I didn't know where to go with that
You want to say R5able? Is that where you want to go?
but I couldn't get behind it. You know, there's a time and a place for being facetious, and when it's Liv Sandbox and you're talking about Aatrox, sarcasm does not belong.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They're going to pick it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind as, yes, very good. Very good. Croco fan science. I will always approve.
Yes.
That is what we need. Is it going to be enough? That's the question. As mentioned previously, I do think that as...
Why is the best in quotation marks?
I don't know.
It's like, do the best. You know, I don't know. It bothers me a little bit, but I'm hoping that they do their best. I'm hoping that Liv Sandbox also does their best. Aww. Liv Sandbox, please just give Kwangdong Freaks playoffs. Like, what? No. We're not about that.
Obviously, the real fans will be KT fans that have also made it here just to cheer on Liv Sandbox. They're like, please.
Roscoe got 30 solo kills. Let him get in.
He's second of all time in solo kills. Come on, man.
This is an unprecedented season.
Give us something.
Yeah. Well, it's not in their hands. And we actually thought, it's so funny to go back a couple of days where KT managed to get that game off Gen G, right? And yes, they did manage to 2-0 them in round one, but Gen G have been ramping up. We weren't expecting KT to be able to pick up that win, and we're like, oh man, this is so good. KT almost guaranteed playoffs.
Fredit Brion.
And then Fredit Brion comes along and crushes all of their hopes and dreams, that roller coaster careening off the tracks as we hop into Champion Select here. The reason we're talking about KT is, of course, Liv Sandbox has KT in the palm of their hands right now. If they win, KT makes playoffs, Kwangdong Freaks does not. Kwangdong Freaks wins. If it's a 2-0, they then have to play a tiebreaker match against Fredit Brion for 5th place. And that could be the difference between facing off against either DRX or Damwon Kia. And I think most of us want that Damwon versus Bro rematch.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
We've made the joke many a time. Imagine if Fredit Brion somehow makes it to international events. They beat anyone that's better than them.
Oh my.
Somehow.
But then how would they know who's better than them if they haven't faced them?
Well, because they probably lose to...
So they lose the entire group stage, play tiebreakers in the group stage to somehow make it out, and then 3-0 the playoffs.
That's the line. So
beautiful.
To get to that reality, first let's see who else makes it here into playoffs. Because I do think the draft, as we mentioned previously, is going to be incredibly important because Liv Sandbox, we know what they're going to draft. They've drafted the exact same style for the entirety of the split. We don't know what champion specifically, but things like Ryze, Sylas, Aatrox, Renekton are all on the cards here, bolstered presumably by an aggressive jungler for Croco.
Just ban Rakan, Liv Sandbox. Don't be scared. Put every single ban into Hoyt.
Honestly, or just pick it away further. Pick it away and
love it.
Yes, I honestly love this strategy because
I mean, Kwangdong Freaks should just pick Karma or Zeri or something, I guess.
Well, yeah, they pick Zeri, and then now Liv Sandbox can go Jhin Karma, Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma would be the optimal strat.
They're gonna look Aphelios because it's Ice, but maybe Ezreal or Aphelios Karma can be something. I do think the Karma is really important to actually apply pressure to Teddy, who has been a paragon of consistency throughout a lot of the ups and downs. But the reason why I like this triple strategy ban is because I do think that ㅅ, on those 3 champions, has had a real renaissance, right? He's become a lot more stable, he's been winning lanes, he's been making good roams. However, I do think that we have yet to see improve himself on anything that isn't those champions. And if Elam and ㅅ fall into the same traps that Kwangnu fell at the beginning of the split, where they looked like one of the worst teams, this is a opportunity for Sandbox. Yeah, it's Lee and Rice.
Yep.
No shocker there.
Pretty standard stuff. I do want to remind you that ㅅ has a 100% win rate on Rel and a 100% win rate on Alistar. So
okay.
You might be able to ban those 3.
Wait.
They don't even have the highest win rate that he has.
But you just ban those on the next rotation.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's the 11 head.
Honestly, wonder what's going to happen in that scenario if Liv Sandbox actually opt into picking themselves up, like an Alistar here, and then go full ban train. Not sure if that is the direction they should go in. Elam actually picks up the Xin Zhao here, and on 12-5, Xin Zhao has received some pretty substantial nerfs, most notably to the uptime duration on his ultimate, which...
Yep, that's the only one that really means anything.
It is the biggest one, yeah. But it is actually something that made this champion incredibly reliable, engaged even later in the game, even without its snowball, right? And I do think that in certain situations that can be a problem and make you rely a little bit more on actually finding early game leads, which LeBlanc obviously great, but into Lee and Rice, it's still going to be hard to win that 2v2, as of course the Aphelios was picked up here for Ice.
Yep.
No shocker at all.
Nope. this is pretty standard for him. We're not even that upset about it, given the low range that Quantum Freaks has, but this is what we were talking about.
Yep.
What else can you ban away? Maybe it's Braum. Maybe it's Braum after this, and then you pick Rel, and you play Aphelios Rel bottom lane.
I personally would ban the Rel and pick Braum, because I think Braum actually works quite nicely into the Kwangdong comp.
That's true, yeah.
As we are just there's no supports gonna be, there's gonna be nothing.
Oh my god, it's Yumi the next one, okay.
So maybe they're happy going into the Braum, and then if they end up playing into a Rel, they don't really
ban Morgana, Quandong Freaks. You can't allow them to have that. That's where we are. That's
Morgana.
How many bans that we've had.
That's where we're going?
Yeah. Gotta ban that Morgana, dude. Very important. I don't know what their next ban is. Maybe they just ban Tryndamere and just trying... Okay, never mind. We're still banning supports.
Yeah. No, we're sticking with it. Obviously, go for a support pick here.
I mean, Renata has been very high priority.
Yeah. It's actually just been ignored, which is kind of funny, considering the list that we went down. And now... I gotta say, I think picking something like a Rel into a Renata is a horrible experience, and while I love the Seraphine, I think it's a pretty good response, I gotta say, it is a big risk. We've seen it be okay, but not amazing, into a lot of short-range characters like there are for Liv Sandbox. I think the Seraphine does very well. Obviously, there's the idea of when Renata throws her ult, you do as well, but thus far, has not been very successful, and I've been pretty outspoken. I prefer Seraphine as a solo laner. I think that her support role is okay, but doesn't really have the amount of priority, the amount of resources that can really push the champ to the next level. It has commonly been the answer here, but ㅅ on not a hard engage support. It's going to be a different look for Kwangno here, and again, the early game is the most important thing here to take away for both these two teams.
Yeah. Or no, supports, I think, are the most important things to take away. That's what I'm getting. I've learnt. I didn't think that it was supports, but Liv Sandbox have shown me the light. Taking away supports is what you're supposed to do. As Dove, thinking about what he wants to take into Keen's Gragas here up towards the top side of the map. I like the pick away. Keen also, great Gragas player, but it's going to be Dove on the Gnar. And a very standard composition coming through for Liv Sandbox in the end.
I quite like the Gnar. It is something that Dove has actually piloted well. It's easy to forget because we've had a slew of amazing Gnars. Keen, Zeus are the most notable ones, and a whole lot of mediocre ones. But if I'm not mistaken, Dove was actually able to pick up POG on it once as well, when he was able to find a couple of key skirmishes. I have been generally the biggest fan of ㅣ without hard engage, but into the Kwangdong comp, they are, barring of course Teddy in the later stage of the game, exceedingly short range. So I think a lot of those issues will be kind of mitigated. And this is brawling, this is fist fighting, this is team fighting. There is very little range on either of these compositions. So see how this first 15 minutes go.
Yeah, it's exactly what we expected from this series. Remember, whoever gets the first advantage in this game is likely to win.
Yeah.
The odds, I'm not a betting man, so I'm not really going to go into it, but it's somewhere between 100% and 99% that whoever is winning at 15 minutes is going to win the game.
Yeah, I don't expect that trend to be broken here. Not even looking at the team comps, right? I think there's similar elements of scaling and fall off in either of these two compositions. But just how these teams play. Liv Sandbox just go in. If it's a good idea, it doesn't matter. If they should go for it, if they're ahead or behind, they're gonna keep going. That's what gets them wins against teams that are on paper way better than them, but it's also often the downfall. So for Kwangdong here, they want to keep their playoff dreams safe. Just make sure that this first 15 minutes are played out well. Keep track of Croco.
Yep.
See where he goes.
Get some
he's
first
often
bloods.
the instigator. Get some first bloods. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can only get one.
Well, and also, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the league term first blood, yes, but maybe if you look at lanes as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
That being said, blood is already plural, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just get first blood. That feels wrong.
No, it is weird. I don't like it. I'm confused. And
Is
now
that
we're gonna,
first blood part 1 or part 2?
well, this is going to be intro part 2. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, game number 1, Kwangdong Freaks versus Liv Sandbox. I think I nailed that segue into it. As, Kwangdong just setting up defensively. No early invades just yet. Not going for those early leads before the minions have crashed or any craziness. And we're sort of expecting Liv Sandbox to have a relatively stable start, but I'm looking at Kwangdong Freaks and I'm thinking if Teddy gets any sort of lead in the early game, this is likely to just be over.
Oh, it's done. Yeah. There is not enough lockdown on Sandbox at all. Teddy went Clans, went Flash is a Zeri. So the amount of actual CC you would need to found would be either a CC chain from ㅣ again or Cleansable, Closer's route, which he has to get in range first, or Philios. Right, like that's basically it. Berserk should never be hit on Zeri when Teddy positions well, and especially when ahead, Teddy does.
Yeah.
Do that above all things.
If he has a skill, if he can be relied upon for a thing, it is putting himself in the right position.
It is, yeah. I mean, arguably too safe, right? Like that's, if you'd levy criticism at Teddy, that'd be it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
As again, I do really like the Seraphine in terms of laning strengths. I just have seen a lot of teams struggle with how to implement it in the early to mid-game team fights because the cooldown on Encore early on is very, very high. So really important that you actually get an impactful hit on that ultimate if you want to get the full value of it.
And we've seen a few of them go pretty wide and not
Yes.
find that big value that we used to see all the times when we saw Seraphine be broken in the mid lane.
Yeah.
She hasn't really found that so far in her resurgence, so hoping that that does happen, because big encores are definitely a lot of fun. So that was a decent beat drop there onto Ice, getting his eye in, I like that.
And we've seen most Zeris go for a couple points early in queue to make sure that you can continually, like this, get prio. Obviously, Zeri has, especially when combined with some more shovey supports, been able to get plates pretty quickly. Has had then generally specs into the W and just works as a traditional enchanter, right? Just keep the team healthy, make sure that everyone's fine, and find some CC with the beat drop as well. And as expected, bot side getting shoved in a little bit earlier for Sandbox. Dove, as he should, will have prio, and that is a rough matchup for Gragas. Keen, of course, going for the Comet and building a little bit of damage, so he at least is able to have a little bit of threat, but it's not going to make a bad matchup good. Just
might make it bearable.
Exactly. That's mainly what you're looking for here. As I don't see a world in which Fate gets taken down here, hovering towards the bot side as well, knowing that there is safety in this jungle being relatively nearby. And uneventful early game here thus far.
It is indeed.
First clears, all going smoothly.
It's a worrying sign because both of these teams, they require early leads. I think we might be waiting another, like, what, 4 minutes or something like that? Flip the Herald?
But what if they're both even at 50? What if they're exactly even? That would be unprecedented territory.
That would. We wouldn't know how our statisticians were going to fare.
I have no idea.
Because would it be, like, who gets the advantage? Steady. Jet Set Radio wandering down this bottom lane. Very much like it. Wait. Ooh, okay, he's just going to throw a Q. Stop Ice is back here, and that's actually pretty big.
That's really nice, yeah. Might lead to some missed creeps for Ice. Yep. Ted now makes his way back into the lane, picked up his Sheen, and even though Kritzeri has received a number of buffs in back-to-back patches, we will probably not see him for the indeterminate future until...
we don't like playing champions crit once they've moved to a different style of play.
But
like, talk to Zyre as well. Like, she had the crit buffs, and that's not what we're about. As LM's standing on a ward, just going to make his way all the way in, but Croco's there for the counter gang. Kale's also going to turn up, and LM's just going to get taken down. All going to plan for Liv Sandbox.
And this is a standard roam timer, right? Kale just has first back, walks towards the mid lane, and even in the 2v2 with Croco being where he was, I'm pretty sure that Alum could have gotten blown up, but especially with Kale, that there's no opportunity to trade, no opportunity for counterplay. And Ice just fine, right? He doesn't really care too much. While the pressure of shoving in is there, in terms of his life, Ice isn't really threatened. It's more about the damage towards the turret. So,
yeah,
really nice timing. And Liv Sandbox starting off nicely here with a kill on Croco there, especially in the early game, most important member.
And we also saw Lee Sin be the most important champion in the game, as our General Umpty did demonstrate.
Man, that was a kick.
It was. It was many kicks. Sometimes he threw his life away. Most of the time, he just won the game. He was so, so good. And we know that there are so many of our Lee Sins that are just that amazing. As he is going to move on over, manages to get most of these chickens as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and in a 2v2, you know, maybe we do see the trade, and then it might be a 1-for-1, or the worst case for Kwangdong, a 1-for-2. But Kyle's there, so there is no counterplay available. It's just a free B pickup. So Fade trades in the wave, not the best of trades, not the worst of trades either. And now with the shove on bot side being found, I wonder if they want to turn this into a dragon. Again, early leads.
Yeah.
Be the key thing here in this matchup.
And also shouldn't give away too much priority towards that top side either. You can see they do have control vision in the Pixel Brush, and they also have a ward up top lane that Dove has kept pretty aggressively shoved in. And it does mean that this Drake is going to go down, and considering Croco's likely pathing, he's not going to run into a LeBlanc or anything like that. A lot of defensive vision on the bottom side for Kwangdong Freaks, but none of it really netting them anything. Liv Sandbox with a decent advantage here.
Nicely found. Now again, although we talk a lot about the stats for Kwangdong, important to note that Teddy is in a position where if he reaches a certain point in this game, he can just 1v9, right? And it should be effectively, if he positions well, impossible for Liv Sandbox unless they significantly outplay. Hoyt finds a timer.
Yep, chains are going to connect here as Hoyt finds a beat drop, but it's just going to be poke damage onto Closer, who's already, I mean, he's only got a Ruby Crystal. It already feels like he's too tanky.
And hey, that's actually a nice timer from Kyle there, who again was in the general vicinity, matching Hoyt. Not going to be quite on time, but the fact that they don't know where he is does actually dissuade. And had they committed further on that play, might have come out and be a problem.
Yep. I just want to take a moment now that we are into the game. We are starting early, as you guys may have noticed. It is 2 hours before the scheduled time for the LCK. And that is because there's a possibility of tiebreakers. Kwangdong Freaks might have to face off against Fred Freon if they get a 2-0 here against Liv Sandbox today. If there isn't, then it's nothing, and it's just a 2-hour early LCK day. But we wanted to make sure that no one's going home at 2 a.m. If there are tiebreaker implications. And players also playing at like 1 a.m. ain't a great idea either. So just to be safe, we're starting a little early.
And what we're seeing here, as a great explanation, Atlas, making sure that even if you're just tuning in, like, hey, what's going on? Now you know. And then that's really all you could ask for. Because you're being treated by quite a nice game from Sandbox. Able to both deny the bot side plays, because Kyle's already on his way back, Ice is already back, able to catch the wave. And Herald went over to Sandbox, who with Prio in topside and a Meganar at the ready, were not contestable.
This is what we were sort of talking about, right? The way that Croco played the timings on these neutral objectives, absolutely fantastic. And without a hitch, just going and taking things. Doesn't feel like there is a notable advantage yet, but we are 5.5 minutes away from deciding whether or not Kwangdong Freaks can win this game. And that is just, it's a harsh reality, but it's a reality, Chronicler.
And we gotta accept that. As weird as it might feel, as weird as it might sound. And honestly, for Kwangdong, it's not like they should be unable to win later on, right? As wondering where Croco is going to place it. There is, of course, a possibility, as I finish my sentence, and that will be done here, which is just straight up throw it down here, give some plates over to Duff, who's already had his matchup, to bolster his lead and make sure that he can remain self-sufficient in that side lane as the gold is being split. And feeling pretty good about that, right? And the problem here is, as closer, you need to make sure that you play it safe, especially with the lack of vision that is there. But if you look at what we know, there isn't actually anyone coming up. And, well, again, Teddy gets a play there, which is nice. There is threat for some aggression on the turret itself and some shoving. Actual dives are really hard, right? Because Renata and Aphelios with all summoners up, that doesn't really work out, right? And that's something that you should be mindful for as closer.
Yeah, chains are going to go wide as closer also avoids the others as well. Rune Prison is going to come through here, but sorry, not Rune Prison, the Realm Warp, but the flash over the wall is going to get closer to safety. Still able to use it and gets Elm Splash at the same time. Really nicely played here from the mid laner from Live Sandbox. Teddy can get over the wall. He'll be absolutely fine.
Goodbye. Yeah, really nicely done. Because this was actually... Oh.
Croco, he's just going to flash for it. That's an easy kill. Croco is on crazy form today.
I can hear the KT fans cheering in the distance. Atlas, Croco's looking good. But crucially here for Sandbox, this is how their wins look, right? And this team... we see not very often. There's a reason why they're 4-13, and they have many a weakness. But when the early skirmishes work out and Croco gets fed, more so than I'd argue almost any jungler in the league, he pushes his leads. Is it often to the detriment of himself? Yes.
Yes.
But his team generally benefits, and now set up for second Drake available as well. Croco already has a gold drinker, and the amount of power that they have, look at these spikes being hit, right? Guildfall's already there for Ice. Dove has teleport and should be able to join if they want to go aggressive on this contest here.
And he also still has that shove towards the top side. Keen has been very good at staying in parity as far as farm is concerned.
Doing as well as he can, absolutely.
Yeah. But he's still having to bear the brunt of all of this pressure, so you can't use casks for fighting your opposition around a dragon, for example. And that's going to be Live Sandbox just taking the second one away. Tech Drake to come through as well. The Aphelios says thank you very, very much. In fact, Nah loving that one as well. As we're going to watch this from closer one more time. Good avoidance there of the Mimic Chains. Doesn't get onto his Realm Warp, but the flash is going to be enough.
It's crazy. He actually doesn't see Alam until he actually walks into his face, right? As I'm loving this from Croco, right? Like, just gonna look a little bit, and then the moment he...
It's the guarantee of the kill that's absolutely fantastic as well. Safeguard, flash, kick, and then guarantee the Q. No funny business that the LeBlanc is even capable of.
And with that, 2 minutes away, Atlas.
Yeah. This
We're
is the really scary part, because right now, Live Sandbox, 1,300 gold in the lead. Croco moves on over yet again. Fate still has flash, because he died with that one up. Didn't have an opportunity to really use it. Might have had the shop open, but we don't want to speculate. As Dove clearing out this wave. About to hit that Meganar. Nothing to really fight for here. You can just throw out the ulti if you'd like to. And as you can see, it's just money all over the rift here for Live Sandbox. Big advantage. They needed one, but they also have late game win conditions, right? This is a low range AD carry. They don't have a lot of range on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. So the Aphelios feels like a sniper right now.
Really does. And there comes a late game where Teddy has like 3-4 items, right? and you're sitting and you hit like 2-3 men with your ultimate and you start stacking their passive, that's where Liv Sandbox are going to suffer, especially if Teddy has his sums available as, oh, it's a bait from Dove.
Yeah, Keen taking a lot of damage here. Hyper's procking over and over again. Kick goes back. Croco almost manages to get the Gale Force and then the Q, but he's not quite fast enough. And Keen will make his way out. Closer moves over. That's going to stop any sort of counter from coming through. Holding on to flashes and things like that, though, so not over-investing here, Liv Sandbox. But now without the kick, things are going to be a little bit more dangerous as Calv's going to move on over. Gets the distortion out from Fate.
Really nicely done there, right, by Keen. And you also see the value that I assume it's going to be a hybrid build where you go Everfrost into more tanky items. Actually works out really nicely. You actually have some threat in the gnaw. And when you get ganked and the gank setup isn't perfectly clean, it actually works out very, very well. Closer throwing away a heal that he doesn't really need anymore as...
Yeah, Fate's going to dive forward with a Mimic Distortion. The Berserk will come down as the Q lands. Of course it lands. As Croco is going to finish off the clone. Very nicely done. The accuracy was definitely great though, as Ellen taking a lot of damage here. Wind becomes lightning. Ice is going to Gale Force backwards. Gets himself out of there as now Closer with a lot of damage. And Liv Sandbox once again back onto Shirley. Not going to get out of the way. Extendo beam from Teddy, not extended quite that far. Can get through that wall though. Would be a little bit scary, but no. Not going to see his opposition. Zellum eating some honey fruit and Quantum Freaks retaining some control. But damage has been done, Chronicler. Quantum Freaks fans, unfortunately, they were behind at 15 minutes. So I guess we pack it up.
Will be something if it actually turns out to be true, but experiences in the past have told us that that often is the case. And Liv Sandbox, even though there was a close fight there, they didn't actually end giving anyone up. So they get the Herald.
They gave up the LeBlanc clone pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
Even got me for a moment as Croco's going to be able to lock this one down. Dove comes through, doesn't have very much of an R-bar whatsoever as Dove's going to have to... Croco's going to have to get out of there, but now Teddy's picked up his first kill. Closer's gone down. There's the body slam flash as Kyle needs to get out, but he's not going to. And it's a double kill for the Zeri. Teddy, he heard you, and he heard me saying things about 15 minutes in Quandong Freaks, and he's like, yeah, I'm a minute late, but let me just grab that gold lead real quick.
And that's really big, because the Zeri is the biggest win condition for Kwangdong, right? As we go into the mid to late stages of the game, it's going to be a lot harder for the rest of the team to have a big, consistent impact. But if Sandbox don't have a composition that deals well with this hyper-mobile AD carry, and even though they got themselves a second Rift Herald, one does wonder, would it not have been a better choice to play it safer? Crucially, though, Liv Sandbox get the first Turret Blood, hold on to the Rift Herald, and might look towards a third Drake. And the Soul Point this early, even with the skirmish not going their way, would be very, very important. It's Keen that starts the setup here. Beautiful cast. And then the subsequent ultimate from Teddy, making sure, man, Keen really styling in his team fight.
Yeah.
Seeing Dove last time around getting a...
like, let me show you how it's done.
Yeah. Dove, you think you get PUG? I get PUG as a Croco.
Croco's going to make a little bit of an advance towards enemy territory.
That's definitely a Croco TP.
That is definitely. But I like Hextech Rift for a player like Croco. You know, it means he can go for those big plays as Fate, wanting to find some chains, not quite getting in range. Teleport to come through from Keen as Dove fighting against Teddy here in this mid lane.
No Mega Gnar yet.
Yeah, Dove is going to charge up that Mega Gnar bar. Can Croco actually win another Smite fight is the question. He safeguards, he gets himself out of the way. He's not going to be... Oh! He gets in there, but he's not able to secure the Drake as the Berserk will come down. The bailout not actually able to work. And it is going to be the Lee Sin falling down. Hoyt limping away from this fight as Dove. He's Mega Gnar, but he's not going to be able to find anything here in the back line. Ice is still pretty healthy right now, but Ellen's going to stop that one. Taking a lot of damage, though, as the Realm Warp going to come in. Ice, I don't know whether that was the right call there, my dude. He is going to try and get himself out, but the Realm Warp is going to not really work out there. Closer trying to get some damage. Everfrost is decent. Ellen's going to wrap around, though, and the Rise is not going to last. Gets into his stopwatch for a moment.
Ooh.
We'll be able to walk it out. Okay, not too bad. But Quandong Freaks, they crucially managed to get themselves the Drake, and also get a couple of kills to boot.
Keen is a monster, Atlas. Oh, man, that was incredible. And I would have much rather seen Liv Sandbox just give up this Drake. Yes, it's big if you get it, but without Mega Gnar, crucially, this fight, not going to be yours. Because with the combination of the Encore and the explosive cask already, the setup here is beautiful, right? Crucial flash there from Teddy. If he dies, then maybe Croco lives and we see the skirmish go the other way. But like, when Dove is there, the fight isn't even remotely close as the trap is sprung.
Yeah, Croco's just dead. He just dive in and grab him. The cast to re-deliver Dove towards Hoyt, who wants to get some revenge for losing the majority of his health bar, and he is going to come down and help out. So the 4 versus 2, and Liv Sandbox didn't even see it coming.
And now, looking more and more like Kwangdong Freaks as well. Okay, hey, round 2, we get it. We needed that lead at 15. But this is our match for playoff. This is our fate in our hands. And we're not going to squander it.
We were definitely being a little bit facetious there, but also with the fact that Teddy picks up 2 kills, yes, they sacrifice Rift Herald, things like this, but it doesn't matter. Getting Zeri early kills is so incredibly important. This is going to be Kwangdong Freaks moving towards a later game.
The Herald.
In a great position.
The Herald.
Oh,
It's going to be
Dove,
just in
please.
time. He's just in time. Dove,
Please.
Dove.
Okay, there we go.
Oh.
Well, he'll get towards the mid lane. Let's see whether they can actually utilize Shirley here. As, of course, top laner doesn't have all that much experience throwing down Eyes of the Herald. I think we've made that excuse 1, 2, 3 too many times. As Rift Heralds have been thrown down in base quite often, but it's absolutely fine. Kwangdong Freaks, slight advantage. Liv Sandbox still with a lot of tools at their disposal, wanting to now break open the base, or break open the map just that little bit more. As another cast comes down, Hoyt's going to be delivered over to LM, and then Fate's there with the follow-up bot. He immediately takes way too much damage. The Ignite's ticking down as Croco's looking for him. He wasn't required, but he's going to be there to make sure, and that is going to be the pickup onto the LeBlanc. A lot of the damage now missing from Kwangdong Freaks, unless you talk to Teddy about it, who is single-handedly pushing back 5 members of Liv Sandbox.
And this is why the short range comes in, straight up front to back. Teddy, with his cleanse still available, is an absolute menace, even without too much damage. His mobility is a big problem to deal with for Sandbox. Without that Berserk from KL, it is a horrible situation. Instead, well, the turret's almost down, but almost down, not quite the same as actually as, yeah, this is an attempt.
Yeah.
It's a play that we've seen Liv Sandbox make a lot. Croco shadowing Dove, trying to bait Keen in a 1v1, but it is they who are getting surprised here. And again, I gotta highlight the great vision control that we're seeing from Kwangdong Freaks here as they consistently find the setups on the bot side of the map. And here, again, that ultimate from KL is so crucial. I love the initial setup from Keen for the fight here, but there we see the problem for Dove, right? Like without Flash, his backline threat,
Well,
oh, Fate.
if at first you don't succeed, bring all your friends and try again. As LM's going to get the flash underneath this turret. Fate's also trying to get out of there as the Realm Warp will deliver the rise towards this bottom side. LM's trying to fight it out, wants to sacrifice himself for the good of his wizard in the mid lane. And he is going to be able to do that, but it is still to the detriment of Kwangdong Freaks as Liv Sandbox pushing down this bottom side, and they are not stopping by the looks of things. We're trading turrets everywhere.
Yeah,
I don't know whether Liv Sandbox actually win, but they will take this turret.
Mid lane obviously is going to be easy shove for Kwangdong, but Gragas does not take turrets very well, Atlas. And oh, honestly, I would love if they don't take the back here. They do have the double teleporters available, but like, if you can just get that Drake while Ellen is dead.
That would be good.
That would be really good, yeah.
Yeah. Dragons are good. When they'd have 3 of them then.
Yes, yeah, and that's a big number.
That would be good.
It's optimal,
Yeah.
definitely. As this is, of course, extended chase. A lot of summoners being used. And in the end, it is Ellen that goes down, but the overall shove obviously being very successful. A lot of gold into the pockets, but we got another team fight here.
Yeah, teleport in from Keen. The cask is at the ready as Liv Sandbox desperately trying to get towards this river. Ellen taking a fair bit of damage as Dove does have the Gnar at exactly the right position this time. That's definitely high value. Fate going to be able to push out the Gnar.
That's Flash as well.
Yeah. Okay, gets over the wall, wants to try and blow up the Gnar, but the Mega Gnar is at the ready. Dove was looking for an ult, but it's going to be Distortion that's going to bait that one out. Still holding onto it. Half of his health bar here for Dove.
Oh, a lot of damage from Ice.
And they can just wait it out and then start this one up again. As you can see, the Drake still above half health. And that is now a mini Gnar. And they are going to get pushed out for the moment. Croco getting into the back of the pit as Moonlight Vigil goes wide. The
trying to burst Drake.
Yeah, Q gonna come forward. Fate diving on in there as it's closer that takes a lot of damage. Teddy's ulted as well. He's starting to run around this fight, but he will get knocked up. Dashes towards the choke point, but they get rid of closer, and that's the biggest deal. It's another double kill. Ice to follow, and Teddy, he's tidying this one up, no problem. Croco in the enemy jungle, being chased down by this lightning lady, and I think he might potentially survive, but that's not gonna win them the game. Yeah, I wonder what started off those little chickens, Teddy.
Interesting. Croco is not going to make his way over there. And honestly, I am super impressed by Kwangmi because they're playing out these team fights beautifully. Again, it's Keen starting up the fights, but the way that they wait out, right? Proc Dove, Fate does Proc Dove, his Mega Gnaw. Okay, here we go. Go get him.
Yeah.
Surely that won't work, right?
This is you, Croco. You got this. Easy peasy.
I don't think he does.
Well, Keen's going to Everfrost him. Fate's going to throw as many buttons at him as possible. I don't think this Lee Sin's making it towards the pit. The cask is going to be safeguarded, but that means that he's even further away from the purple worm. And Kwangdong Freaks, that is beautiful bodyguarding. Make sure that they secure the big buff. And now let's have a look at this one more time.
Crucially here, Liv Sandbox doesn't actually want to fight because they don't have Mega Gnaw, right? But then Keen starts up the fight, and the bailout prompts them to all go in, but they're fighting with Mini now, right? So the CC that is necessary isn't there. Ice also crucially threw out his ultimate earlier on in an attempt to get them to Drake.
Yeah.
But that does mean that they effectively can't win the subsequent team fight. And now
the Mega Gnaw timing as well. They just weren't able to capitalize. It was just really well played by Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, well, the really impressive part to me is that Dove was actually managing his bar really well, but then Fade made his way over, right? Teddy?
Okay, they're going to look for Dove as LM dives on forward. Croco's like, nah, man, I'm getting out of here. And he is going to do so, but Close is splitting on the top side. And that was a little bit aggressive there from Kwangdong Freaks.
I mean, I honestly like it, because the flash being gone on Dove is so good.
True.
With Teddy now approaching his third item, sitting on a Zeal and a Dagger is going to be even more of a menace, because thus far, his damage has been okay, but he's already been untouchable, right? And especially when bolstered by his Seraphine, the consistent shields giving so much more survivability and speed to this AD carry, and Liv Sandbox's lack of lockdown. Having a hard time seeing them win this one, Atlas.
It's getting real rough, as well as the Fimbulwinter of Closer not exactly making him the most speedy of split pushes against these turrets. Inhibitor is going to be the trade for that one. Yes, he was able to get that inner turret on the top side of the map, but I don't think that that's worth the trade of the inner and the inhibitor turret. They are against Baron though, so maybe just saying, we want to get something, and we weren't expecting to be able to stop them. But that's 3 items now for Teddy. He is extraordinarily powerful. Probably wants to build towards Blade of the Ruined King as item number 4. But Runan's complete against this short-range comp. Sarah just became even more frightening.
And for Sandbox, it's got to be a catch in the side lane, or it's got to be Ice with a multi-man ulti that he has found in the past. But that's going to be so hard to actually rely on that, especially with how Kwangdong has been playing. Again, like they can kite back, they can just sit, Fate can poke.
Yeah, and at 25 minutes, by the way, Kwangdong Freaks has a 100% win rate. So the game's over, I guess.
Oh my god.
Yeah. They did have the gold lead, 25 minutes.
Honestly, the fact that Hoy's playing Seraphine here is actually really big, because the Seraphine in this kind of still maze that we saw earlier provides so much healing consistently to the team, especially the build he's gone for, has the Moonstone. And that leads to a situation where Liv Sandbox are basically forced all in even when they don't want to. And that's not a position that is going to be very successful against, again, Kwangdong Freaks with a composition that can both disengage and engage. Fight back very, very well.
Rise not looking quite that tanky as this inner turret is going to fall down. Keen splitting in the mid lane. Kwangdong Freaks trying to pile on the pressure over and over again. Dove, no Nava, and that is going to be another inner falling. The gold lead extending ever further. 5,000 gold now in favor of Kwangdong Freaks, who are, remember, playing for playoffs berth. If they win in any fashion, they kick KT out and they take 6th or 5th place based on how they win here and whether or not they can win a potential tiebreaker.
Next Drake. Going to be a really rough contest. I don't know if Liv Sandbox can, but they have to, right? You can't give over this Drake. Might be one of the few pressure points you still have. Can't trade for Baron either. That objective is 2 minutes away. and I don't see any specific item breakpoints. Obviously, Ice, when he hits his IE, is going to be a big threat, but his Moonlight Vigils have been less than impressive, going for really long-range ones where if you hit them, yeah, sure, it'll work out, but Kwangdong Freak's a little bit too good to just randomly get hit by those.
Yeah, there's never the follow-up Moonlight Vigil, right? As decent Everfrost there will potentially save Closer's life. There's no turret, but he's still going to be able to make it out. As Liv Sandbox kind of relegated to their base right now.
Just gonna give it. It is not something you're gonna be happy about.
I mean, it's sole point. You don't absolutely have to fight for it, technically, I guess. But I don't know how things get better in the subsequent time, right? Like,
no, well, they don't. Yeah, that's the issue, right?
Things just continue to get worse, and then you have to fight for the next Drake, and then you also even more lose that fight.
Now, clutch potential remains there for Sandbox, but it's something that, based on how Kwangdong have been playing thus far, generally Teddy doesn't lose these. This is peak Teddy that we're looking at here. And even though, as we joked around a lot, Kwangdong, they're behind at 15, two crucial teamfight wins and just straight up outplaying Liv Sandbox in these type of skirmishes has been enough to net them now. Soul points, a Baron, big Baron power play, really. And as long as they respect the ability to completely shut Liv Sandbox out of this game.
Yeah, and they've played it really, really well. I like the guarantee on the Baron. They also didn't hesitate. They've been pushing this advantage, using what this comp is capable of in order to do so, and it's netted them a 2,200 gold lead on Teddy. As Croco's going to walk over a ward as he goes for one of the longest flanks, looking for camps perhaps. Yeah, you can see Ping's coming out to show exactly where he is.
Okay, another ward.
Yeah, is he going to walk over that one? The answer is no. And, okay, gets that ward in there. Kwangdong Freaks, in the meantime, are just going to be pushing in this top side. They know that there is a Lee Sin that is taking the longest of missions over here.
Well, they're going to lose in it, but Hail Mary coming through.
All right, Closer, let's see what you can do here as the barrel's going to block his path. Dove has decent timing on the Meganar. As there's the extendo beam, they do spot Croco just for a moment. Teddy immediately gets rid of that, but the flash over the wall. Oh, the body slam to deny the engage. Just incredible, but Elam's still going to take a lot of damage. Throws out his ulti, and as you can see, Liv Sandbox is going down so low, and Teddy was protected. Just amazing stuff here from the top laner of the Kwangdong Freaks as Liv Sandbox. They're on the ropes. They are getting out of this game. They will have another chance. This is a best of 3, but man, Kwangdong Freaks had every answer to that play.
What a wonderful, wonderful game here from Kwangdong Freaks. Right, a couple of early plays go wrong, and usually that's where this team falters.
Exactly.
5 support, was it 6 in total? 6, 7 support bands?
That was 7 support bands.
Voids just locks in, casually to Seraphine, perfect KDA on that. The trap card didn't work out. The 15-minute lead, not enough. And this man, together with Teddy, oh boy.
Yeah, just amazing.
Wow.
It was honestly like watching 2 professional volleyball players. You know, there was one catching it, throwing the set, and Teddy spiking it down every single time. Really, really beautiful stuff. Man, Kwangdong Freaks, I thought that things were starting to fall apart a little bit in that mid game. I thought that there was going to be this like God mode Croco that, like we saw from Umpty yesterday, right? Really taking the bull by the horns and taking the game, but unfortunately, his longevity just wasn't quite there. And the fact that this Gragas stayed in the matchup, even though he was getting bullied, even though he was getting pressured, didn't matter. Keen didn't die. Played an amazing tank Gragas this game, really demonstrating that Keen is
pretty good.
Yeah, he's a really good player, but like, there are a lot of players that they have their niche of what they're great at, right? Like Nogari, for his endless pressure on the top side of the map, is always able to play aggressive. Keen, like, he can play the sit back and team fight, he can absorb pressure, he can weak side, he can strong side, he can assassinate, he can play weak side Akali and still get kills. Like, oh man, it's crazy. But this guy had a brilliant game, and as you can see, it was the whole team performing. And
I want to say, if Liv Sandbox drafted an engage report, I think they might have won the game. And I'm not opposed to Renata. I see the value of the pick. But if you draft only Nara as your hard engage and you have nothing else, we see what happens, right? The only person that needs to be body slammed by King was ㅅ, and he did so in such a
Oh, it was just
monstrously well done
saw it.
fashion.
You saw it coming. The big ㅅ play, but it didn't work out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Analyst Carpet Space and Game 2.
갔다 하자.
야, 제리 살려.
나 가인 있어.
합쳐서 야 앞에 한 번만 주세요.
나 가인 있다.
앞에 높을.
우리 제리 프리드.
밀어줘봐. 그대로 쭉
천천히.
앞에 높을.
제리 맞아.
나 더블 4초. 앞으로 가자.
나이스. 어디가 형? 형 어디가?
빠른데?
걔 높은 노공이.
아 나 딜이 없어.
제리 진짜 빠른데?
오 와우. 예스.
했나?
끝났어. 나이스. 징크스 주고 자야레나타 같은 거 하는 거 어때요? 저는 괜찮아 보여요. 그러니까 이게 저 자야레나타가 어제 그냥 한 판밖에 안 해보긴 했는데 되게 좋아 보이긴 했거든요. 가보자, 저가. 자야레나타 가자.
잠깐만, 레나타보다 나는 나 너네는 믿는데 그냥 내 그가 조합이 너네가 힘들까봐 그런 거야. 한번 약간 해볼까?
나 간다, 올라간다.
이번에 우리가 한번 봐도 될 것 같긴 하거든.
맞아.
나 오래 찍고 들어갈게. 하나만 오래비야. 자, 난 볼게. 들어갈게.
하죠.
비견하자.
잡았다. 나이스.
맞다면 너무 좋아하더라.
물렸다. 좀 파워 좀 나갈 듯 이거. 아이고, 까비 괜찮아.
괜찮아.
아 뺏겼다.
괜찮아.
사이언 미드. 봐줄래? 나 개잘했어. 나이스. 여기 오면 볼게. 나 풀 있고. 속박. 기다리. 나이스. 가보자. 아픈 거 맞아요? 아니 뭐야? 이 사람 아픈데 왜 이렇게 잘해? 나 들어갈게 얘들아. 네. 나 초식에 있어. 나 보라만 빠지. 보자. 징크스 노플. 야, 기다리. 나이스. 끝내자. 이거 내가 먹을게. 봤다. 나이스. 근데 저가 너 너무 잘해. 미쳤어. 맞지? 그것도 맞지? 끝내자. 나 진짜 몸 너무 아파 얘들아. 나이스. 방 한 번을 안 파냐 형은. 내가 팠어. 나는 세트로 간다. 다음에는 그웬 세트 구도 갈게. 와 뭐야 이 스킨? 봐봐. 우와. 아 왜 때려? 그래? 집. 서로 집. 빨리 연습 안 돼 이러면. 연습 안 된다고. 연습 안 된다고. 아이고 열받아. 지금? 뭐야 이게 안 맞아? 들어가시고 해봐지. 형 뭔데? 나? 아크샷. 난 잭스. 싹, 싹, 싹. 방불하지 마. 싹, 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 싹. 재밌어. 쉽다. 다시 해줘. 나 이래라 할 거야. 뿅 페페짜 게이드. 뭐 하세요? 뭐 하긴. 홀라프 돌리지. 홀라 홀라 홀라. 컷! 와 큐를 안 치고 더블을 찍었네. 오늘은 좀 좋구만. 날이 좋구만. 오늘 탑 안 한다. 오늘 좀 승률이 좋은데 나?
왜 이렇게 긴장되지 근데?
심장이 아파.
하던 대로 하자. 시작하겠습니다.
회사 가자 이번 판.
픽할게. 가자.
저도 돼. 편하게 하자.
저도 돼.
진단 마인드긴 해.
편하게 편하게.
함 지는 것도 나쁘지 않을 수 있긴 한데
이기자.
오늘은 이길게.
얘 숨어 있을 거야. 갱 몰라는데?
잡아야 될 듯.
야 아래캐 조심.
잡아야 돼.
천천히 볼래 그냥?
일단 봐봐. 없다 생각해.
파이팅 해볼게.
그랬대. 나이스 우리 바텀.
우리 바텀 네이스.
키 놔줘.
오케이.
땡큐.
나이스.
얘 태도 있어. 무리하지 마.
하필 제
뭐야?
노스펠.
아, 오케이.
뭐야 집 안
나
맞네? 라인 바로 민다?
야 얘네 카이사한테 너무 감정적인데?
응징 마련 나와봐.
그런가 봐. 풀 써야 될 듯? 까비.
나이스.
나 빼드. 이건 나 빼드.
크강 한번 볼게 이거.
보쌈 났다.
나 괜찮긴 해.
나이스.
하필.
야 이거 상대만 온다. 잡아도 돼.
일단 잡아봐.
할만해. 할만해.
살려줘.
이게 좋네.
이거 잡아볼게. 강 나오면. 가게피. 따라와보.
맞았다.
잡긴 했어. 앞에 둘 빼.
바텀 어디까지 밀 수 있다?
야 여기 이겼다. 르블랑 6초 뒤집. 라카라고 바론 보자. 라카라고 바론.
카이사 좋고.
어그로 플레이 좋았다. 쌈 보자.
르블랑 W 빠졌고.
봐봐.
야 앞에. 아. 나.
야 폭행할게.
카이사 봐줘.
야 카이사.
미니언이 아니야?
나 안 때렸어.
안 때렸어.
그러시지.
노잼.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we're going to break down game number 1. It was a win for Kwangdong Freaks, but a little bit messy in the beginning. I think that Kroko and the side of Live Sandbox came out really strong, and then I think some of their team fighting and macro got away from them, and Kwangdong, the better team this time.
I joked with you before the series started that I thought the only way Live Sandbox could win this is if they target ban 3 engaged champions for Hoyt before the game starts in the first banning phase. And then they actually did. They took away his Nautilus, his Leona, and his Rakan. Later on, the Alistair and Yuumi followed. So 5 targeted bans against this player. He ended up picking up the Seraphine, which I thought was going to be a big risk, especially into Krako's Lee Sin, because Lee Sin could delete the Seraphine at any moment. But he actually ended the game with 0 deaths on this champion because they had enough control in the late game to just prevent that from happening, even though Krako's early game was good. Teddy Zeri popped off when Kwangdong Freaks were gifted by Liv Sandbox, quite frankly, 2 really big fights in the mid-game after Liv Sandbox were holding on to nearly a 2,000 gold lead. I think Liv Sandbox said they had played those fights better if they hadn't pushed the bottom turret, for example, instead of taking that Drake setup. I think things could have looked very differently. Clean endgame here for Kwangdong Freaks, but I still think this series is absolutely Liv Sandbox winnable.
Yeah, it is definitely possible. The one big thing I think in this draft was the Gragas getting picked here by Kwangdong Freaks. Not only does it deny it from Dove, which we did see he was able to beat T1 with that champion. Kind of insane the way he's able to play that. But Gragas right now just feels really nice blindable. Like it's good into the Tryndamere. It can do a lot of stuff and survive, and they're just able to blind that and play it to the level that Keen played it at as well, and you can see why they're comfortable with that pick.
Yeah, and playing the Gnar as a counter matchup, into the Gragas is something we've seen a lot of teams attempt, and depending on the players, sometimes it works out for you really well in the laning phase, sometimes it's just, it's an okay laning phase. But Gnar's engage is so reliant on his Gnar bar, as was pointed out by the casters with that great play from Fate, whereas Gragas can ult whenever he has it available. And so, you've limited yourself actually in a lot of ways by picking this Gnar into the Gragas as Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, very true. We are going to take a look at some of the highlights here. We want to highlight Krako and what he was able to do in the early game.
Really nice engage here, punishing LM from going in early, picks up the kill on the Xinjiao early. Then when Fate decides to go for a really wonky engage here, trying to beat this one in, LM is here. It's played out really well. Clayuser escapes. And then there's the punish here on a very late recalling Fate. And he just goes for the flash kick into the Q to secure the kill. Those were the 2 early kills that put Fate behind, actually gave the Ryze a nice lead in lane, and gave control of the map to a Liv Sandbox that already had a 2 Drake advantage. But then they dropped the ball around some mid-game fights.
Yeah, and then the Fire Nation attacked, and we do go to highlight number 2. There were about 3 fights in a row that Liv Sandbox got further and further behind, but then it all culminated in this one where, the Mega Gnar is timing out. They're not going for the Drake. They're kind of dilly-dallying, and Kwangdong Freaks are just playing it perfectly and holding the line.
And this started off with Fate, getting that Mega Gnar out, as Krako pointed out in the cast, and Dove is unable to fight without it. Without Mega Gnar here, this is not a winnable fight for the Sandbox, especially with a positional disadvantage. The follow-up cast here is perfect into the Seraphine Encore, and it's just a really clean fight. And Teddy's positioning is so good, there's no way to punish him, especially with a Gnar that doesn't have Mega Bar. So that all happens, and beyond this too, like what isn't shown in this replay is actually what happened before this, which was all of Liv Sandbox pushing a bottom inner turret when Drake was spawning in 10 seconds. Also pointed out in the cast, had they just decided to back off, they killed LM, group up on Drake, control vision, time out the Gnar bar there to actually look for a 5v5 team fight. They get soul point there, and this game I think looks completely different.
Yeah, we just didn't really get that, and we see some of the problems that Liv Sandbox have had, not only in this game, but over the course of the season with making decisions as a team. Like, some of their drafts, very aggressive. They can get ahead in the early game, which we did see in this one as well. I think Krako really started great, but it's just kind of everything falls apart from there, and I think Kwangdong have leveled up in that facet, whereas in the past they have been very passive. And they were just the better team this time on the team fights. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. It will be Keen, to the surprise of nobody.
Yeah, fantastic Gragas play from this guy. The casts were great. The body slam to stop the final engage attempt there on the top lane to end the game was also great when we did see that long con flank from Krako. But yeah, I completely agree with you. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth in terms of Liv Sandbox still hasn't fixed the coordination problems, whereas Kwangdong really have. Like, their macro game is way better, and in some of these fights as well, it was just completely dominated by Keen, slowing the advances of Liv Sandbox. This barrel that gets a 3-man slow. And I watched this, I was like, I think they all die. And actually just barely the rest of Liv Sandbox got away. This cast we just showed earlier in the highlight, just so many clean plays from Keen, and we'll probably get his body slam play on the top side as well, as pointed out in the cast to stop that follow-up engage. But man, Grog is so strong right now in this meta. There's so many good top laners who are playing it. 2 votes for media going over to Teddy, who did shoot him really fast with a shooty fast gun when Grog is engaged. But I'm not gonna say good things about it. I'm not a big fan of those media votes.
I mean, it wasn't even just one, it was two.
Yeah, he did the shooting
Two
gun.
votes.
He did the pew-pews.
They saw him do the big damage, the big boom boom, you know, it was really, really big. I can't believe it. Either way, guys, it's gonna do it for this next this carpet segment, and we'll throw it back to the casters and see what they have to say going into game number 2.
I have one thing to say, Valdez, and that is Media KEKW. Get him in the chat. Absolutely robbed. The 13 out of 13 was keen. That was near perfect on the Gragas. Absolutely fantastic stuff, but still managed to get the points, right? So it's okay. We're not going to be too upset, are we?
It's all right.
And this is Arang Kim. She's actually a short track Olympic medalist, and she said, let's go skating if you win today.
Amazing. Love short track. I have to because I'm Dutch, and we suck at any other sport than ice skating. And we also lost because she's the gold medal.
I like the variety that's rollerblades instead of ice skates because I don't really understand what ice skates do because there's no ice in the country that I grew up in. Outside of
that actually makes. Don't you have rinks?
Yeah, I think we do, but they're expensive and there's not that many, and it's easier to
sure.
buy rollerblades.
Well, yeah, I guess. A lot of space as well for rollerblading. And
Yeah, definitely.
Right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of space. We
In
have
general.
a lot of space.
Yeah.
That is very true. If Australia has anything, it is space. That is very, very true. All right, here we are, getting ready for game number 2. Kwangdong Freaks up 1 game. If they win this next game, they will face Fred at Brion for 5th place in a tiebreaker that will occur after the T1 DRX series. So that's why we're starting a little bit earlier. In case you guys didn't pick up on that. So here we are. Let's see whether they can do it or whether Live Sandbox can deny Kwangdong Freaks that tiebreaker opportunity and move 1 step closer to giving KT a playoff spot.
And personally, for me, the biggest change-up that we need to see for Sandbox is drafting more engage. I actually think that their composition was not aggressive enough. And it sounds like a joke, but it really wasn't. I think this team is like Fred Brion in that they benefit from a simple press your buttons and go type of composition. The downside is, unlike Fred Brion, they don't draft that, and they draft compositions that require you to have either really good vision control, flank setup, and generally being at the objective first, which they're not great at. So maybe let that go and just draft the most straightforward comps. I'm always going to be asking for that because I truly do believe that if you're a team that is struggling as much as the Sandbox is with even just the basics, having a comp that doesn't require you to think too much is a big win. But after game number 1, Kwangdong coming back from a monstrous deficit, which was like 2k gold at 15, but you have to place it into perspective. I have a hard time seeing what the angle will be here for Live Sandbox. They do have blue side here, can go for a first pick on the Jinx would be the most notable one, but we have seen priorities
I think Ari is
shift.
probably going to be up
Yeah,
there.
will be my expectation as well.
We'll see what is actually going to be selected here because the Lee Sin also available, but I think Ari is probably top of the tier list right now. And she will be locked away. Vex options, of course, for Fate if you'd like to go that way. We've seen a few things picked into the Ari with relative success, so we'll see what his idea is going to be. Elam as well could go back to something like his Xin Zhao that he has shown a lot of mastery on, by far his most played. But I also wouldn't mind an early Gragas, to be honest.
Oh.
This is interesting because this is going straight into a potential Jinx as an Aphelios. So you'd hope that Kwangdong Freaks have a bit of an extra plan.
Hear me out. This is what Ice, out of nowhere, locks in the Ziggs. Ooh. Yeah.
All right. Ziggs Leona.
Ziggs into Aphelios and Vex. Yeah, that sounds great.
And then to give a bit of physical damage, Dove plays the Aatrox in the top lane.
It's a lot of circles.
Oh, yeah.
Remember our circles talk last week?
That's what you need. In fact,
I actually think they need. I think we'll end up seeing like Viego Jinx here if they want to go in that direction. A lot of power. Nautilus is a much better direction than what we've seen thus far. Also, I think Hoist is most successful champion.
Yep.
That he has had the biggest impact on. Really the champion that he started kind of bouncing back after what was a pretty lackluster start of the split. And not going to see the Ziggs. We're just going to stick with Jinx, which of course, great champion, but has felt to me like it is picked more so just for the sake of comfort, as opposed to actually making sense within the team comp, making sense within what your opponent is trying to draft.
Yep. Still, certainly has a lot of proficiency with the champions that are already there for Live Sandbox, and we'll see whether they continue to draft around what can be one of these more front-to-back style of compositions, utilizing Jinx's added range and provide some sort of peel for the champion. I'm looking towards something like, you know, a Kennen potentially from Dove. Of course, is Gragas if that's available, but I'm expecting that one to be taken off the board.
Yeah, I think as Kwangdong you can ban junglers for Croco here. I'd like personally to go for the Volibear and the Lee. I'd prefer them going for the Gragas and taking it away from Dove. Normally I like giving counter pick to Keen, but specifically within the context of how good that pick has been, I think not giving over the Dove would be a good choice. Can also just ban it here and then still give Keen the counter pick on the R5, which has generally been the case for Kwangdong. And Xin Zhao taken away, meaning that Alame's jungle pool is slowly getting whittled down. But with the Viego priorities quickly rising with how many junglers are getting taken away here, I wonder what we're going to end up seeing, as Tryndamere ban is interesting. Might mean that Kwangdong indeed do not want to go for that Gragas and instead give the counter pick to Keen here, which I think, based on how well he played last game, is a solid choice.
I think it's fine just to pick something into the RE as best you can. Oh, sorry, the Vex is already there, so I tell a lie. Locking down a jungler and then giving Keen counter.
Oh, this
the
is
standard way.
Spot. Yeah, because now I think Kwangdong, you always lock in the Viego here.
I don't know whether I like it as much, but I mean, Nautilus is up, so Ellen can go that way if he would like to, and does mean that now Croco can very comfortably lock in the Viego, and they can grab the Gragas alongside it for some pretty comfy blind pick. You're not going to get too counted by that one.
Yeah, Gragas, and then Keen's probably going to end up picking now. Gragas, Viego would make the most sense to me here. We have seen Croco in the past pull out things like Olaf, but I don't feel like this type of draft really suits the Olaf well.
Seems real bad to me.
Yeah, I mean, the champion is also not a great spot, right? But I'm just saying it because
it could definitely happen.
But everything goes as expected. This draft from Live Sandbox, a lot more well-rounded. But again, going to be reliant on getting early leads, and this was something that Duff was thinking about the previous game as well. Keen has already had multiple highlight plays on the Akali.
Yes, he has. This would be fun.
Are we going back?
Yeah, we are.
We're going back.
Let's do it. Beating Sandbox at their own game? Kwangdong Freaks, are you mad?
R5 Aatrox against the R5 Aatrox team. And honestly, it's okay. I think the matchup into Gragas is definitely something where Keen can find a lot of aggression and where he should be able to, especially once he gets some levels and starts building some Kindle Gems and some general CDR, he's going to be able to bully Dove pretty hard. But you are playing a Aatrox into a short-range team that, honestly, I think is going to have a pretty easy time of taking you down. But, as we have seen, Aatrox with a lead, absolute nuisance.
He can struggle against things like the Nautilus and the Flame Chompers and things like that.
Ari.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Like, getting into a backline is going to be a difficulty, but certainly the laning phase will not be, theoretically. So let's see whether they can take down Live Sandbox utilizing Lord Morgan's key pick for taking down Damwon Kia yesterday. This is going to denote exactly how my voting is going to go for MVP on the top side of the map for this season. If Keen's Aatrox gets a win, then I can justify putting Keen above Morgan in my top lane MVP.
Yeah, faith in the Lord.
Yeah.
I see.
Yep.
I
think that's fair.
I mean, is that a great split? Is that a great split? As Kwangdong Freaks, I want to know if they get the win here, if they get the win even in a third game, might that happen? Then obviously they are through to playoffs. KT fans are in a place that unfortunately for them must feel familiar, which is a place of desperation.
Yep. This is why you're a KT fan, though, is for the drama. It's certainly a tragedy in a lot of cases recently. But it is something that all KT fans are very used to. Don't worry, I was right there with you for many, many years. But yes, right now, KT fans are Live Sandbox fans. Live Sandbox has to win the next 2 if KT wants to make it in. And Kwangdong Freaks has to win this if they want a chance at getting 5th place above Fred at Breon, because then they will be able to face off against them in a tiebreaker that will occur after T1 versus DRX, which is, of course, our next matchup. Plenty of League of Legends yet to come here today.
Might be a long day, Atlas. Might be a
It
long
may.
day.
That is why we started a couple of hours earlier. Make sure that we had easily enough time. As Croco and Dove going to start this one up. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Dove's going to do on this Gragas, whether he can have a back-to-back incredible Gragas performance like we saw last time, as Foxfire not going to get closer out of that one. And we've seen the Vex actually lane very well into the Ahri in a lot of our more recent matchups. Looking forward to seeing how Fate's going to do here.
And looking at runes, last time around we saw that Ice went for the fleet footwork into a lane that was a bit more poke heavy, and extra mobility was quite useful. In this case, Teddy going the standard tech into Jinx, PTA for added 1v1 and blow up potential at the detriment of course, some of the benefits that you might get from any of the other runes in the precision tree. As yep, that's not great win rates because Live Sandbox don't win that much.
Yeah, not a lot of winning definitely doesn't help you.
No.
With the win rates.
That's what they mean, yes.
Yeah.
First time seen King pick the Aatrox. And of course...
Second time we've seen Aatrox all season, right?
True. Maybe the LCK is going back to its comfort zone.
Yeah, back to its roots.
All we need is the crab.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Aphelios Jinx really is the Aatrox Urgot of 2022. It really is.
It is, yeah.
No, it really is. I thought it was going to be Victor.
Well, actually, no. I
thought it was going to be Victor Corki.
Yeah, that's what I'm... No. It's Azir Corki is like the classic. And it feels like Aatrox Jinx... Aphelios Jinx has really taken over as far as that matchup is concerned. So I'm kind of happy because Azir Corki every game was really annoying. Just wasn't all that interesting.
No, I mean, Victor Corki was also bad.
That's true, that's true.
Split.
It might just be a Corki problem.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. I would definitely be on board with that.
There's somewhat of a lack of interactivity with that champion. As Dove getting shoved in, this is what we were expecting. It's just how well he plays out a difficult matchup that we've really got to keep our eye on. And whether or not he's going to be able to have that big impact in these team fights that we know the Gragas is capable of. In fact, we found out just in our last game. That was why King got the player of the game. As now he's throwing down some knockups. And Dove just trying to keep himself alive. Not a lot of aggression. Full clear is now complete for both of our junglers. As a lot of deep vision being put down by Croco. A little bit more proactive with his positioning.
Yeah.
As Ellen goes home as well. As that is just a lot of losses for the Jinx.
And in some cases, of course, those are on teams or players where you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But also, Yushi, Daft, Ruler, Dogdom, not the least of players.
Yeah. Leona,
I mean,
on the
Leona's
other hand, been doing pretty good.
Leona's also had like a 10-game loss streak this split.
Yeah.
Right, like we've been here. These loss streaks are interesting, but
there's some stat balancing. Definitely a lot of
yeah.
stat balancing that's been happening because the Jinx win rate has also been very high at one point or another in this split.
As again, Ice getting the, at this point, customary cheater, able to pick himself up a little call to make that matchup a little bit more lopsided, able to freely get some gold. Is going to feel very, very good. It's not like that lane is going to have a lot of action going on in it. And yeah, Croco having a slight lead in terms of clear speed, leveraged into multiple wards into the jungle, could have backed earlier, but instead opted into a little bit more setup. And last time around, this 2v2 was very, very important. We might see it here again.
Croco, yeah, finds the Q, doesn't find the stun. And so that is going to be Ellen getting out. Does have to use one of his wards, so I guess there's that, but otherwise not too much.
Yeah, and that was really one of the big key points of the previous game, was how well played that was as closer.
Oh, Ellen wants to get past the minion, has to smite it, but closer is able to get himself out of the way. That was with his Spirit Rush though, so won't have that one available for the next little while.
Unfortunate scenario for Closer, who is going to miss out on a lot of aggression that he might otherwise have, but happy that he doesn't have to use a summoner. And now this bot side prio, combined with the knowledge that LM is pathing towards his top side, should lead to a dragon. Although closer, of course, not being there is a little bit of a risk. They do have the bot side prio. And again, this is what division gets you, right? You know LM is clearing from bot to top. So should be able to get this without too much of a hassle. Viego's early game damage on Drake's pretty good.
Yep.
Sander's health damage will get him pretty far. And meanwhile, on top side, not a lot is happening.
No, it's in fact Dove stabilizing quite nicely as he gets a few more points into his abilities. He's gone for the Lucidity boots as well, just to make sure that he has as much CDR.
That's confident
choice, yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot of confidence, especially into Aatrox and Lee topside.
Yeah, I was really expecting some steel caps this time around, but
Same. Well, he's probably going to opt straight into full tank, right? He's not going for an Everfrost, so might feel that he has enough survivability, or will have enough survivability rather, as is. And honestly, with how the top lane has been playing out so far, he probably will. Although, Key now going to get his first back in, and that's really where... Oh, no cancel. Where you're going to start to see actual damage come through as the core fields. Now bot for King. And that little bit of CDR really helps as more levels come into the queue for Aatrox, and his trading becomes a little bit more oppressive.
I think we saw first back from Morgan yesterday was the Corefields and the Kindle Gem.
Oh, that was
which was the utter dream.
It was.
Keen not quite there, but still, this is a good back. Teleports back up towards the lane and does have a wave and a bit of an advantage. Good news, not exactly end of the world though for the Gragas, who just is going to be there so that he can throw barrels around and find these body slams in these team fights, right? The onus is not on him to win this lane, it's on Keen. And Keen has to make that happen. As Fate rotating over, LM here getting this vision down as the Q just barely misses. Bit unfortunate there, as Closer still has his Spirit Rush available. Orbit Deception flies through. As Closer can get over the wall, and he is going to do so, as LM's not going to find the flash. Safeguard comes out, and it's Kale that has to run the heck out of here. LM in trouble, though, and First Blood will go over to Closer. Ice is now turned up. Hoyt is going to be taken down as Fate as well, trying to run this one out, and it is a massacre in the river. Teddy has to flash, and Liv Sandbox starting this game off ridiculously well.
And that's the power of resets, Atlas, as it starts off when LM is able to dodge that hook from Kael, as if Liv Sandbox is going to get absolutely blown up, right? The health bars get low, but then crucially, Ice finding that ultimate because they don't know that Kael is here, right? And that's really big because that's why they go in this hard. Void misses the Zenith Blade, but then with LM dodging that hook, it looks like Kael's just going to die, and that's going to be the end of it. But Ice, beautiful, beautiful ultimate vision denial there from Kael, gets into the brush, and like once one kill comes through, you're never winning, right? Like, Jinx is excited, Viego gets his resets, Ari gets more Spirit Rushes, and that's going to be exactly what Liv Sandbox was looking for with this composition. As, honestly, like, Closer's movement to start this off,
pretty immaculate.
It's really good. And also, he knew that Hoyt was there, right? So,
it felt like he was completely committed to using his Spirit Rush to get out of that, but then wanting his opponent to not look like he was, not expect that he was just going to use it anyway.
Yeah, the damage. And again, him and Croco. Teddy also not hitting, whiffing on the Moonlight Vigil. That might have at least got them some counter kills.
Yeah, Ari doesn't do damage like that when I play her, I'm not going to lie, because I tend to miss 1 or 3 of my skill shots, and Closer hit all of them. That time around was very, very impressive. As now, looking for Fate, misses that one, so cast a curse, pretty immediate.
Come on, man.
Sometimes it just happens straight out of the gate.
I saw you tweet a little while ago, and you were like, yeah, I've probably casted most games. Does this mean your caster curse also gets stronger with every curse?
Yes, caster curse gets stronger with age.
That's how you've been able to create this statistical anomaly that is the LCK amount of cloud trade?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I'm very proud of it.
How many when did you gain these powers?
It just happens gradually over time.
Get better and better.
Yep.
Ages like fine wine.
It does indeed. It does indeed.
Wonderful.
And you get to live with the best dragons ever in the game. Unfortunately, we're going to have one a little bit early, as in this game, it got a little bit keen. Summoner's Rift sometimes just gets a little bit overexcited. And
pulls the trigger too early.
Yeah, gives the Drakes a little bit too early. So now we're going to have to suffer through an Infernal Soul. But Earth, Wind, and Fire in order Absolutely fantastic.
It's your second favorite.
Yeah, no, it just makes me very, very happy. I'm a big fan.
That's the only feeling that's better than that if that's a gangplank, right? And like you see all the extra gold pop up. Well, you just have all the minions just right. You throw in the Q. And
Yep. There's still, I think it was a crescent slash from a Diana that was probably the most satisfying, where there was like all of the caster minions were like fanned out around an inner turret.
Oh.
Diana moves over and kills all of them in one fell swoop. Oh man, just so extraordinarily satisfying. That's probably my favorite. Anyway, Ice is going to get some damage onto Hoyt here. As Kwangdong Freaks trying desperately to find a way
yeah, it's not
to
happening.
get towards an advantage. It's 2,000 gold, Chronicler. And Live Sandbox, we know that that is not a big enough lead for this team.
That's
they are
the
going
lesson.
to grab this Drake, though.
Agreed. That's the lesson from last time around. I do think
Ocean Soul, that's a letdown. I was hoping that I could just be so overconfident that it had just
that it
happened.
works. Yeah. I mean, that's how it works with Clouds.
Yeah, didn't happen this time.
Honestly, I think that the Ocean Soul for Live Sandbox is actually amazing if they can keep getting it, because champions like Aatrox into Ocean Soul
Yeah.
are not great.
No.
Alan the same, obviously. Fade and Teddy in particular, of course, will have enough damage to cut through that, although it might be annoying to deal with. But if you're Aatrox or if you're Lee and you face Ocean Soul, you feel pretty bad.
Yeah, and also like with how the Ari resets work and the essences and things like this, like
Viego's,
like
even though it's been nerfed, like still gets an insane amount.
Yeah, true.
Tank Gragas.
So we're expecting some of the forbidden books to come in from Kwangdong Freaks.
On the flip side, like Kwangdong was in a very similar position in game number one. They have a great team comp that can still win skirmishes, and most notably, Aatrox into Ocean Soul, very sad. Aatrox with 4 Ocean Drakes and Soul, very happy. Never dies.
Yes.
Effectively a tank.
No, I mean, yeah. If Kwangdong Freaks stack up 4 Ocean Drakes and get Soul, the game I think would have ended before the 4th Drake
Maybe
went down just a little bit.
I mean, I wonder. That's actually, I think that's a scenario we might get to, because both these two comps are extremely brawl heavy, and again, very short range, right? The longest range in the game is Ice, and it's going to take him a fair amount of time to actually get to the point where he outranges everyone else significantly, but outside of that, it's brawl him again and again.
Yeah, I just think that Live Sandbox should probably have more of an opportunity as Keen. In a bit of trouble here, going to go for the fat flash over the wall. Nails it, but that is still flash down. A lot of that aggression has now been dampened just a little.
Wondering whether we're going to see or Croco rather go for the Blade of the Rune King here. Of course, especially since the buffs has been an extremely strong item. It's not only his sword, but it's just really, really good. But we have seen most LCK Viegos opt into much tankier builds, going for Renduins or, God forbid, DRX second. Please don't do that. It makes me very, very sad.
Yep.
Anything?
I certainly hope that's
do it
what we're
first.
seeing.
But you know, maybe don't. And this is eerily reminiscent of the previous setup. This time around, there's no Drake. So Live Sandbox don't really have to handshake. And like in game number one, again, very, very similar situations. Then Kwangdong will find a crucial win. This time around, I think Live Sandbox comp, a lot easier to execute, right? Just throw a cask, hit a hook, get a depth charge, and if you got 1 kill, fight should be pretty easy from there on out.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about setting up for that first reset, and they've got so many tools to get that one happening.
Yeah.
Gragas, as the game goes on, will just start looking like better Lee Sin, as my mate Spawn used to always say. It was back at a time where their buttons were a little bit different. And, okay, yep. That was very strange.
It's back-to-back pain. Misses the back, misses the cannon.
Yeah, that's so the -1s. Yeah, they're in the chat. Okay.
It's got to be done.
It's okay. I was trying to ignore it. I was talking about reminiscing in the past.
If he gets that backhand soul, they might still get the turret. Looks like they will get pretty close.
My Vigil comes down. Teddy doing a fair bit of damage here as Keen is teleported in. Okay, let's see whether he can actually get some value here. And the answer is absolutely... Oh, okay. It's absolutely yes. As he's going to burn down eventually. It is going to be the kill picked up there by Croco. combination of challenging smite, I believe, as well as the red buff. But man, Keen demonstrating that there is certainly some power in the team fight of this Aatrox if they get the flanks.
Yeah, but that was still a really big trade down because it was a 1-for-1 and they lost the turret, and now Keen doesn't have ultimate for the fight coming up.
Yeah, oh man, how did that charm miss everyone? That was ridiculous, right through the goalposts, as one of these goalposts actually going to fall down. That tower in the mid lane will fall, secured there by Closer. And Liv Sandbox, it's not going to be a giveaway of a lead this time around. 24 seconds on this Ocean Drake. Dove doesn't have his cask, but he does have barrels to be put down to try and deny any sort of entrance for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I know.
Vision will be claimed. And
That's this.
yeah, this is really, really difficult. There are some buttons on cooldown, though. There's no ultimates at all from Liv Sandbox. There is at least a Shadow Surge and a kick over on the side of Kwangdong.
It's not enough, right? That's the main problem for Kwangdong. Because as much as you have an ult advantage, it's still... Shadow Surge is okay. But it's just now that the Sun... oh my, I'm just blanking. Leona's ultimate, there we go.
The solar
is
flare?
available. Yeah, thank you very much.
There you go.
That's just sunlight, there's moonlight, you know, there's too many lights, Atlas.
Yeah.
Too many flares, too many lights, but crucially...
Solar Flare Vigil.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think you do vigils for solar stuff, right?
I mean, I guess you probably
You
could.
yeah. As
Do vigils for whatever you want.
Keen actually able to crucially get the single kill there, which gets him the resets, as you pointed out. I think it's just Red Smite from Croco, because I'm pretty sure he got the red buff from Keen.
He may have.
As I saw that, I think I saw that.
I was trying to
transfer.
cover all bases, because sometimes the Bernie thing, it's difficult to
Well, I might
understand
be,
which
I might be
Bernie
wrong
thing
as well.
it's coming from.
You know, there's a lot of burning happening there.
Yep.
As you don't need to go for the sandbox. If you get it, great. But if you have to forfeit it, might be a good call. As you know, Croco's going just under a second.
Look at the vision. Look at the vision control, though. You can see there is a ward in the back here, so Kwangdong Freaks know what's going on. But all of Liv Sandbox have rotated around. Dove on vision is huge, actually.
Keen?
As you can see, Kale pokes his head out. Keen dives on in, tries to get it. The Rift Herald is going to be secured by Croco, but he takes a lot of damage. Chains, the kick is going to come through, and Closer will fall down. And Liv Sandbox, once again, may have bitten off more than they could chew. It's a decent body slam, but it's not going to work out. Teddy throws through the Vigil, and that is going to connect, help lock down a bit more damage as the eye will be secured. All right,
Run,
so
Croco.
Shirley will be placed onto the Rift, but I don't know whether it was worth it.
I do know. It was not. Yeah. Sandbox, you can give that objective up. That's fine. It's a second Herald. You don't need it. You will do really well.
I think they were trying to disengage at the end there, but yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah, but just let it go.
Yeah.
Like Croco, oh my god, Croco literally like...
The solo flare was
half
really,
a second,
really nice.
yeah, and then obviously disengage, not going to work out. Dove's cask, not perfect, so even if it is perfect, he probably dies there. And the only
야, 나
upside
이거 먹어볼게.
is Croco getting
먹게 뭐 상관없어.
sneaky eye as he runs away.
런!
Yes. As Jason, by the way, let us know, you were right. Viego also had red. So it was both a red buff transfer,
Bernie.
plus a red, plus a lot of burning.
The good old refresh. Love it. Okay. Well, now, as we check in on the gold, it is going to be cresting the 20-minute mark with Liv Sandbox having an advantage. 25 minutes is what they're really going to have to hold on to. And this is by no means a big enough lead, right? It's under 2,000. As Ellen's going to rotate over, looking for Dove here. And Keen, okay, throws down the ulti. That's going to be the stun that will connect. The Spirit Rush is going to come out, and Keen just turns it. My god, the damage from this Aatrox. And Closer just did not see it coming.
Oh, there's a turret there. Guys, just force the ultimate and let it go. If the charm doesn't hit, you can't go for that play, especially not with the build that Closer is going for. You don't have the roll damage, right? You don't even have your Horizon Focus finish yet. Okay, he doesn't know.
Yeah, that is going to be the Shadow Surge. Kick goes back as Elim is actually going to kick Kale to relative. Okay, danger still as the rest of Kwangdong Freaks were there at the ready. Oh, okay, another Moonlight Vigil comes down as the reset of the Shadow Surge will secure it onto the Jinx. Great fear to stop any sort of follow-up from Dove as well. And Liv Sandbox, it's like it's that time where they're starting to fall apart.
Just that overforce twice in a row, and this is what Sandbox, I think, struggles with the most, is like knowing what to prioritize, what to do when. There's no need for you to force a dive on a topside Aatrox, where like if it backfires, the results are horrendous. Because now Keen is monstrously fed, gonna have a much better time, he's gonna hit Death Dance soon, and again, moment this charm misses, just let it go.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Like, Closer is tanking a turret here for so long.
That was
flashes.
2 sweet spots and is Darkened Blade. That's it.
Yeah, and Gold Drinker as well. And so not really a need if Kael actually... I like what he's going for here on the hook on Hoyt, but it's unfortunately for him not enough. Ice misses one actually no, both ultimate hits, so he just dies. I thought he was able to get out in my vigil, but had flash as well, so maybe should have used that, but this is a soul point fight. Keen is big!
Keen's just walking into 4 people and he does not care about it whatsoever. It's a decent fear to go down onto Dove, but Liv Sandbox still battling their way in. This is for Ocean Soul. This is actually huge. Croco getting himself round the back. He's spotted on Vision, trying to clear it out right now. As, all right, like ships in the night, I guess. Over the wall goes Keen. Yeah, exactly right. Ice gonna have to flash, get himself out of the way, but I don't think he's winning the battle with this Aatrox. Dove gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way as Closer is gonna go down first in this fight. Kale's also running the wrong direction as Croco gets over the wall, and it will be the soul denied by Kwangdong Freaks. And Keen, it's just feeling like he's way too big.
And they gave it to him. There was no need. Sandbox was in a beautiful, beautiful position, and you can hear my desperation because I've seen it so many times, right? And for Kwangdong, this is feeling amazing. This is exactly the same turnaround that you had in game number 1. It's a different champions, but the feeling is exactly the same, and it's again the back of Keen. It's kind of dunking on people, but unlike game number 1, I think that Sandbox had no real need to put themselves in this position. And now Kwangdong Freaks picked up the first Drake. There will be more opportunities. This composition from Sandbox, especially if they can get Ice to another objective, will be feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
As, that's just not going to work.
Okay, Liv Sandbox. I guess we're just trying to get to another fight. Moonlight Vigil's gonna go wide, so at least there's that. We're still fighting. Chronicle it much. I know. It's a weird time as Kale's going to find a hook onto Hoyt. Solar Flare finds a slow as Closer looks to get himself out. As Liv Sandbox will back away until they go back again. They are just desperate to try and get in here and start this Baron.
What's the MLXG copy pasta? When Liv Sandbox is behind 3k gold, they think they are on even footing, so they just go in.
Yeah.
Honestly, more apt than with any other team, I'd say.
They're down 400 gold. This is basically even. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know, but if you're even, they should at least force fights that are good. Not just force any fight.
Yeah, look. I mean, I'm right there with you, but in order to retain my sanity, I'm just going to pretend like it's a good idea.
I'm pretty sure that they saw Keen, like, not 100%, but I feel like Croco spotted him.
Yeah, it was a flash. It was a split second as he dashed the wall, I believe.
And yeah, if you don't have Ice doing any damage in the fight, then obviously not much can happen. Closer again, getting blown up immediately, and Croco going Steric second.
Oh no.
No.
Aye.
Yeah. Well, maybe Ice can hit.
That's in the cons column. We'll put that on the whiteboard for later. We'll send it in an angry email.
And Ice is looking to go for... I actually wonder what he's going to go further. I think Lord Dominic's is the way to go. Might even go more the Reminder. They definitely need it because they have no healing reduction. And Keen is 50 CS up. He's level 15, and he has a Death Stance.
Yes.
And
I mean,
maybe
there is a
back.
Bramble Vest.
Hey, well, yeah, I'm
There you
sure
go.
Keen is gonna auto the Gragas and not.
Hey, there's also an
any of the-
Ignite.
Okay. Well, at least if you're not taking me seriously, when I want to tell you why Aatrox is the best champion right now in all of League of Legends, then...
You don't need to convince me. Lord Morgan showed me yesterday. The light has been revealed on this champion. I know it's ironic given his demonic form.
Oh, Closer.
Closer will be fine.
I mean, that's not actually... You might think that's a turret, but it's not.
Ah, what is it?
A memory of a turret. You know, it reminds you of better times.
It does.
Oh man,
does
I felt
indeed.
so safe close to that turret.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you should still trust the turret, you know?
Now we only feel safe around the Baron.
I mean,
It's the safest
shouldn't.
place. This is where all of our teams gravitate, or at least these two. As Croco, let's see whether he can find something. Again, a lot of Sterix value here, as we can see. Hook is going to go slightly wide as Closer. Does have the ulti, misses another charm though. Orbit Deception's good, gets a lot of damage onto LM as Keen. Wrapping around, good vision available. As Liv Sandbox want to close in. Dove will turn up as well. And we're defending this tiny amount of health outer turret in the top side of the map.
Oh no, no. Okay, Sandbox, good. Don't take that blast cone.
All right.
I thought they were going to do it.
Well, Dove, oh, I thought he was going to do that as well, as he could feel the call of the Baron.
What would the call of the Baron sound like?
I don't know, like... That's like a pterodactyl.
Isn't it more like...
Yeah,
like
I mean,
majestic?
I wasn't really, I didn't commit that hard.
I feel, I mean, maybe it is, you know? He is very dinosaur-y.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, it's the sort of the sound of when it goes down at the end, but I imagine the call would be a little bit less, I'm dying, you know? Yeah. Don't know. You guys, like, you could send us a voice recording if you do have any hints as to what it would sound like.
Ice, crucially.
Viewers to just have a conversation.
Doesn't have low Dominix yet. A lot of 2-item spikes hit here on either side, but again, Keen is an absolute monster, and until that low Dominix is finished, I don't think anyone's going to get through his health bar.
Yeah, he's also got a Warden's Mail as well. And Liv Sandbox have started up the Baron, as they generally like to do.
This idea is good, but they have to turn. Don't try and actually do the Baron, please.
Oh, that is a miss on the hook. Keen coming on over, gets a nice knock-up. Infernal Chains connect as well as they turn immediately. Listening to Chronicler here just a little bit. Ice wraps around, spots Keen. Knows exactly what he wants to be doing every single time. KO misses another hook. As, okay, the charm isn't the Everfrost, not going to miss either, but the Zenith Blade gets him in there. It is a 1-for-1, and it's the jungler that fell down already. Keen has found himself right into the middle of the fight, and there's no one that can do anything to touch this guy. The world is indeed ending as he flashes in for the sweet spot onto the Jinx. It's a double kill for Teddy in the end. That's the ace. And by their own sword in this Baron pit, Liv Sandbox will fall down. Kwangdong Freaks now looking at that tiebreaker against Fred Breon as they take down the Baron.
And Keen bringing death to the hopes of both Liv Sandbox and KT fans all around the world. As this engage starts out pretty reasonable, right? You're thinking you get the first kill, but because Croco
One of your
immediately,
resets is the one
it
of the
doesn't
deaths,
matter.
right? Oh no.
It doesn't matter, right? Because exactly, like Croco is unable to get anything done, and at this point, Keen just 1v9s. He doesn't lose any health.
Aatrox is so overpowered. What an extraordinary champion.
When he is monstrously far ahead, yes. I just want to reiterate that before you go and you're like, oh man, I'm going to play Aatrox, and then you go, and then you fall behind early, and then you realize that the champion is not always this fun. But when you're this far ahead and when you're as good as Keen, man, does it look broken.
It certainly does. Keen definitely having a great one. Might be a solo POG angle, as I don't know who else I'd be giving it to. As Liv Sandbox, of course, we're setting up for another 5v5. Baron be damned. As, okay, Keen inside this pit, spotted out once again. Checking flanks, they absolutely have to do this. As Dove's down relatively low, does have the opportunity to throw out some casks though.
There he is!
Keen, yep, he's found his opportunity, gets into that backline as Closer, trying to Spirit Rush his way out. Ice is already dead though, and Keen is just running amok. Everyone is dying on Liv Sandbox. It's a triple kill, in fact, as the last Shadow Surge is not going to connect. Croco and Closer will get out of here. Kwangdong Freaks just trying to figure out which bevy of options they are going to go with as their next ones, as Keen gets charmed and doesn't care about that one iota. We'll take down a Brambleback and then get to pushing.
Well, Atlas,
How many more team fights can Live Sandbox try and force? I think they got one more in them.
I mean, I don't know if they can. They're going to.
They got one more. It's happening.
Oh,
4
man.
seconds on ice. Doves up in 8. Let's go.
They get that book. Hey, if they force a team fight and they win it, there's a lot of bounties now. But honestly, Keen again, like when Fade, Keen, and Elam are all in the enemy backline, you know it's going to be a bad time. And this is again Live Sandbox. And this is the culmination of it, right? But you can see that they just don't really know how to set up these type of fights. Because the amount of time that at this point you need to buy is almost impossible, right? Like, obviously, Keen's not going to make mistakes, randomly walk in and die. But
Well, I don't think it's possible for Keen to die.
Well, no, my point being that the only person that can kill Keen on Sandbox is Ice. That's it. He just has his little Dominic's finish, right? And like, but you need to play around that. And what happens instead is Ice or Croco and Dove are all off on their own mission. They're starting. No, you need to protect the backline. You have the tools.
I think Dove just needs to sit on top of Ice. He should have been doing it from the beginning. Every single cast needed to be on top of Keen to stop him from just killing
at this point.
I mean, now it's too little, way too late.
Oh, it's not happening. No, there's a 10-stack Magi's. Haven't even talked about Teddy this entire game, but he's monstrously fed.
Yep, Ice going to force himself out of the way of the Solar Flare. Decent little fear there on to Croco as well. Kwangdong Freaks just keeping them at arm's length. The Sandbox, 5 members are alive. Let's gear up for another 5-man team fight. See what they can find. Not a whole lot to be fighting for right now, though, is 8,000 gold. The advantage here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Looks like it is a long day for you and me, Atlas. Surely we're going to tiebreakers now.
I mean, yes, it's a 9,000 gold lead for the team that if they win this game, it is a tiebreaker between themselves and Fred at Breon. Will be after the DRX versus T1 series. Of course, T1 looking for that 18-0, a very exciting match before that tiebreaker. But that's why we started a little bit early, you know? Got plenty of time.
As amazing as it is for Kwangdong Freaks to make it, I wish all 3 teams could have made it in, because Rascal not going to playoffs.
Yeah. With 30 solo kills.
That just feels wrong.
It does. It does. But, you know, top laners being in Elo Hell is a thing that has happened throughout the LCK for a very long time, yeah? There is a certain player that is playing a certain demon in this certain game that has experienced it for many years.
And now he has a team.
Yeah, great little charm there as Hoyt's just going to press his stopwatch button to look glorious for a moment, and he does. As Kwangdong Freaks just waiting for another objective to take, not wanting to siege right now, I guess. As Keen splitting 5 people. Is it enough is going to be the question as the World Ender comes down, avoids a whole lot of different buttons, as that is going to be the depth charge. Flame Chompers, and Keen is going to go golden. That is after pressing his Gore Drinker button as well. Finds the knock-up, and that is going to be the kill onto the Aatrox. So, they get Keen. Raid Boss 1 down. Let's see whether they know the mechanics for the next fight.
I don't know, they've been wiping on this one for the entirety of the evening.
This is the problem. It doesn't feel good, does it? Because the fights generally get harder as they go on. And okay, Croco going to dive forward. Doesn't look like he's done that much damage, but that is going to be a decent body slam. Super Mega Death Rocket onto the Lee Sin. Moonlight Vigil to answer though as Teddy is flashing in. Decent hook there from Kale though. He's going to try and get this work done. The Jinx goes down and now the resets flood forward. It was a decent first attempt at the second boss, but it wasn't a good enough one in order to get a victory. Kwangdong Freaks should be able to push down this bottom lane and claim the win and claim the tiebreaker.
Don't stand in the fire, don't stand in the moonlight, says Teddy.
Bring your consumables!
Oh, all the cooldowns being used, didn't matter. In the end, Kwangdong Freaks, honestly, after what was a tumultuous split, getting themselves a very deserved ticket to playoffs here.
Absolutely. This was, Kwangdong Freaks were the team that I think most people were expecting to make it to playoffs. They are going to be able to do so, and they may also be able to do so in 5th place if they can take down Fred at Breon after today's match. And Keen, he'll face off against Lord Morgan after the second series of the night. Of course, we still do have the very last regular season match, which will be T1 versus DRX. T1 looking for that 18-0, but after that, the tiebreaker. The congratulations are in order first, right?
Get me an Aatrox versus Aatrox matchup. I don't care how we get it done.
Blind pick Aatrox versus Aatrox?
Keen versus the Lord.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
I'm right there with you. That's absolutely what I want. I don't think that it's ever going to be possible again, which makes me shed a tear. Maybe if Keen and Morgan just sub in for an LPL team and they play a Demacia Cup or something next year, we might be able to see it. But that means they'd have to leave Korea.
Please
we
no.
do definitely not want to see.
I'm already scared enough about my challenger players leaving for the LPL. Please don't talk about the LCK players as well. Atlas is honestly Keen, and I think many members on this Kwangdong roster at the start of the day, or start of the split rather, looking lackluster. Alum and Hoyd were often called some of the worst players in their role. Fate was basically invisible, and it was just Teddy and Keen trying desperately to get anything done. And now look where they are.
Now it is honestly like it's something that we've had conversations about many times. It's the communication and the fact that communication makes your utility players look so much better. As I guess it's time to go skating.
Skating
it's
with
confirmed.
a gold medalist.
Yeah.
That's
well,
awesome.
She'd also be skating with a playoffs birthed Kwangdong Freaks, okay?
True.
So, I mean, the Olympics are cool and all, but LCK playoffs, pretty sure that's cooler in my world.
It depends who you ask, Atlas. let's not call it.
But you asked me, or I asked myself, and therefore it is my opinion that you'll get, and there's only you on the other microphone that can answer. But congratulations, huge congratulations, all jokes aside, to Kwangdong Freaks. I think they earned it, absolutely. And now up against Frederick Brion, an absolutely terrifying Frederick Brion as well in the tiebreaker that's to come. Checking out some of these highlights. It was not a great game from Kale in particular. Judging by a lot of what he was trying to get done, but honestly, Live Sandbox once again, it was an early game that worked, and it was a mid to late game that absolutely did not.
I don't. It's Kyle. It's Closer. It's Dove. I think I couldn't really ever play the game. Big Purple was the only one that had a semi-decent performance here. But key takeaway is that even though their early skirmishing is okay, they just don't know what to do afterwards, and this is understandable. This is a team without considerable experience. Yes, Dove has experience, but he roll swapped. And then, I don't want to. This is just, oh man.
It's named appropriately, isn't it, the World Ender? Because that was where the world kind of ended
it did.
for
and
Live Sandbox.
Especially at this point in the game where you are as Ari, if you don't need Charm, just back off. Like, you're not going to kill him. It's fine. It happens. But especially without Horizon Focus, it's not going to get him. And then instead, Keen gets fed, and he never dies. And
engaging under Leona, a tale as old as time as well. I actually thought Hoyt was going to get picked a little bit quicker, but of course Eclipse always manages to mitigate more than you expect. And then what do? Like, Keen is gaining more health against one versus 3 than he's losing.
The game was over, when the dive on top happened, that was the end of it. Because the amount of items you need as Ice to actually kill Keen, especially, as I want to highlight again, I don't think Ice in particular is the fault here because he couldn't play the game, right? Like, it was up to the rest of the team to feel for him, they didn't do that. And that's because Live Sandbox is playing like a team that lacks experience, that lacks decisive shot calling, that lacks an idea of how to play out these more complex scenarios, and that's why we see them have decent early games, but also why we don't see them actually win a whole lot.
The early game is the most reminiscent of solo queue, right? As Teddy throws down a massive Infernum ultimate. As this was sort of that follow-up fight where they get the pick onto the Aatrox and then they're like, it's time to push forward, as Live Sandbox often thinks it's time for, but it wasn't. Keen, Fate, and Teddy all doing pretty magnificent amounts of damage. And I think my vote, if I had one, which I do not, would be for Keen once again. But Fate had a great game, got a lot of resets. Teddy also did a lot of damage on an Aphelios who has struggled in the Jinx matchup quite a lot. Did not struggle in this one.
No. It was there was no struggle. It was Kwangdong decisively showing, guys, we're a playoffs team. And the story.
Yeah.
We've had our struggles in the past, but those struggles are mostly behind us. Even 7 bans couldn't stop Hoyt. And
Yeah.
that was one of the big issues the team had. And those look to be in the distant past, I should say.
Distant past indeed. We do have to wave goodbye now to KT Rolster. Unfortunately, only 2 of the 3 teams were able to make it. And with that win for Kwangdong Freaks, KT will have to wait until summer. But let's throw it over to the desk to break down the Kwangdong Freaks victory.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of the couple of games there, as I think what we did just witness in the series was the difference between a playoffs team and a team that is currently now in 9th in Live Sandbox. You get a couple of wins, and that could be a little bit of a sticking point as well going into playoffs. Kwangdong Freaks kind of throwing both of those early games, and of course, at the end of the day, at least they do get the wins here, and we will have those tiebreakers.
Yeah. Wonderful breakdown is what maybe we'll do on this desk, but the breakdown of these past 2 games were certainly a little bit less than wonderful. Now, talking about the draft here for a second, I personally thought Live Sandbox draft gapped super hard. When you take the nameplates away here, you have the Gragas here with the Viego, you've got great peel for your Jinx, you have pick potential for your Jinx so that she can get excited early. Ahri and Jinx as a combo is super great. Then when the Aatrox comes in, after LM also locks in the Lee Sin, which has historically been a very weak champion for him this season, I'm like, okay, well, Aatrox is going to be running into an Ahri, he's going to be charming. There's so much CC, there's a Gragas there, and she's going to build Horizon focus, and Keen is going to struggle to find value in this game. Right? Wrong. Not in this case, because Closer wasn't able to hit charms consistently at all throughout this game, and also Keen's flank angles were never really properly checked. There weren't great ward coverages here for Kwangdong Freaks when they were trying to fight for Live Sandbox, excuse me, when they're trying to fight for objectives. And Keen found way too many holes in Live Sandbox and was able to consistently find backline access, was never properly charmed or shut down.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing. I do agree with you there. And yeah, I think the Ahri was pretty mishandled. I was molding a lot during that game. I think that times he had to play it passively, he was playing it aggressively and missing charms. Times he had to play aggressively, he was kind of sitting back, not doing much. And again, I mean, that's kind of the situation right now. They do have a whole break now to kind of improve and understand how to play some of those team fights out. So for Live Sandbox's case, it's all right. Not your best look. You did win a couple of those early games, but it does mean that Kwangdong Freaks will have the tiebreakers for playoffs. So we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. We do have 3 to break down, and we'll start off with Live Sandbox and this big win in the early game.
So Live Sandbox were able to get 3 critical kills here early. As Hoyt misses the Zenith Blade, they still go in. And LM tries to set up for this one, but finds himself isolated here. And this is a team fight that, because of the rocket coming through here as well from Ice, they have enough damage to actually turn on this. And Hoyt is continuing to chase. And he's Leona, but there's just not enough damage at this stage of the game. This Fates of Vex at level 7, only has his first item. Not a whole lot of follow-up here, so early kills going over. And Live Sandbox get a massive gold lead from this, have tons of control. And we'll just go straight to the second highlight, because this is a series of unfortunate events, just like in Game 1, where they decide to take fights like this one, where they just simply do not have control over choke points. It's a very strong Aatrox composition, where he's hitting his spike at this very moment. They're completely split as well in this fight. There's just no setup. Ice wasn't even here. Like, don't get me started on this. Then, of course, this dive happens, where after Closer misses the charm, they still continue to try to dive in Aatrox. And I mean, these are issues. And then this was not like a misplay from Live Sandbox as much as it was an excellent outplay by LM and Fate here. Fate triggers his second Shadow Surge here as well after the Aphelios Max Range Moonlight Vigil hits just enough damage to kill Ice here. Perfectly played. But these 3 moments put them back in the game, gave Keen a lot of gold, gave them opportunities to actually look for those mid-game fights. It was like deja vu, games 1 to 2.
Very, very similar. And it felt almost more swingy because Live Sandbox got even a bigger lead in Game 2, and then it was a bigger swing back. And we are going to take a look at the last highlight here and just show what Kwangdong Freaks were able to do with the lead that they now have.
There were just so many mechanical errors as well for Live Sandbox in some of these fights where, you know, the charms aren't great, the hooks aren't landing here on the Nautilus, and knows Keen's position. Once again, this time they identify where he is, but he's always threatening the backline, and if Ice can't actually participate in these fights, then he's irrelevant. He's already behind, as they just instantly turn this fight around. Really nice knockups here, but they're completely split once again by this Aatrox. If you can't win this longer fight anymore, you're not hitting your peel, And you're basically playing a pick-based comp that gets the Jinx excited, but if you don't get those picks, it doesn't matter. And Keen is just so insanely ahead. I mean, this was basically just the end of the game. One more fight happens after this, where they have an even bigger lead, but we don't really need to show that.
And a couple of other fights too, like the one on the Drake where they just did not cover the flanks and Keen got super ahead as well. We do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here. It will be Keen for the second time. Does get the solo POG today.
Yeah, I think there might be a split vote between him and Fate because Fate's follow-up engages from Elm starts, some of Keen's flanks were really, really good. And unfortunately for Teddy, man, he also played a great series, but he was just so outshined by the man on the top side of the map this series. It's just incredible what he's been able to do here. And like Atlas was saying, you know, I think this series is one more before the votes come through for our all-pro team here for the LCK. And he might be jumping up to top 5 in a lot of people's lists right now, maybe towards the top of the top 5 for some. But I mean, like, this is just a masterclass performance. After he and Morgan both played this Aatrox so extremely well, I suspect that we will be seeing this pick a lot in playoffs.
Wouldn't surprise me at all, especially when you take a look at what it can do into some of the matchups. Obviously, can be different once we get to the top of the table in the LCK, but I'm excited to see that as well because we know those players can play it up there. As Teddy does get a lot of love as well, I think in this case it does make more sense, right? We were kind of memeing about the first time, and one vote for Ellen as well.
Bit sad not to see any Fate votes. I thought he had a really good game on Vex where he's been somewhat, you know, inconsistent on in the past. So there's something to look forward to as Kwangdong fans, I guess.
For sure. And guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Congratulations, Keen. Thank you. Keen, you guys are the last team to punch the ticket to playoffs. How do you feel? We really had to win. We had to win in order to make playoffs. That was the only possibility for us, and I'm happy that we made it. Yeah, even right before the start of today's series, no one knew who's going to play at playoffs. How did you feel? Yeah, this was the very last match, so we were feeling so pressured, but my teammates did a fantastic job, so I'm so relieved. Was there any advice from the coaching staff or anything you guys had before the match with the players? You know, some players were very nervous, you know, so I just wanted to help them feel a lot more comfortable and play at ease. Who was feeling nervous? Hoyt and Ellum. They were like speaking nothing during games. I was like a little bit worried. Game number 1, Leap Sandbox banned 5 support cards. They were targeting Hoyt on the bottom lane. So how did Hoyt react to that? Well, during the pick and ban, we weren't too worried about it, you know? That doesn't really matter. So yeah, we were feeling comfortable. And he did a fantastic job in game as well. So yeah, we're happy about the result. We thought that you guys are trying to flex Gragas to support or play Seraphine. Was that the option you guys were considering? That's the secret. Game 2, you played Aatrox. The R5 Aatrox was having a strong power over the Rift. Was that some inspiration coming from Lord Morgan? Yeah, because of that match, I can actually like tell my teammates and my coaching staff that I can actually play Aatrox and this pick works. And it was a very successful counter into the opponent's comp. However, early on in the game, Leap Sandbox was able to get so many points in the mid lane teamfight. But after the second Herald fight, I think we were able to turn the corner, and the turning point was actually the Dragon teamfight. Do you think Aatrox will become a meta pick in the future? When he is picked in the right situation, yes. And this is the end of Kwangdong Freak's regular split. So how do you kind of look back the entire split so far? I think early on the split, you know, we were underperforming so bad. So yeah, that's a bummer. But still, you know, heading to the end of the split, we were able to climb up and improve and make playoffs. Not only that, Aran Kim is actually out there at Low Park supporting Keen, and she was like, let's go ice skating together after today's win. So what is your response? Thank you for supporting Kwangdong Freaks. And every time she comes and support us, we always win. So yeah, that's a big relief. Can you ask her to come again? Please come support us again. Thank you. And we also have other fans, out there and also watching online, supporting you guys. And we were so impressed to see Keen having a huge smile on his face after finding Aran Kim out there in the crowd. But also, we had so many KDF fans supporting your journey to playoffs. Send a message over to the fans as well. Thank you so much for supporting us. And also, we will do our best in the remaining playoffs race. So please keep supporting us. Thank you. And lastly, this is not the end of today's match. You guys actually have to play a tiebreaker against ㅅ2022 to see who's going to be the 5th place. Yeah, I heard that we have to play one more tiebreaker, so we don't have many times left, but we're going to do our best to prepare for that and win that match because we are the team, never got COVID throughout the split. So I want to say thank you to my team and my staff members who always did their best to keep us safe. And this will be the end of the interview from Keen. Back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome breakdown and translation of the interview, as Keen has a lot of fans, and it is really cool to see. We are going to take a look at the standings after this and just kind of go over what we have already mentioned here. It is tied between Kwangdong Freaks and ㅅ2022. Don't look at the 5th and 6th. That is not correct. They are currently tied, and they will have to play one tiebreaker at the end of the day.
And they are both confirmed as 5th and 6th seeds in playoffs, so I think that's why it shows like that, but the seeding is not determined yet, as KT Rolster will be eliminated from playoffs with this result. Had they won just one more series on their way here, if they had a better start to round 2, we might not have even had this conversation. They might have been in, but they were not. They might be in tiebreakers, but they're not. And this is just the expected result. Once ㅅ2022 took that win yesterday, we expected that Kwangdong would take this one today. And that's it. But the tiebreaker is going to be very exciting to determine that last seeding.
And before the tiebreaker and after a 1-hour break, we will have T1 up against DRX. Can they complete the 18-0 run, or can DRX upset them and potentially take 3rd seed at playoffs? We have yet to see. But join us in an hour for that match, and we'll see you then.
94번 경기 잊을 수 없죠. 서렌이 있던 때라면 94분이면 빨리 끝나면 시작해서 퇴근하는 시간입니다.
원래 리그 오브 레전드란 게임 자체가 말 그대로 그냥 포탑 끼고 버티거나 혹은 라인 클리어를 계속하면서 버티면은 확실하게 끝낼 수 있는 요소가 있지 않으면은 못 끝낼 수 있는 게임이거든요. 그러다 역전도 당하는 거고.
라이엇 입장에서 좀 경기 시간을 줄여야겠다는 좀 독한 마음을 먹게 된 계기가 된 게임이었다고 저는 생각합니다.
메타 자체가 좀 게임 끝내기가 좀 어려웠던 것 같아요. 그 11이라는 챔피언이 있으면.
늠롤이라는 표현도 아마 지네어가 가장 많이 사용을 했던 것 같은데 말씀하신 대로 장기전에 강한 팀이었던 걸로 기억을 하고요. 특히 이제 테디 선수가 들어간 이후에는 후반에는 그 원딜 게임이잖아요. LOL이란 게임. 그래서 더 장기전으로 가면은 잘할 수 있다는 자신감이 좀 선수들에게서도 플레이 보이는 그런 팀이었다고 저는 기억을 해요.
집중력이 엄청 높았던 것 같아요, 선수들은. 우리 팀의 테디, 눈꽃, 후잔, 익수 소환이 한타를 되게 잘했거든요. 조금 나중에 운영 못해서 골드 비슷해져도 그냥 한타는
싸움은 다들 그래도 괜찮게 하는데 라인전 세게 하면서 약간 굴리는 조합을 좀 잘 못했어가지고 후반 픽 보면서 약간 그렇게 하다 보니까 좀 장기전 이미지가 좀 강했던 것 같아요.
네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 자, 마지막 세트 지네어가 블루, SK텔레콤이 레드로 플레이합니다.
요즘 경기가 길어지는 거에 대해서 확실히 뭐뭐 한다라는 얘기가 좀 많이 나오고 있죠. 과학이다.
의회 게임이 유독 길어졌던 걸로 좀 기억을 하는데 그때 치비르가 튕기는 부메랑을 쓰면은 미니언들이 한 번에 지워지던 메타였다고 지금 기억을 하고 있거든요.
아지르 시비르였던 걸로 기억하는데 지네어는 뭐 라인 클리어만 잘하면 뭐 얼마든지 들어놓을 수 있는 조합이 하필 지네어에서 나왔고 그렇게 들어눕다 보니까 좀 그 지네어 캐리 라인에 아이템이 쭉쭉쭉쭉 나오면서 그런 상황이 펼쳐진 게 아닌가.
사실 장기전 보는 픽이거든요. 라인전은 센 픽이 그렇게 없었어가지고 그래서 초반 라인전 적당히 하고 약간 후반 가서 우리가 11을 아지르 카직스 사이드 압박 주면서 약간 본대에서 한타 하자는 생각을 했는데 어쩌다 보니까 저희가 실수도 하고 상대도 실수를 캐치하고 저희가 그러다 보니까 장기전 갔다가 좀 93분 경기가 됐던 것 같아요.
바텀 근데 웨이브 이미 들어와 있거든요. 바텀만 깨자. 들어와 있어요. 바텀만 깨자. 사먹지기. SK텔레콤.
여기는
이거
계속
충전.
한 개가 깨진 순간 두 개나 뭐 세 개나
자,
해야 돼요.
아직까지 사상자는 없어요. 사상자가 오히려
SKT 위험해요.
오히려 페이커가 죽었어. 그리고 저스티스. 앞으로 들어가서 조냐. 그리고 충전. 그리고 엄티가. 그래도 조냐. 자 이쪽 지금 이 아래 쏟아서 빠지고. 이거 결국에는 글쎄요. 엄티가 죽었어요.
너무 비정상적으로 게임이 길어지다 보니까 별의별 장면들이 다 나왔죠. CS를 무슨 진짜 저도 뭐 거의 처음 보는 CS 수치들이 막 나온다든가.
이거 버프치가 거의 다 됐고요. 탐켄치도 1000개 돌파!
사실 CS를 그렇게 인지 안 하고 있었는데 1000개가 되니까 갑자기 1006개? 이 정도일 때 갑자기 미드 저스티스 선수가 야, 너 진성아, 너 CS 1000개 넘었는데 약간 이래가지고 약간 경기에 집중하고 있는데 약간 피식 웃었던.
우리가 여기까지 하고 있었구나. 우리가 여기까지, 우리도 징하다 약간 이런 생각했던 것 같아요.
1000개 넘는 거 그 뒤에 본 적 있나요?
살면서 본 적이 없습니다. 어느 게임에서 본 것 같아요.
게임 자체는 SKT가 초반부터 유리했던 게임으로 알고 있고 글로벌 골드도 아마 나중에 역전된 걸로 알고 있거든요. 그러니까 CS를 하도 많이 먹어가지고 글골이 결국은 역전이 되는 아이템을 더 뽑을 것도 없고 한 번 SKT가 쌍둥이 부타까지 앞에 온 적이 있었거든요. 여러 번이죠. 근데
40초!
튕기는 거 좀 부담되죠? 슬슬 부디 부메랑 툭툭 튕기는 거 부담돼요?
자, 이거 한번 집중!
테디 장군 살았어요. 그리고 테디 장군이 살았어요.
타워쳐 하는데 그 쌍둥이 두고 포탑을 치는 거랑 잠깐 오더가 갈리면서 그때 ㅅ 선수가 먼저 이제 데스를 하고 그때부터 SKT의 승기가 좀 없어지지 않았나? 그런 생각을 좀 했어요.
넥서스 포탑 다 밀렸을 때 약간 아 이거 상대가 실수 안 하면 무조건 진다 약간 생각했고요. 근데 막상 또 넥서스 포탑은 없는데 상대가 실수를 안 해도 뭔가 11호 아지르 막 오른 이렇게 있으니까 상대가 엄청 막 뭐 못하더라고요. 약간 조합이 너무 좋았어가지고.
여기는 진짜 버티자. 이제 곧 있으면 또 바로 끝나고 하면 훨씬 편해져요.
네.
지금보다 훨씬 쉬워져요.
3초, 2초. 바론 버프 끝나사딘.
이제 버프는 다 꺼졌어요. 여기는 막을만해요. 자 이제 다 끝났어요.
자, 요거.
그런데 달려.
네.
버틴다. 뚫을 테면 뚫어봐. 지금 못 뚫고 있죠. 막히고 있어요.
그때 좀 흐름 중에 기억나는 것들 저도 시야에서 보니까
그건 있었던 것 같아요. 이 상태로 이렇게 라인 클리어만 하면서 버틸 수는 없다. 이런 생각이 들었던 게 아마 한 60분? 그쯤이었어요. 그래서 내가 뭔가 보여줘야겠다는 생각을 했었고 그때부터 그 생각을 했던 것 같아요. 머릿속에 나는 카사딘만 죽여야겠다.
여기까지 왔네요. 깊어요. 지금 순찰을 여기까지 돌아요. 그러니까 순찰 반경을 점점 넓히고 있죠. 처음에는 기지 주변만 순찰하다가 카직스 만납니다. 페이커 전담 마크. 그리고 이거 테디 장군 와요. 자 레이스 빨리 테디가 와요. 앞전면 테디. 쫓아가다
근데 이제 딱 한 번 카사딘을 한번 선수들이 다 쫓아가지 말라고 했었거든요. 저보고 어차피 못 잡는다고. 제가 그냥 무시하고 해보겠다고 했는데
카사딘 도주 예. 정 빨리 해줘. 네.
카사딘이라서.
저것도 예. 죽으면 끝나거든요. 캐리 하나요?
그때 딱 카사딘 잡고 나서 그 블루에서 딱 마무리하고 나서 이건 무조건 끝났다라고 생각한 것 같아요. 이거 아니 끝났다가 아니에요. 끝내야만 한다. 지금밖에 없다. 약간 이 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
페이커는 한 40분 정도 스토킹했던 엄티가
그렇죠.
해냈어요.
결국 해냈어요.
네. 근데 다음 웨이브 있어요. 다음 웨이브 있어요. 포탑! 깨져요. 무너지게 됐어요. 자, 소환이 앞장서고 있고요. 카사딘 아직도 공허하죠. 카사딘 아직도 20초. 테디가
와 개 미쳤어 이러시면서 들어왔는데 감독님이 원래 욕을 그렇게 자주 안 하시거든요. 그거 보고 진짜 기쁘시구나 하고 그때 뒤에 들어오는 상철 코치님, 플라이 코치님이 계셨는데 그렇게 웃으시는 상철이 형이 그렇게 웃으시는 걸 처음 봤어요 살면서. 그래서 그거 보고 되게 행복했던 것 같아요. 그때 당시의 감정은 제가 프로게임을 하면서 못 잊지 않을까요? 정말 즐거웠던 감정이었던 것 같아요.
정신 없었던 것 같아요. 좀 기쁨과 환희, 불리한 상황에서 집중을 해서 이겼다는 데에서 팀에게 감사하고 고맙고 약간 뿌듯함? 약간 그런 게 좀 들었던 것 같아요.
졌을 때 조금 그걸 지다니 이런 생각은 안 했어요.
전혀 안 했어요. 네, 질만 하다라고 생각했어요. 근데 결국에는 그냥 조합적으로 이거 우리 끝내기가 너무 힘들었다라는 말을 했었어. 그냥 왜 진지 알고 그냥 어떤 걸 고치면 될지 아니까 그냥 그런 거를 오히려 생각했던 것 같아요.
이거는 그냥 SKT가 못 끝냈다고 표현하고 싶지 않아요. 진에어를 칭찬하고 싶어요.
모습이라 말씀하셨죠.
진에어가 정말
이걸 버티네?
나는 얘기가
기록상으로는 승리팀, 패배팀이 있습니다만 저는 승리팀, 패배팀이 없다고 생각합니다. 두 팀 모두 승리팀이라고 생각을 합니다. 94분 동안에 보여줬던 그 선수들의 집중력과 그 열정, 그리고 팬들의 끊임없는 응원, 이것 자체로 e스포츠 역사에 꼭 들어가야 될 그런 매우 의미 있는 명경기라고 저는 생각합니다.
경기는 엄티 선수 어떤 의미예요?
94분 경기. 저때 엄티 있었네. 엄티 누구야? 이러면서 계속 얘기가 오갈 거라고 생각하니까. 그러니까 저는 잊혀지는 프로게이머가 안 된 거잖아요, 지금. 그게 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 저한테는 하나의 훈장이죠. 훈장.
네. 뭐하고 계신가요? 그 롤파크에 살고 있는데 롤파크에 직관을 간 적이 한 번도 없잖아요. 그래서 직관 한번 가보고 싶어가지고 티켓팅 지금 준비하고 있는데 이게 티켓팅은 또 PC방이 잘 되는 거 아세요? 지금 근데 10분밖에 안 남았어요, 시간이.
오늘 성공할 수 있을 것 같아요.
전프로, 프로게이머 손. 완전 그냥 속도 빠르게 무조건 티켓팅 성공하죠. 제 손에 지금 작가 PD님들 퇴근이 달린 거 아니에요? 몇 분이야? 2분. 시간이 갈수록 뭔가 마음이 이렇게 좀 압박감이 든다. 실패하면 3시간 동안 진짜 어떡하냐? 딱 시뮬레이션, 머릿속으로 시뮬레이션 해놔야 돼. 딱 새로 고침하고 하자마자 변기 딱 누르고 그러고 나서 좌석 고르고 앞줄, 맞아. 앞줄 됐으면 좋겠다. 3, 2, 1, 0. 어딨어? T1 젠지. 와, 1788명. 야, 잠깐만. 아니, 이게 이게 말이 돼? 없어. 없는 거 맞죠, 이거? 아, 망했네. 다음 8시에 있는 경기 티켓팅 한번 노려볼게요, 그러면. 티켓팅 일단 1경기는 실패 같거든요. 근데 3시간을 기다려야 되네. PC방 온 김에 게임하고 먹을 것도 시켜 먹고 해야겠다. 어쩔 수 없다, 이거는. 아니, 요새 PC방들 메뉴가 너무 잘 돼 있어. 뭐 먹지? 라면 먹을까? 와, 핫도그들 미쳤는데? 요청사항. 라면, 꼬들면 부탁드립니다. 이렇게 해도 진상 아니겠지? 감사합니다. 와, 너무 맛있어 보인다. 잘 먹겠습니다. 꼬들하게 해달라 했는데 요청사항도 잘 들어주셨어요. 이거 시켜드려요? 지금 50분이네 벌써. 영신광동. 이번엔 무조건 성공한다. 제발. 진짜 제발. 윤수빈 아나운서님도 티켓팅을 하셨더라고요. 직관 가려고. 근데 100이 2,000명 넘어서 실패했어. 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 지금. 됐다! 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 이 정도면 좋은데? 가운데 딱 중립석, 완전 그냥 생 가운데인데? 농심도 아니고 광동도 아니고 딱 중립석에서 지켜볼 수 있는. 아니 근데 진짜 이게 너무 빨리 나가가지고 깜짝 놀랐어. 기분이 너무 좋은데? 이제 얼마 안 남았으니까 경기 날 뵐게요. 됐다!
누클리 형님.
안녕하세요. 저 지금 경기 보고 있어요.
아이고. 안 그래도 이제 누클리 형님이 월급 누팡이라는 말이 많이 나오고 있는데.
누가? 거짓말 좀 하지 마세요, 진짜로.
일 안 하시고 직관 가서 놀러 가셔도 되는 겁니까?
오늘 하루만 쉽시다. 오늘 하루 좀 편하게 오늘 하루만.
저희도 이제 분량을 뽑고 일을 해야 되니까 저희가 공짜로 보내드릴 수는 없잖아요.
어떻게 뽑아요 오늘 분량?
그래서 저희가 미션을 준비했습니다.
와.
여기서 포인트는 카메라에 꼭 잡히셔야 돼요.
카메라에 꼭 잡히게? 아 근데 카메라 무조건 잡을 것 같은데? 솔직히 카메라 감독님도 저 누군지 알고 이게 핵가족 딱 우리 딱 잘 되고 있는데 멀리서 찍으셔야겠네요.
저희가 알아서 할게요.
약간 제 그냥 소울대로 할게요.
그래도 그림이 되게 중요한 거 알죠? 그림이
아 지금 망했잖아요. 막 읽으셔가지고 손 삐뚤어졌잖아. 망했어 이거.
남탓 금지.
고스트로 삼행시를 할까? 나쁘지 않은데? 농심이 저 고소하는 거 아니에요? 고생이 많다. 아니야. 고깃집에서 뭔가 왜 허전한 거 같지? 와 깜짝이야. 깜짝이야. 와 깜짝이야. 깜짝이야.
제가 또 뉴클리어님 그려드릴게요.
그러면 모델 해주세요. 제가 보고 그릴게요.
이거 그 타이타닉 BGM 좀 깔아주세요.
다 했습니다.
하나, 둘, 셋. 진짜. 아니 내가 뭐 어딜 봐서 이렇게 생겼어요.
그 마스크 쓰고 계셔서 밑에는 안 보여가지고 상상으로.
근데 좀 닮았다고 얘기 나올 것 같아.
안녕하세요. 경기 보고 있어요 지금? 네. 이 경기 제가 직관을 하거든요. 오늘 좀 선수들 응원차 잠깐 짧게 인사하러 잠깐 들렸고 만약에 좋은 결과 있다면은 세레모니 같은 거 짧게 하나만 부탁해도 될까요? 뭘 해야 될지 모르겠죠. 이거를 마음에 드는 선수랑 이거 끝날까? 오케이? 오케이? 진성아 시선 피하지 말고.
아니 탑이랑 정글이랑 싸워도 왜 원딜이 나랑 해?
제가 오늘 핵가족 촬영을 하면서 이 경기 직관을 해요. 제가 와서 좀 힘나지 않나요?
네, 정말 힘이 나는 것 같아요.
그래서 오늘 제가 힘도 좀 드리고 세레머니 같은 것도 제가 지금 하나 부탁드리고 싶은 게 있어가지고 찾아왔거든요. 세레머니요? 혹시 뭘 것 같아요? 진짜? 역시 용준이가 감이 좀 있다. 제가 그러면은 이 화살 같은 걸 쏠게요. 이렇게 한번 빡 쏠게요. 이렇게 쏘면은 드레드 선수 너무 하고 싶나 본데 지금? BDD 선수는 좀 어때요?
그 친한 용준이가 하고 싶어 하는.
저는 BDD 선수랑도 친해지고 싶어가지고.
그래요?
네.
뭐 피어지 받으면은.
진짜요? 그리고 피터 선수도 혹시 핵가족 봤어요?
지나가는 롤 챔스 할 때.
유튜브로는 안 보고?
제가 요새 힘들어가지고.
오늘 다들 그럼 파이팅 하시고 경기 좋은 결과 있길 바라겠습니다.
감독 응원하시나요? 농심 응원하나요?
저는 이기는 편이 우리 팀이에요. 그러면 나도 이제는 약간 관계자가 아니고 팬이네? 직관하면, 그죠? 오케이. 여기가 티켓팅 하는데요? 와, 대박. 일로 들어가, 와. 저기가 보다.
팔찌 확인하겠습니다.
뭔가 내가 더 긴장된다. 함성 지르면 안 되고 또 뭐 하면 안 되는 거니까. 너무 나대지 말기. 저 근데 무조건 나올 것 같은데요? 무조건 잡힐 것 같은데?
복수의 칼날을 나 알고 오지 않았을까 싶고
생겼을 거 같거든요. 이렇게 주전 맵으로
오늘 노출에서의 6승 무패거든요. 맞습니다. 한 번도 한 번도 진짜 없어요. 심성적에 비해서. 그리고 또 들어가요. 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. 막하는 남자죠. 중학생이신가요? 고등학생이신가요? 대학생이세요? 성인이세요? 아 대학생? 대자를 하시는 거 보니까. 역시. 역시.
그렇죠. 요즘에 또 건강이 굉장히 중요한 이슈거든요.
맞아요. 아니 정말. 이거 누구야? 집에 안 가니?
진짜 여기가 일 수도 있죠.
네. 많이 보는 거예요.
백화점 많은 사람.
네, 부탁드리겠습니다. 여기 사는 직관이
누군가 했어요. 그러니까요. 얼굴 보니까 너무 낯이.
이거네요.
그러게요.
황입니다.
승리는 그러자 매니 동심 내 끝나고 소나트라도 약간. 매니 동심 내 선수니까 좀 나왔습니다.
와, 광동 프리스 이러니 해도 오늘 2대0 완승이에요.
아니 이걸 어떻게 들어요 이걸? 뭐야? 내 심 핵가족 끝이에요? 뭐야? 진짜 어디 갔어요? 아니 알았다. 집 업그레이드? 집이 나 뭐 당황해서 말이 안 나오네. 뭐야? 갑자기 웬 케이크예요?
이제 자유의 몸이 젖었으니까.
아니 진짜야?
인턴 MC 종료 기념으로 준비했습니다.
인턴 MC 종료? 집이 없어요.
끝났나 봐요.
끝났나 봐요.
쫓겨나는 거예요?
그런가 봐요.
갑자기 서운해질라 하네. 이 롤파크의 구석구석을 보여주시느라 정말 고생이 많았고 앞으로 또 종종 뵐 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
나 생일 아닌데 뭐지? 몰카인가?
고생하셨습니다.
고생하셨어요.
저희는 진짜 퇴근할게요 이제.
어라? 저 뭐야? 나 뭐야? 뭐야? 어이 나 어떡하라고?
뉴클리어 팀으로 가자.
The fight from Vega is inside and Vega built the whole damn play.
But let me warn you one last
When it comes to Vega,
time.
just absolutely devastating.
Guess who's back to change your life?
There is no doubt in my mind that T1 is the best team in the LCK.
I think 2022 is actually more impressive. There's a lot of great competition in Gen.G, Dalmonkia, DRX. You know, I think this might be the best team we've had in a very long time. I think, in my mind, they're better than Dalmon was in 2020.
How many times have DarkMonkey been spectators so far? It's been the last two neutral fights. And Faker is just going to pick up the Jinx. Oh no, it's a disaster for DarkMonkey. Both of their carries ripped from the rim. It all sort of happened in the last 3 of those minutes.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about this one, Atlas, when it comes to
Teddy's not feeling so good about it either.
And we haven't seen like their final form just yet, I think.
Solar Flare goes out after a move, finds the fence line, only under the crab, and there they go! Tokoi is already down, and FlyQuest will find themselves cut to pieces. Someday deals with multiple players on FlyQuest, he picks up one, here comes another.
The positioning on that engage in that final dragon fight from Abidaga was also perfect. 100 Thieves can be happy with this game for sure. They have a 2-0 weekend.
Yeah. Yo, Nautilus, can you come mid quick? And if I ball, he walks up and you hook?
Yeah,
Thoughts?
I can. You want me to come to this?
Yeah, maybe here.
Okay, I will kill.
Look, verify the mid.
Right,
Yeah, I'm hyping. Wait, he's dead, no?
Yeah.
Nice. Yo, come.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
And the
pesado, Parangue. A Midas vem pra essa rota do meio. O Halls vai recebendo muito dano. Olha só o de save embaixo da torre. Joga no catback, já pegou uma eliminação. A segunda na mão dele, double kill. Pra poder buscar mais uma do Doron. Sai no último segundo, só que não. O auto-ataque domina o Berserk. E é triple kill pro de save. É ace pro time da Kabum.
Jogador de cada lado, é caçador por mid lane, eles perdem agora também o Yasuo. O Gil se distancia, vai acabando a vida, a Fúria tá mais inteira. FNB garante tempo, quebra o cronômetro, vai pra longe. Olha o wave gigantesco, quem segura o Victor, já caiu o primeiro, já caiu o segundo, vai cair o terceiro. É triple kill wave!
I want to turn the conversation over to our up-and-coming two teams that have taken the LPL spotlight, it seems. JDG and Top Esports. Let's talk about JDG first.
Angle Hacker already got burnt out. Elk claims of the way. They got the flay onto Elk, but he buys the space. Kanami in the back line stuns him down.
He's dead.
They want to kill him though, but he's taken so long. Yagao flushes into a shockwave. 369. He did the same thing Elk did on one side.
Jumps away, dodges the charm. There's an Everfrost coming in. The stun dodged by the Shy. Mega Gnar comes through to save the day. I think the Shy will be alright on this one. Or maybe he'll look for something himself. Goes on tonight, trying to find a solo kill. 2v1. The Shy makes it happen again. But my god, the Shy, he's a different breed.
just came here and I haven't thought this through.
heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures. to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I feel like I have to do the intro again properly because it's been a gigantic break since our first match. Kwangdong Freaks making quick work of Live Sandbox after some struggling early games. It didn't even really seem to matter though. Kwangdong Freaks just came out ahead. And now it is time to potentially witness history, as T1 with a 2-0 will get plus 29 points and the 18-0 split, equaling the points total with 2020 Summer Damwon Kia and 2015 Summer SKT, those super teams that then went on to win Worlds.
It's Deft versus Carrier. It's Deft versus Faker. It's Beryl, who is trying to take on the absolute titan of support that has been that bot lane. 18-0 or the Alpaca snatching all away. I don't care. Just give me free games. I want to get into this as soon as possible because honestly, my excitement knows no bounds when it comes to this final match as well.
And this also could be a precursor to a semi-final as well if DRX are able to win their first match of the playoffs at the same time. It will mean then that they will face one of either Gen.G or T1, who will be waiting in that upper bracket. Very exciting stuff. Certainly all about playoffs here between these two teams. And in DRX's stead, right, they have an opportunity to move to third place, which means they would face the loser of the tiebreaker that will be happening after this match. So let's get into it. Let's get into the points of the match and start this one off.
As final match. Match 90 of the spring season, as T1 will have the opportunity here to get a perfect round robin. No team thus far has been able to match them, and for DRX, thanks to ㅅ2022's upset, they are of course looking to get themselves a third place here, which would get them against, well, we don't know yet because the tiebreaker still has yet to be played, but
facing the loser of a match like that is definitely the optimal choice, but because there's a tiebreaker that has to be played, it means that both of the teams are relatively well matched. Is what we're assuming, right? It could be a one-way stomp, you know, the Lord may speak and Kwangdong Freaks may fall. It is a possibility. But this is the matchup that really does worry you if you're a DRX fan. Pioshik has been hot or cold and has not been anywhere in the middle. It has been either absent or destruction. And the most recent match was him getting absolutely decimated by Canyon as Canyon reached the 1600 POG point mark.
And Owner has been a hallmark of consistency overall, so good luck on that one as the Beast versus the LoL Master who shall triumph. I love it, right? Carrier has been a wonderful sport to watch to develop, but this split has also shown us how insanely important Beryl was, looking at the struggles of Damwon Kia. And honestly, the consistency of him and Deft has been something that has been the main reason why DRX is even in third place right now. Those two have failed to not impress us over the entirety of the split.
No, they've been absolutely amazing. That being said, they need the rest of the team to work with them, right? And Gumushi Carrier is not a lane that I think Deft and Beryl will be able to find the same amount of success in. Speaking of success, though, yeah,
if you
a
win
lot of it on
everything,
T1's side, your
stats will be good. That's how it generally goes. More interesting, honestly, is that DRX, their stats for a third place team are not that amazing, right? Like, if anything, you could look at that, but DRX at the same time have shown that they're a very tenacious team, a team that has their off days. The 0-2 against Homa Life, I think the most notable one throughout the split. T1, they have off games, and then generally they bring you swift and aggressive retribution in game number.
That is kind of how it goes.
Which is what Live Sandbox was on the receiving end of earlier this week.
Yeah, T1 often, you know, they can start with a happy game. As Zeus, I like how we've got all of the different signs, and then Faker's like, yeah, nah. As Gumushi, that one's a famous one, and Love Hearts from Carrier. Great to see a bit of showmanship here from the T1 players, and good to see that they're in high spirits as well, coming into potentially an 18-0 season.
Even doing nothing, showmanship on the rest of your team is making
Well,
moves.
Faker doesn't have to. He said this, didn't he? In one of the mic checks or something like that, they were asking, like, what celebration should I do? What would you do, Faker? And Faker's like, I don't need to do anything. I'm just cool.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Okay, no. It was owner that said Faker doesn't need to do anything to look cool. But still, basically the same thing. I imagine Faker might have agreed because I think the whole world probably agrees too.
That's even cooler when other people say it. He doesn't
I know
even need to say it
is
himself.
definitely much cooler that way.
And
I apologize if I misrepresented the Demon King. Hopefully there is no retribution.
And honestly, this team has been a consistent threat. And when someone is in having best of days, these players are, after all, still human. Then one or two others will step up. And for DRX, that has been a different story. While Zeka and King, I think, slowly getting to the form that some of us were expecting early into the split, it is still Deft and Beryl, to me, that are the absolute highlights of this team. And trying to get pressure from bot side into Kumayushi Carrier has not been a successful plan for any team throughout this split.
Nope, it just hasn't worked. And it hasn't worked historically for DRX either. This is a team that hasn't been able to beat T1 since 2020. It's been a very long time. The team has changed a lot, right? But we saw even in the first round robin, it was a struggling DRX at that point, but it was still pretty swift that T1 did manage to take them down. And even though this team has an opportunity to get to third place, still very high up in the standings, I don't think that they necessarily should pose too much of a threat to the undefeated T1.
That is the expectation coming into the day, and draft obviously going to tell us a really, really big story, I think, in terms of what we're going to see here as to the result. Because DRX themselves have had their ups and downs. I feel like sometimes they stumble their way into an amazing draft, and at other times it doesn't look great. Whereas T1, really, their main criticism, I think, has been previously their drafts, and that's getting better and better.
Well, these are some stats that are looking better on the left-hand side in a very, very large way. Beryl has not necessarily been keeping up when it comes to stats and things like this. We know that this guy is very important for the team, but it's very hard to really figure out the value of stats for supports in a lot of these instances, because starting fights, being in the right positions at the right time are things that are difficult to quantify.
That's what set Carrier apart, right? Is that you could see him be a solo laner and still gap a lot of people in the LCK. Like, that's, I think, really the key characteristic that really sets him apart from any other support in the league. I think Beryl is, with a pretty large margin, one of the smartest players that we have. Again, like, you can notice it in the comms for DRX. You can notice it when he wasn't there. And you notice it in Nomonkia. But unfortunately, Carrier is probably just as smart, but also has the hands of a top-tier solo laner, so he can just play everything. And that's not okay. And he does.
I mean, it's absolutely okay if you're a T1 fan. Deft and Carrier also historically very good friends as well. Speaking of which, Deft fans in the audience all over the place. It always amazes me that you know, fans of the other team manage to get tickets, as this is so many. That is fandom right there. That's what it is. This has become like the new trend, is to like show how many times you've been to the LCK, show your dedication.
It's really impressive, right? It's wonderful, and yeah, as you point out, I think getting the 18-0 DRX T1 ticket probably is in of itself a pretty impressive feat.
That's very impressive.
Oh,
T1 fans up there at the top as well. Of course, DRX fans. Sorry. Yeah, I missed the alpaca that was being ridden. And it was blue lighting, okay? And I got a little bit confused. Okay. Hoping that we can get into the draft ASAP. Well, the fan signs are fantastic. I think all of us just want to get into this. T1 will be on the blue side to start this one off. I know DRX with counter pick opportunity. Theoretically, not something that they necessarily play around a lot. Kingen is likely to move towards blind picks and allow counter pick for other teammates. And we do see counter pick for top being very, very important. But T1, they will be able to get potentially that Ahri, potentially something like the Hecarim, Azeri if they can set up the draft effectively. We'll have to see what the ban strategy is going to be from DRX to try and mitigate the power of the blue side.
And Mowgli, as you can see on the screen, of course, previously playing for T1 Challengers as well, so has been a part of that organization for quite a while as well, and now facing off against his former team.
Yeah.
In the context of the LCK, just a lot converging here for a final match of the spring season. Wouldn't have it any other way, as Akali already getting taken off, and that does, I think, speak volumes to how much better Zeka has gotten, because I remember being thoroughly unimpressed with him at the beginning of the split.
And then he had that Akali game.
Yeah, and then,
That's basically
and then
how
another
it went.
one, and then another one, and then he just kept stringing them together. And we have seen, Birdo comes to mind most recently, that Akali, as good as she can be, is very reliant on getting a good set of plays stringed back-to-back. Otherwise, champion doesn't do a whole lot.
No, it can be a little bit rough. Speaking of not being able to do a whole lot, Pioshik has been a little bit lost without his horse, and that will be taken away from him yet again. Owner is on a 10-game winning streak on Lee Sin, and that will see a ban as well. Of course, T1 play out the LeBlanc Lee Sin synergy better than any other team here in the LCK, and that would make sense. Faker is historically the greatest player to ever play LeBlanc. And this guy right here, the Rise, that has now been banned away. Twisted Fate, going to be taken off the board as well. And the Ahri left up and should be available here if Faker would like to go there. But Jace is also very high priority pick, and we know Faker is happy to pick the Kai'Sa into the Ahri if it does get locked down.
Obviously, there is a number of picks available. The Gragas, most notably, has been rising in priority again. I am personally a great fan of the good old Malphite, but don't need to lock that in early. Expecting an Ahri picker at the very least, and then...
Ahri Volibear is what I'm expecting to be the cookie cutter response.
I was thinking Ahri Jinx, but it looks like indeed will be the Volibear here for Pioshik. And then main question becomes what is locked in with it. I honestly can make a case for either, although recently there's been more and more losses, even for Deft's Jinx, as that pick has had its fair share of struggles. Volibear, really, especially with Xin Zhao completely dropping off the map, been more and more important. This is obviously a really strong 2v2. Picks away the Ahri from Faker as well, so I think this is a good opening for the draft and doesn't really lock DRX in any specific direction.
Yeah, T1 can now choose what they want to take into the Ahri if they would like to. Also grab Owner or Jungle is what I'm expecting. He did promise a Nidalee game, but we're going to have a different animal theme here, as potentially Sejuani going to be coming in. Very Freljordian would be the matchup, but it will be Viego in the end. And Faker, what is he going to lock away? Possibly a Jinx. Of course, Gumayusi has been extraordinarily consistent on the champion, although he did suffer that one loss, I believe, against Live Sandbox on the pick.
Yeah. I would have loved to see a recreation of that opening cinematic from this year. Volibear against Sejuani would have been really, really cool. But we're not getting it. Viego obviously next in line in terms of prio picks that have been found, and T1, they're showing nothing.
You still could get your wish, you know? We could be flexing this Viego into support, going Nautilus jungle, Nautilus mid lane, sorry, and then the Sejuani could go into the jungle. So
I'd rather not.
Just have hope. Just have hope.
I'm not gonna lie, Atlas. I don't know if I'm on board with that. As, again, I personally would like to see a top lane counter pink here to try and punish the Jace. Alternatively, I was actually expecting them to lock in an AD carry here, but they are going to make sure that they have the often picked answer, or rather, depending on which team you ask, the main solution for whichever comp you run. Leona always works well. Into Nautilus, a matchup that we have seen countless times here, and that does mean that the mid lane pool can get reliably thinned out here. DRX could be able to then take away expecting the Vex, but no.
I actually was expecting Kai'Sa Vex to be the bans, but I think that going with the LeBlanc ban against Faker makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, the LeBlanc ban is fine, and I get the idea, right? Playing into Kai'Sa Jace sounds like a horrible experience, but you do have a lot of early game pressure available to you, and the Vex ban, or the Vex pick rather, for T1 seems extremely likely here. Yeah, especially with a lot of the other AD carries now banned away. Not expecting Gumayusi to suddenly start dipping into mage territory. Something like the Ziggs obviously would be a main answer into the Phalios. We've seen Victor be successful when it was piloted by Ophelia. But I'm expecting probably Xayah here. Seems most likely. It's good into what DRX have drafted right now as well. Very short range. A lot of burst, but Xayah with the built-in safety should be a pretty comfortable option here.
Yep. Gumayusi with plenty of different options that he could go with as well. A bit of a smile on his face. I wonder whether that means that we're going to get something interesting, but no. Looks like it will be Aphelios versus Xayah. Of course, better for Aphelios as far as the range matchup is concerned. But Xayah has just been so incredibly safe, and if you've got Jace there to poke things out, you've also got now double lethality coming through from T1, so their mid-game damage spike, when it comes to all that damage from the Jace and the Xayah, will be very, very powerful, and no surprises that the Vex then gets a hover. She has been very, very popular into the Ahri, and we've seen her find a lot of success as well.
All right, Kingen, get that R5 Malphite in. Yeah. You know what to do.
I mean, that would be the dream. It's not going to be the reality.
No, I know, Atlas. I honestly, if they end up going with the Camille, I do think that at the very least there is some actual punish potential, and this is all right. I'll take it. I do think combined with the hard engage that is available here, having a reliable way of taking the poke that's going to come through from T1 is quite strong, and once you get a couple of backs in, Kingen should be fine in that matchup, but I've seen Xayah really bully these Scions in the early stage of the laning phase to the point where you can't really recover, so going to require some careful piloting here on top side.
No, I would agree. I think that Sion is not really a response that we get too excited about into the Jace. There are certainly other large tanky champions that you could play in the top lane, although even a Malphite does get bullied early against the Jace. But we shall see how this one's going to be piloted. A little bit more reliable, I guess, for setting things up in the later stages is the Scion, and can also get to lanes very effectively and things like that. The choo-choo train can never be understated. But T1, pretty standard drafting here. Certainly a lot of follow-up options and a lot of poke that they will have available to themselves. Not necessarily a Jinx Jace composition that we see really outrange and suffocate you out of position. But certainly will still work out in a similar way, whereas DRX, a lot of pick and certainly a lot of front-to-back team fighting, although the range is where we are going to get a little bit iffy.
That's the main issue for DRX here. Playing a hard engage, short-range comp into Xayah can definitely backfire, but if they can get Kingen ahead, especially if Guma ends up going for the lethality build, then there is the opportunity to kind of mitigate a lot of the damage. But then we remember that one Ruler game where he got fed early, and we saw that Scion in that scenario didn't have the best of times. So if you can just get that play round 2, Guma, then you don't really have to worry at all.
Not sure whether he will anyway. As Deft here in the river, going to be teaming up with Beryl just to hold down the fort. Keria might be able to wave hello to the player that he deemed his biggest rival here in the LCK, actually saying that Beryl was the one closest to his skill level. At least that's how I read it. He said that Beryl was the best, but I don't think anyone's better than Keria. So I'm just going to go out of my way and say outside of Keria, Beryl is the best.
It's a good read, Atlas.
In his opinion.
Good read.
Because that's being too humble. If you've had a season like Keria has, then you're not allowed to be that humble. I just don't think it's not honest.
It's not a thing.
No, it's not allowed. As Ona comes over, and we'll start on his red buff. They are going to look for some vision here as Sweeper comes out, but they get the bad news. There's no experience to be gained from that ward.
And Deft and Beryl going to be able to get themselves early control of the lane here as a slight leash is given over to Ona. And looking at the jungle pathing here, we have, unsurprisingly, Pioshik pathing away from Kingen. The Scion is expected to just do his thing, even if he dies generally with his passive. We'll be able to pick up the wave.
Yep, lane state not going to be as much of an issue.
Yeah, we'll be able to at least, if he gets dozed, get as much of the experience, and then again on subsequent backs it becomes a lot better as
okay, our first amazing carrier stat to come through here, 80% on the Nautilus thus far. This team is 18-0. A lot of the stats for a lot of these champions are very high.
Atlas, don't give away the script. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
17.
We're not in the future yet. Okay, sorry. 17-0. 17-0. Take it all back. Beryl, 76.7, of course, his most famous pick. This is the champion that he does have a skin on. He never uses it because he really likes this one instead, as Keria is going to land the hook onto Deft, his former teammate, but now Faker gets a very nice spear. And that is going to stop any sort of aggression from Pioshik. And Leona's been doing pretty good, as you can see.
Yeah, this harkens back to Barrel.
Yeah, really wanted to get that cannon and does manage to get it.
It's fine. I remember when Leona was on like what, a 7-game loss streak. Both Leona and Jinx have just been kind of yo-yo.
And Nautilus as well. I feel like Nautilus has gone from either winning everything and being like the most important to like losing everything. And that was like the beginning of the season. If you remember, it's like, oh, Effort can only play Nautilus. This is all terrible. And even then, he lost back-to-back games on the champion. We were like, oh no, this is not even real. But then, Nautilus becomes extraordinarily high value. Of course, Hoyt finding a lot of success there. And then everybody else starting to pick it up as Beryl stands in the way. And that is beautifully done by the DRX support to make sure that Deft doesn't have to blow a summoner.
And do you see something is going down towards top side? Soul, Owner, maybe a look. Get some deep vision as well, so they will be able to track Pioshik a little bit better. As now Pioshik will go and get his back off. Faker continues shoving in the wave here, and once he does back, should be able to, if he wants to, can choose to hold his teleport here, but might look to play it safe and maybe maintain some more pressure on that mid lane. Regardless, as Kingen, you know, he's cookied up. He's just sitting there, trying to take as little poke as possible.
Yeah, Pioshik making his way up towards the top side. Okay. Not necessarily the place that we thought he was going to be ganking, so he is just going to take his Krug camp. And there is vision in the area as well. He swept it out, but it does give T1 all the information they would require. Both junglers at exactly the same point right now. Faker moves his way back into this lane. Well, Deception not going to find too much. Decent electrocute procs going on both sides of this one. As Faker just trying to get as much damage onto the Ahri as possible and will be able to land that last Q, thus winning the trade.
And as we see, Faker did end up opting for the teleport here to not give Zach an opportunity to get the shove and to get some damage in on the turret. As looking at what we might expect our first fight around, barring any 2v2 or 3v3 plays, should be, as per usual, that Rift Herald in about 3 minutes. And then the scenario is pretty interesting because I think a lot of it is going to depend on whether the bot laners are going to have level 6 already. We've seen bot lanes in the past be able to soak off of the mid wave and then hit those crucial ultimates, Depth Charge, Solar Flare, obviously, both very, very impactful. And Kingen, the longer, honestly, you hold out, the better, right? You want to try and delay your back as long as possible. If you can get your plate steel caps and maybe get a Barmies or something. We've seen a lot more Warden's Meals being picked up early as well.
Yeah, we have.
Very, very valuable item. As we'll be able to do Warden's Meal here, also picking up a refillable for himself. So really, as you'd expect for the sign in this matchup. But Zeus, as we pointed out previously, huge CS lead and picks up a first plate as well.
Yeah.
Going to happy, they get the Drake at least.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, T1 give up the Drake. They've been giving up Drakes all season long. They don't really care about those. They want to get themselves early advantages. They like to use Heralds in order to do so. And if they can't do that, they'll just take your turrets. This is a team that's very good at trading up around the map. And often, that involves giving away any pressure on an early Drake because it doesn't give you that much early power whatsoever. Next Drake will be the Hextech. We'll see whether they do fight over that one. And of course, we do have, as I'm very happy about, the chance of a Cloud Soul. Just like cloudy weather.
You do? Yeah. It's been getting nicer though here in Seoul.
It has. It's starting to warm up. Not having to wear the big old jackets anymore.
No.
King, that was a bit weird. Kind of bending the minion there just for a moment. He's down in farm, but he's a Scion. Doesn't really care about it too much. And you can tell, because we're looking at top lane, that not a whole lot else is going on around the rest of this map, as it's just trading a farm here on the bottom side, Deft with a battle wave in advantage. But it was a really good first back here from Guma, who did manage to pick up his Serrated Dirk as well as the tier. So in pretty good stead for holding on to a bit of power in this lane as they shove it forward and look to get a little bit of extra controls. Zeker as well has made sure that Faker is dealing with minions as often as possible. Also, sport space for Pioshik, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing which version of Pioshik we have got today. Because if he's on, it's going to be a very scary situation for T1. And if he's not, it should be that 18-0 that we were expecting. There's Carrier, hook. Opportunities there, and Owner is down here as well. Immediately the flash comes out as the Heartbreaker comes on in there. Good heal from Deft. keeps Beryl alive. And Owner will make his way out. They collect themselves a flash and a heal, though, from the bottom lane. Should be enough to come back and capitalize on.
Oh, yeah. ㅅ2022 just gets spotted there in his way over, and Owner skipping his Raptor camp there to instead sit in bot lane for a little bit. As the wave pushes back, they're able to get those summoners, and Beryl also not going for the Hex Flash here, which we have seen at times.
Yeah.
And I do think especially that heal might end up being relevant. The flash being off or not available for Beryl is mostly diminishing the engage potential for DRX, right? Less offensive gameplay, but T1 themselves might want to go as Soul Deft.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Moonlight Vigil comes down. The depth charge is there as Carrier's going to fight Deft. He will die for it. But still, that's an extra assist, and you'll say it's worth if you're T1 because you got a bit of extra gold.
Key thing also is that entire wave is going into the turret here. Deft, of course, going to be happy that he gets that kill, but I wonder what the counter trade is going to be here for DRX. Kingen has actually been able to shove a big wave in, so contest here might be a little bit hard. Zeka making his way over, but Owner waiting in the mist.
Yes, indeed. Kingan's going to be able to rotate up, Zeka as well, and Beryl is going to get here at the same time, so T1 intelligently just going to give this one up. Deft also rotating over. So DRX now with a bit of money theoretically in the bank, but Gumayusi went back. He got himself a Vampiric Scepter, and the bottom lane, as per usual for T1, going extraordinarily well. Okay, we'll move on over. Just spend some of his stacks here on Faker in the mid lane. And some possible scuffles now potentially to occur.
Scuffle for Scuttle, but no, Deft just picks that one up. And all things considered, the timing on that play for Herald was actually quite nice from DRX, recognizing that without Carrier it will be really hard for T1 to actually contest. Again, Deft missing a fair amount of CS, but because that kill went to him, or to Carrier rather, as opposed to Gumayusi, still leading to a slight gold lead. And now if ㅅ2022 can find a successful play here, and LSB counting gank, Owner also waiting in the general vicinity.
Now we'll see if either of these junglers is going to pull the trigger as Carrier moving into position pretty aggressively. And it's going to be a Gromp that ㅅ2022's looking for. Sweeper. Not quite there for Carrier right now. But it is there for Owner. Who will come over, clear out that ward. Carrier also doing the same thing to the control ward. Things going dark for DRX. They wait underneath that turret. This plate yet to go down just yet.
When we see some hovering, but yeah, I don't think they'll really want to take the risk here as Kingen, again, he's not having the best at times, but he's Scion, so he's also not having the worst at times.
Yeah, no,
he's
not
having a time.
He is having a time. He is Scioning at the top side of the map. That is all that can really be said. As we're going to have a look at this play one more time. Gumayusi just identifying that Featherstorm pretty powerful.
Really, really nicely done, and the fact that Carrier actually hits that hook is ludicrous.
Yeah, the very last second, I believe it was a cancel of the auto attack. Unfortunate, meant that he wasn't capable of getting out, although I don't know whether he would have got out anyway. Still, very, very close. T1 looking for the second Drake of the game, and with all of their bot side control, they will be able to collect it. We'll have to have a look at what the soul is going to be in this game after that one goes down, and it will be
Happy Atlas.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
First one today, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's always one.
Glad we finally get a relevant Drake, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know your stances on this, Atlas, and I prefer not to get into it. I don't want to fight in front of the audience.
Yeah, that's
You know, we've been having this discussion
we'll
many
wait
times.
until between the games, and we'll have it out. We'll let them know how it goes. Zeka looking for a potential charm. Does not get it. Will be a few plates to go down here, though. Zeka gets the first one, and Shelly will be able to gift him a couple more. As you can see, making sure that he stays in range, and he will be able to collect that money. Owner comes on over, and ㅅ2022 spots out exactly what's going on here. And an easy smite there, 4 health on the red buff. So Owner a little bit early on that one. Does mean that the Volley Bear able to get value for his control ward.
And DRX does far matching very well, but this is kind of the mystery of T1, right? Is that despite
where
all
does
of this
the money
happening,
come from?
Yes. Despite all of this happening, they're still up in gold. And of course, a lot of this is plate gold, even with the plates going down. As
Kingen?
Yeah.
Getting real aggressive.
Hey, that's at spellbook value.
Love
Remember
it.
On?
Just light them on fire. Just walk up to them, light them on fire.
But as we were saying, a lot of it I do think is the plates that have gone down, both one in top, two on bot side, but also the coal, right? That's been picked up as...
Solar Flare comes down. That is going to be the cleanse used. Featherstorm's out as well as Moonlight Vigil comes down. Def trying to find some revenge onto Carrier. Now Pyosik at level 8 does have his ulti available. And there's also an Ari coming down at the same time. Owner is here, a big teleport as the train has left the station, but Def might be dead before it happens. Good stun comes through. The stun is there from the Scion in response. And the Viego falls. The timing of this Scion. That would have been Def dead and maybe a one-team fight if he wasn't able to come down and get it in the nick of time.
Oh, and you could feel Faker looking for the Shadow Surge. Doesn't actually find it, but crucially, yeah, you got the kill on Deft. That's nice. But look at your top lane turret.
Yeah. So this is
look at it.
It's a trade that's not going in favor of DRX after they got a trade in favor of DRX.
Initially it was, but no. As time has continued, Zeus has not left his lane. He's like, oh man, free call, free plates.
It's the problem of every team facing T1. It's like you have to invest so much, and often it's just not worth it because the punish is always there.
I do honestly think that Def would have died if not for King.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Train arriving just in time, but with, no train on top. Zeus, I'd like to see the gold lead in a little bit because I am pretty sure that he was monstrously fed.
Yes.
And we have seen in the past that T1 is able to utilize a fed chase better than anyone in the LCK at the moment.
Let's have a look at that gold.
There we go. Yeah.
It's 1,200. It's not exactly like end of the world margins, given the fact that Kingen was able to come down there and help grab some kills.
Yeah.
But it's still
not
pretty
good.
massive.
It's that's more. Okay. Well, he just killed an entire wave. That's good.
Okay.
I think he finished his call as well. There we go. That's the gold spike.
Yeah, it's the gold. That's the.
Yeah.
So now it's actually that's too much. 1,200.
Okay.
1,700. Not so good.
No.
As Zach. All right, just had to deal with Carrier Hex flashing. Sometimes you get Hex flash.
But I don't think Carrier, I don't think he crossed the wall he was looking to cross, crucially.
I don't think that we're allowed to doubt.
We're not?
No. I think you just have to assume that everything's
that was
on
the plan?
purpose. Yeah. Our meager brains are not enough to comprehend what Carrier is trying to do.
And many a game has been lost over Second Herald, and surely getting hotly contested here as well, but this time around, King doesn't have TP, so I think you have to let this one go.
Pyosik does have his ulti at the ready, as good sidestep from the Volley Bear. Turns on the Sirens, and they are going to be able to make their way out, but T1 just walk up, grab themselves a Rift Herald, and they will just walk their way out as well. No rush in this game. I think T1 very happy to scale, even though there is sort of that classic front-to-back style of team fighting composition. T1 have a lot of tools to get work done in the late game. Shirley will come through. The train is going to be utilized just to block a depth charge, and King is going to punch Shirley in the face.
All right, so we have two monstrously fat members. We have Deft on one hand, as he now picks up solo turret gold as well, and then we have Zeus on the other as they go in.
Great hook. That's the Shadow Surge as well as the Solar Flare goes down. Kingen will die as Owner's going to pick up the first reset. Turns into a Scion as well, which is pretty scary. Now looking to chase after them. There are two Scions.
Two Scions?
What a nutty time to be alive. As Owner's going to Heartbreaker, and that's going to disable one of the Scions. The other Scion will die. And WTF, two Scions. Very cool.
As it turns out, not having your AD carry when you're team fighting is a bad thing.
Yeah, I would put that in the cons column.
Yeah, I think you should. As I was getting into when Carrier found that hook in mid, we are currently looking at a T1 that has a Zeus that is monstrously accelerated. Obviously, already a big menace, and if you get Cyrilda's Grudge like very, very far ahead of your normal curve, then it becomes a really big problem around any possible team fight setup. But again, this is a 4v5, right? So the posturing here from DRX is an incredible risk that they don't really need to take. I understand that you want to get prio for Drake, but if Deft is shoving top, you're not getting prio, and you're not getting Drake. So trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew, which generally against T1 is a recipe for disaster.
And it was a recipe for a 2.5k gold lead here at T1, now that they've also picked up the Dragon at the same time. Things looking great, cruising towards a potential soul point in the next 4 minutes. Kamushi holding the fort here in the mid lane, and he does have Featherstorm available as well as Cleanse and Flash. And doesn't have to use very much right now. Featherstorm does come out, as now Beryl trying to get out of here, has to flash the Shadow Surge, otherwise Faker was coming. Depth Charge comes down, and that means Owner is going to help secure the kill onto the Leona. And Pyoshik dies pretty much as an afterthought as he was caught in the way. Once again, bit of no man's land here for DRX.
And T1 strike like a Viper, right? Like, you think you're fine. You just want to force Gumayushi's Featherstorm to set yourself up for a possible play around an objective. And then 2 of you people die. And you're like, wait, what? Hold up. What just happened? And
now the gold lead is ever extended, right? Like, this is the time in the game that T1 have so often just taken absolute control just by being better, just by knowing where to be.
So against a lot of other teams, right, like maybe you get away with this, but this is exactly the same scenario as last time. Well, one member is just too far off, and if you're posturing that far up against many another team, okay, you get Featherstorm, that's the end of it, and then you just walk it off, and then you're fine. But against T1, they're going in. They don't care.
Yeah.
They have the utmost confidence in themselves to win these fights, and now Zeus
But
got a Last Whisper as well.
The crazy thing is, right, is it turned it from DRX getting a Featherstorm, which is great, to Beryl not having Solar Flare, which was not great, right? And it's T1 turning what should theoretically be a good moment for DRX, but then them just capitalizing on what needed to be invested in order to get what they wanted. Just didn't quite work out, and DRX now sort of pottering about here in their own jungle, looking to clear out vision where they can. 10 seconds until the Baron is available. I don't think either team is going to be going for one too early. As you can see, Zeus on the bottom side. Kingen does have his Smite at the ready from his unsealed spellbook. As Carrier off to the side, will find a hook here onto the Leona. The Eclipse is there, but he's not as tanky as he wants to be right now, and that is just free. And there's no response from DRX.
Every engaged carrier as owner, it's actually the one throwing out a Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Every engaged carrier goes for is a good one. That's just the problem, and that's something that no team has really been able to deal with. Literally, they're 17-0, and as I say, that carrier goes in.
I mean, it was a good attempted engage.
It still was, and like even with...
It's a zoning hook. That was a zoning.
Well, you get the turret, so
see?
it worked.
Yeah, gets a flash for that one as well. Q goes wide from Faker, but Deft having to flash. Absolutely massive, and T1 are just putting on way too much pressure, and DRX look like they're drowning right now.
Again, I'd like to refer back, as we saw in Champ Select, the Cyan is a pick that into the Jace, you'll skill a little, but you bleed so much. And then with the teleport towards bot side as well, I think that might actually end up being, even though it was like what feels like a relatively tiny play 5-10 minutes ago, might end up being the biggest difference maker here, right? Because like, Zeus is so incredibly fed, and even without Zeus, they would be able to get through the health boss, right? Sion is not that big yet. We do see that T1 has been segmenting off people, killing them one by one, and that is something that's going to remain a problem. But crucially, again, Zeus is going to hit his third item spike in about, I want to say, 3-4 minutes. Like, you need to force fights as DRX from that point on, because if you just sit around, you're going to lose your entire health bars.
Well, that item spike is being hit right now as he's teleporting in. Kingen trying to get himself out of here as Owner on the flank. It's a decent stun, but it's on to Beryl as Faker finds the Shadow Surge. Pyoshik now has to get the hell out of here as Beryl doing the same thing. Decent defensive Solar Flare. As T1 not able to lock anyone down in this skirmish, but do assert their dominance.
Who cares? That's a Drake. You don't actually need to kill anyone. You can pick up all the objectives you want. You can take control of that bot side, and T1.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this
There's
game,
a
aren't they?
that 17-0 is that for a reason, you know? And it's like you were looking at it like, yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I get it. Yeah, fair enough.
Soul point for the best Dragon Soul in the game, as Deft and Zeka in the back of this Baron pit will immediately get spotted by Carrier. Man, it's fun police right here. We thought we were going to get like a cute little Baron attempt.
No.
No. Carrier's brain is too large. Kingen now on defensive duty, but half of this turret goes down in 1 W from range form Jace. And yes, it's very quickly going from bad to worse here for DRX as we have a look at this one more time. And Kerry just has to think about it for a moment and then decides, oh yeah, Beryl, you're dead.
This is something that you see with DRX, and the hesitation there. It looks a little bit silly, but it's understandable because as DRX, like, okay, what do we do? Do we go in? Do we go out? You know, there's comms. Beryl probably saying, back off because I'm just going to die here. But those moments of hesitation, like T1 just doesn't have. And if you have those moments of hesitation, you're getting punished. If you don't do anything, you get punished. Guess what? You do too much.
You get punished.
You get punished, yeah. You don't contest an objective.
You exist
punished.
on Summoner's Rift against T1. I think you get punished.
Well, that's basically what's happening.
Yeah, no, it is. There just doesn't seem to be any options for DRX. It's the true mark of a great team, right? Is to be able to make sure that your opposition only has bad choices to make after you claim any control over the game. And T1, it was a lot of little things in the early game that really did end up cascading into DRX now having a group mid, try and get control here desperately. Looking for an outer turret as Featherstorm is going to be there to answer. The Blade Caller fantastic as Everfrost keeps kinging in place. He is going to try and drive his way out. Really decent drifting as Carrier gets over the wall and knocks everyone into the sky. Zayas picks up the kill onto Beryl as well as Faker finds some resets. He will go golden just to make sure that there's no follow-up option as Owner turns into depth and will get himself out of there. Oh, nice little pick up there from Zeka with the vision that they had available. But that is just a little bit of a consolation prize here for DRX as ㅅ2022 in this brush wants to try and trade, but he's not going to be able to. He just gets a little bit frightened and then Faker will finish him off with an Everfrost.
What do you do? What do you do? I hope we get a replay of that fight because I want to draw your attention to Zayas the Shock Blast. Might I remind you, on the front line, in quotation marks, of DRX.
Yeah,
Because, again, DRX tries to set up this fight, but unfortunately for them, there are plenty of summoners available here. Guma immediately able to make his way out. Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's ㅅ2022 and Beryl. Yeah, and then from that point onward, like, obviously the chase potential for the T1 comp is ludicrous. Even if the hard engage initially doesn't force out the full 5v5, with Carry as immaculate engage, it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, nice pick off.
Whoosh! That was, of course, when he was trying to ult over the wall, and unfortunately for him, Zeka had vision.
He knew!
And hit him with the Q. Very cute. Hook is going to connect here onto ㅅ2022, who does not have his ulti available, so doesn't have an easy way out, but just walking with the fact that the rest of his team was turning up was enough of an answer here. As DRX now find themselves with an 8,000 gold deficit. Like, Charm is going to land as Kerry is going to get punished for a moment. That is going to be the kill secured. I thought maybe there'd be some way for him to make it out because I started to just believe that T1 can't do anything wrong in this game, but that was a good pick off. And DRX going to find some value here. Let's see what they're going to be able to get. As vision around this Baron pit is definitely paramount. 1 minute on the Drake as well as, yeah, ㅅ2022, I don't know what this was about, but it didn't work. Owner secures that kill.
This is the problem, like, the idea behind the dive makes sense, right? Because the turret is almost down. Okay,
yeah, Heartbreaker again? Yeah, just dives on forward as Owner takes a lot of damage. Okay, Faker now off to the side, wanting to line up a potential Shadow Surge, but I'll let you have your point. Yeah, I did like it. I felt like ㅅ2022 was maybe there a little early.
No, but the point is, like, I think that play from ㅅ2022, again, against a lot of team works. As, okay, carry out face checks, rush, dies. Don't want to go into this too much. Yep. Like you said, I was waiting for the punish to happen, but crucially, because the turret is this low, a lesser team would overextend into this and just possibly lose the game. But T1 already know that this is going to happen, right? They read the play so well, and I think as ㅅ2022, you have to go for plays like that. Maybe not specifically that one, but like that's the kind of desperation, that's the type of force and punish that you need to look for. At this point in the game, you need to go for a 10% play in the hope that it works. But T1, like, yeah, we know that's one play. And this is it, and no, not allowed, not happening.
Well, now they're going to run real quick because Cloud Soul will come in for them. Owner is down there securing it as the Baron has been started. Okay, DRX, let's see whether you can actually secure it.
Oh?
Well, they're doing it relatively slowly.
Slow.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get it, but die immediately afterwards.
Well, Zeker is going to rotate over, gets the bad news that there are a lot of people here, and the Baron is still very healthy.
Oh, not happening.
Yoshik also not very tanky, as Zayas going to get rid of Kingen from this area. The full reset going to come through, and Kingen, I think, is just going to die. No train as an option, and that is going to be T1's prize for catching out that Baron. Unfortunately, for DRX, they just didn't have enough damage. Depth charge to come through here as Beryl looking to try and keep his 80 carry alive. Shadow Surge going to be avoided there by Def. And now Faker still looking to try and claim the life of the Aphelios, and Def wondering what the heck his options are, as he is going to be out of sidestep using the dead turret as Moonlight Vigil comes down, but he is still very, very dead. Gumayushi in the meantime going to come through and tidy that one up. Double kill for Zayas. This Jace unleashed and unstoppable. 10,000 gold the lead, 14-4 in kills. They've got a Cloud Soul as well, which in my opinion is absolutely fantastic. In other people's opinions, not necessarily so much, but they'll also be able to break open the base.
T1 just too good, Atlas. I don't know what to tell you. DRX had some good moments, but even the plays that on paper looked like they worked out for them were then immediately met by a gold lead for T1.
It's nuts. The Scion is also really dead right now, as Ona turns into him, has a bit of fun there. He's going to go down relatively low, but the Nexus turrets are going to do exactly the same thing. Solar Flare from Beryl, but Ona, of course, has himself a stopwatch, so he's not dying. He's going to flash, grab one last kill, and T1 are one step away from plus 29 and the 18-0 perfect split. For the first time ever in LCK history, we could have a team that has not lost a single match in an entire season.
And I'm struggling with the POG vote here because there are two options.
I think that was the Jace guy was pretty good.
Yeah, but did you see Carrier's engages?
Ooh.
Like,
and actually, you're never wrong when you give Carrier a vote.
I don't know. I flipped a coin.
That's actually true, and his engages were absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
And like killing turret plates whilst it was important was not.
Well, it's
highlight material,
like again.
I guess.
Honestly, and this is the terrifying thing about this T1 roster.
You could flip a 5-sided coin and you're probably okay.
Yes.
The time?
Yeah, that's.
There's no such thing as a 5-sided coin. However, if there was,
hey, maybe there are. You know,
I think you'd call it a dice. I think you'd probably call
not
it.
Not every coin has to be flat and two-sided, Atlas. Don't limit your imagination, but honestly, what DRX is going to do in game number 2 has to be outside the realms of my imagination, because I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I don't know either. I absolutely don't. I think a coin's technically 3-sided though, isn't it?
Yeah, because it has. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Wow. So
nice.
only need to add 2 more.
It's a very flat cylinder. Okay, talking about shapes is not necessarily something that we want to do. As DRX, they're talking about how the heck they're supposed to repair their game. As this is beautiful. I love the using of 2. As some Teemo fans, I like the hats. Probably not going to see too much Teemo here today.
No, I don't think we will.
Well, that is a sad damage graph for
I
DRX.
personally am hoping for Carrier's Echo support. I've been waiting for that for a long time. We got the Zek. Get the Echo in here as well. And honestly, as much as we joked, I think that the main issue with the DRX comp was that, one, the Scion in lane is just not going to do a lot. Like, there are champions that do better, right? Like, I don't remember if Gragas was banned, but Gragas would be my main option outside of, obviously, as we've said countless times, Malphite and Wukong still exist. These champions have been used in the LCK in the past to counter this exact champion, but honestly, would it have mattered in the end? I don't know, because I felt like there were like 2-3 big mistakes from DRX, and of that, T1 took the entire game.
They absolutely did. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, and of course, the Analyst Carpet Space.
아래 조심해.
천천히 해, 천천히. 그래 비추.
봐봐봐, 나이스.
높여 높여.
오른쪽 봐줄게.
탑. 오른쪽.
한 명 라인하고 바로
이겼고.
먹였고. 한 명은 라인하고.
아마 미드.
끝난 거?
끝날 것도 없어. 끝난 거 같아.
라이온
쿨은 있고 궁은 돌만해?
사이온 큐 내가 끊어줄게.
돼지들밖에 없어. 괜찮아.
오케이.
난 봐도 될 듯.
볼배 노공임.
무시하면 될 것 같다.
돼지들밖에 없어.
볼배도 노공이야.
사이온 큐 내가 끊을게.
오른쪽부터.
너 잡을 생각도 해야 돼.
오른쪽. 끊었다.
잡을 생각 살짝 해볼게.
빨리 잡아, 빨리 잡아.
네, 나오긴 한다. 왜 이렇게 세냐? 이것도 죽여.
사이온이 두 마리다. 사이온이 두 마리야. 타워.
뭐야? 이거 죽게 생겼다, 씨.
야, 다운 봐도 돼. 돼지밖에 없어.
야, 쳐줘.
스탄 걸려.
볼배.
치자.
볼배?
앞에 나온다.
때릴게. 끝났다.
The fight from Vika is insane! Brilliant building, and Vika built the whole damn play!
But let me warn you one last
Shockwave
time.
comes through Vika, just absolutely devastating!
Guess who's back to change your life?
There is no doubt in my mind that T1 is the best team in the LCK.
I think 2022 is actually more impressive. There's a lot of great competition in Genji, Damonkia, DRX. You know, I think this might be the best team we've had in a very long time. I think, in my mind, they're better than Damon was in 2020.
How many times have Damonkia been spectators so far? It's been the last two neutral fights. And Baker is just going to pick up the jinx. Oh no, it's a disaster for Damonkia. Both of their carries ripped from the rim. It all sort of happened in the last 3 of those minutes.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about this one, Atlas. When it comes to
Teddy's not feeling so good about it either.
And we haven't seen like their final form just yet, I think.
Sometimes good people do bad things.
Solar Flare goes out after a move, finds his fence line only under the crab, and there they go! Tokoi is already down, and FlyQuest will find themselves cut to pieces. Someday deals with multiple players on FlyQuest, he picks up one, here comes another.
The positioning on that engage in that final dragon fight from Abadaga was also perfect. 100 Thieves can be happy with this game for sure. They have a 2-0 weekend.
Just need to let go.
Yeah. Yo, Nautilus, can you come mid quick? And if I ball, he walks up and you hook.
Yeah, I can. You want me to come to this?
Yeah, maybe here.
Okay,
I will kill.
Look, we're fighting mid.
Yeah, I'm hyping.
Wait, he's dead, no? Yeah.
Nice. Yo, come.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Gonna make you feel like you're invincible when you want.
É neutralizado o Barang. A Maidzinho para essa rota do meio. O Halls vai recebendo muito dano. Olha só o de save embaixo da torre. Joga no catback, já pegou uma eliminação. A segunda na mão dele, double kill. Para poder buscar mais uma do Doron. Sai no último segundo, só que não. O auto-ataque domina o Berserk. E é triple kill pro de save. É ace pro time da Kabum.
De cada lado é caçador por mid lane, eles perdem agora também o Yasuo. O Gil se distancia, vai acabando a vida, a Fúria tá mais inteira. FNB garante tempo, quebra o cronômetro, vai pra longe. Olha o wave gigantesco, quem segura o Victor, já caiu o primeiro, já caiu o segundo, vai cair o terceiro. É triple kill, Envy!
I want to turn the conversation over to our up-and-coming 2 teams that have taken the LPL spotlight, it seems. JDG and Top Esports. Let's talk about JDG first.
The angle hacker already get burnt out. Elk claims his away. They got the flay onto Elk, but he buys the space. Kanavi in the back line stuns him down. He's dead. They want to kill him though, but he's taken so long. Yagao flushes into a shockwave. 369. He did the same thing Elk did on one side.
Jumps away, dodges the charm. There's an Everfrost coming in. The stun dodged by the Shy. Mega Gnar comes through to save the day. I think the Shy will be all right on this one. Or maybe he'll look for something himself. Goes on tonight, trying to find a solo kill. 2v1. The Shy makes it happen again. But my God, the Shy, he's a different breed.
Sometimes good people. Nothing can break us when we ride.
Down on the edge and across the flames, the world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire, walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf for this one, and that was another stomp from T1 over one of our better teams here in the LCK, but sometimes it just doesn't even look like that with how strong T1 can be. A very one-sided victory. And what did you think about this draft to start us off here?
I really like the Zyia pick here. Once again, we're just seeing the Zyia priority right now, and with a lot of AD carries removed, she's super strong. There's also the Ahri angle, the Leona, right? You're going to be able to avoid both those engages. Then you've also got the Sion that is what rounds this draft out. I don't mind it too much here. I actually personally myself preferred it to the Malphite that was called for. But when you fall behind and you aren't able to control and dictate the pace of the game, your Ahri isn't going to be able to set up picks. You're playing this into a Zyia so you can't engage. And we saw so much of that game. Kingen was like on the edge and then he's dead. Same with Barrow. On the edge and then, okay, all it takes is one engage and you get blown up. They were too far behind. And Zyia is just the perfect answer to everything here because you can't kill her. Jace gets super ahead in this lane. You can't kill him. And unfortunately, DRX's comp just got pretty gapped, I think, from the start of this draft, and then a few leading kills for T1 just kind of puts them too far behind. They have no options, no opportunities, as the casters pointed out.
Yeah, I think especially this draft as well, it feels like T1, if they get ahead, it's so oppressive. It can go both ways really well, but then also you've got Jace, who's raining down hell. You can't engage onto the enemy AD carry, and Viego and Vex are fantastic at all these scrappy fights. So it's like you get somebody low, you jump on in, everybody's going down, people are getting assassinated left and right. It's just a really wholesome draft, or well-rounded draft, I should say. Pretty wholesome, I guess. And yeah, just a really good job in the draft there from T1. As we are going to take a look at the highlights from this one, starting with the bottom line.
This is, as Chronicler pointed out in the cast, the turning point in this game. Because DRX are trying to set up a play here with Kyoshi, who's on a ward. They're aggressively moving forward here. And then they're like, we're going to all in on this. Like, I think we actually have to force this. And Kingen teleports here to try to dive this turret against the Zyia, who did ult earlier, has no cleanse. But the decision here backfires. The Sion has to teleport so far away at this stage of the game. He can't get in here into this fight. So ends up being a kill going over, but they wanted so much more. At the same time, Zeus actually picks up 3 plays in total on this turret, bringing it down to 1. And this is where Zeus actually gets a massive lead in this game. And then for the subsequent fight as well, which is not, of course, part of this highlight, because we don't have so much time, there's no teleport for Kingen. They have no control over the map, no presence whatsoever. Doesn't get the last one here, of course, but still, Zeus gets so much money from this and basically gets a massive free lead off of a forced team fight that just didn't really necessarily need to be played that way.
You can see what they're trying to do, right? You know, you have the Volaberry, you try to take out the turret, you've got Ahri and Sion for the dive, and then you're just going all in with that, right? And it was not really what they had planned. It was a little bit broken up, and T1 actually flopped pretty well 4v4 for the majority of that until the Sion helped out and came on down. And Zeus would have gotten more if it was a little bit earlier in the game as well. So that was highlight number 1. Zeus got super far ahead. We are going to jump into highlight number 2 and talk a bit about the team fight here in the middle of the map.
Notice Owner's positioning here, they're ready to threaten, and it's diving on top of, once again, a Zyia who has cleanse and ultimate here, and notice how quickly Kingen is just burst down. He has to ult away. Curry is ready to trap because he already trusts that this fight is going to be won from an engage from Owner, and then when they overextend here, he traps them in. Another ultimate has to be used, again, another unstoppable to run away from T1 here, as they're, at this point, very far ahead. But the Sion is just not able to function in this composition. You cannot threaten the Zyia, and that was how the fight started, is trying to put threat on Flash, Cleanse, ult available Zyia. never going to work out, is then owner gets picked at the end. We just want to show his reaction. And his face here in this, I think, or the reason why I wanted to add it just shows like where the mood is at for T1. They're just like laughing. Like he cares absolutely zero about the fact that he dies here because he knows he's ahead. He knows they're going to 2-0 this series. Like that's where T1's mentality is right now. And that's such a terrifying thing that this team is about to head into playoffs. They already have that leading seed. And they're just having fun. A team that's having fun on the Rift is the scariest team to face.
You don't want your opposing team to be laughing as they die to you and essentially have no pressure. Who was the POG from that game? Let's find out. It was Zeus, 600 points, 4-0-6. And just a great, once again, I mean, he first picked the Jace. The guy is insane on it. It doesn't get countered. Just keep doing it.
Yeah. We don't see as much Malphite here in the LCK. I know this topic has been discussed a lot, but because of that, you know, you feel pretty free about it. Wukong has also been absent. We don't see that counter pick anymore. I think in part due to the 80 carry meta we're in right now, it's just so difficult to use him outside of lane. So it's really easy to actually first pick Jace in a meta like this on blue side, and I think that we will see it a lot actually going into playoffs. It's something that we're really only seeing our top 3 teams do a lot. Doran's picked it up several times in first rotation. We've seen it from Zeus. You know, Kana, I guess the only other player on the bottom side who hasn't done it. Less of a split vote than I expected here, frankly. I thought we'd see a lot more votes all over the place.
I was a little bit surprised to see 2 votes for Keria. It feels like with how strong that player is, like that wasn't his best game. A couple of really nice flanks, but Zeus definitely the POG in my mind as well. But that was game number 1, guys. Let's see what game 2 has in store for us as we throw it back to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Very much liked the dancing eyebrows there, Valdez. Well played. And now it is time for game number 2. T1 plus 29 to equalize Summer 2015 SKT and also 2020 Summer Damwon Kia. 2 of the most incredible performances in a single split, but they were defeated. T1 yet to be defeated. They are 1 game away from making that a reality. 18-0. Plus 29. The rest is what? They got to win MSI, Summer Split undefeated, and then Worlds undefeated in the group stage into the knockouts, and then it's a 5-game final.
We had a conversation about your Costa curse earlier today, Atlas. Maybe cool it a little.
Oh, no. I was reading the script. That wasn't a curse, I promise. It's just I was reading. They supply us with so much information.
LCK fans.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Don't come for me. No. Quickly, DRX, just win this game, and then I guess I'm forgiven because we'll just rip the Band-Aid off. It'll be fine. No. We are going to get into it. Here is the draft for game number 2. DRX will get blue side, so theoretically a bit of an advantage. They'll start us off by banning away the Twisted Fate. And we'll see whether that Jace is going to be banned, because I think that it has to be, unless DRX are going to first pick it themselves.
Crucially, the desk also highlighted in great detail the state of draft at the moment, and it's so hard against T1, because there are so many things that feel like must bans, must picks, can't do this, can't do that, can't do X, Y, or Z, and then you end up with very little choices overall. Because as much as I think Kingen has been improving this split, is, you know, first pick Jace really the way to go for DRX? Like, is that a playstyle that fits them?
No, I think it has to be a ban.
Yeah.
I think it has to be a ban. They are going to do that. Of course, on the blue side, you are afforded a little bit more flexibility. Last time around on the red side, they banned Zeri, Lee Sin, and Twisted Fate. And so now, with the Zeri ban going over to the other side, it gives them the option of banning away the Jace. Now, first pick Ahri territory is kind of where we see ourselves.
That's what I'm expecting here.
Or the Rise.
Okay. I respect it. I think that the Rise has slowly dropped a little bit in priority as other picks like Hecarim.
I really liked what Lava did, just going back to the Victor and being able to just stand your ground and do a heck of a lot of damage as the game goes on, sort of that attempted outscale.
Yeah.
Which is what we saw the problem with the Rise was, right? Was other mid lane picks just having so much more consistent damage in the late game.
I think the key issue with a pick like Rise, and the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of it specifically into T1, is that Ryze is an incredible tool for generating early to mid-game leads through priority side lane pressure.
T1 gets Viego Ari.
Yeah, I really don't want to get into that because that is deeply upset. Don't even need to lock it in here. They can just lock Nautilus again and then go Ari third rotation. But basically, the reason why the Ryze scares me for DRX is because, again, the pick is basically AP Renekton. It relies on the global pressure that it has, and good luck against T1. The problem with this team is that if you commit to a play on one side of the map, they generally will out-trade you, right? And that is something that has been true for them the entire split, no matter what the circumstances are. And Ryze, as we saw in Showmaker struggle with against Brion, two completely different teams in a different context, but he was not actually able to get those plays on Ryze. Teams have been playing against it for an entire split. I do love me a Caitlyn Karma bot lane, and that augments, I think, the Ryze very, very well. Do think you have to lock it in here, although you can also kind of throw the dice and hope that Lux and Karma don't both get banned, as gonna prioritize the Lux here, actually. That's really interesting. So lockdown, obviously amazing. 100-0 potential is there, but a little bit less shove and utility than the Karma provides.
Yeah, this feels a bit more flashy from DRX instead of going for the tried and true Karma option. But I don't mind it.
Agreed.
It's been a lane that has, throughout this whole season, been sort of lurking in the shadows and does come up every now and again. T1, do they just lock away the Ari? I think that it's absolutely an okay choice, but instead, it looks like it's going to be Veigar for Faker. Very cool. That means we get to see base skin Veigar instead of having to deal with the Leprechaun version, and I'm okay with that.
Big win for Atlas.
Yes.
I really like the Veigar into the Ryze. Do think that specifically into Caitlyn Lux, you can run into some range issues if those two snowball and if you're able to position carefully. Now, of course, Predator is going to augment and help out with that a little bit, as you should be able to get into position if you can find pockets of vision. But do think it's a little harder. But most importantly, the Veigar pick at this point in time also disincentivized a lot of the champions that I think DRX would normally want to go for. If you look at what they've drafted thus far, so many picks just absolutely dread playing into Event Horizon because it is an incredibly obnoxious ability.
I think the thing that I'm thinking for DRX is 100% Gangplank. Just because Event Horizon doesn't bother you too much because you have access to the oranges, and Kingen is a fantastic Gangplank player.
True, but I don't. You're not gonna be able to blind Gangplank.
No, well, maybe you don't have to, because maybe we're saving counterpick for Gumushi. I don't know. I'm trying my very best.
No,
I'm trying my very best.
You really have to try here, Atlas, because it's not easy. It's not easy, and it's these situations that T1 find themselves in. As I'm sure another 80 carry ban is going to come through. Wonder what it will end up being, but no, instead going to be Tryndamere here, which I do think, in terms of blind, has definitely lost a lot of value over the course of this split.
Draven would make me very happy.
Well, yeah, but it's not happening. You know what would make me happy is bot lane Veigar, but we're also not getting that. And also, I don't think it's good into Caitlyn Lux specifically, but I've just been waiting for that for quite a while. This is a pick that has dropped a little bit in priority, but is still, honestly, I think, quite strong. Don't be fooled by the win rate here. Has barely even played the split. And Pet with the Nautilus has really, really strong 2v2 pressure, so can actually threaten all-ins on a strong bot lane into the Lux and K.
Yep. Theoretically, DRX should still have priority, but of course, you often just have priority by being Caitlyn Lux. So I like being able to add some kill pressure. Also, the follow-up potential is always there with Viego coming out of the shadows. Blind Gnar to pair with the Ryze, something we've seen over and over again.
Feeling a cannon,
Kingen's going to go with that one. Yeah, I love the cannon. So much purple and lightning-y vibes. I don't know. It's like it's cool. I'm a big fan. Line it all up.
That will be my my obvious choice. Gangplank actually in this scenario is another one. If you want to just
you could go for the hard counter option.
Okay.
All right, Zeus.
We get it.
He wants to get one more POG in the regular season. We'll see whether he can actually do it. Of course, Aurelia has been a great pick into the Gnar in the past. Sometimes falls flat, but if it's a really good Aurelia, the Nah often struggles to find any relevance.
Crucially here for T1, it's another draft that, barring the top side of the map, I think is very stable, right? Like a lot of these picks are going to have value regardless, even if you fall behind. The CC chain that they have available is ludicrous.
Oh yeah.
And if you'd want to optimize, or itemize rather, into things like Mercury threads, then you're going to have a lot of other issues, right? Because even with all that CC available, there's only one AP source on the enemy team. You're playing into a lot of heavy auto attackers, so just a lot of awkward situations that the DRX is going to find themselves in. I do think the composition has moments where it could work. Is it actually going to? That is a big one. Also wondering which Gumayusi build we're going to see here, because...
Yeah, I'm interested in that one as well.
I think that lethality is obviously the expected choice here, especially into a comp that doesn't really have front line and you don't appeal notably to speak of, and often teams end up going for the safer build, but maybe we see hybrid, you know? Maybe we see a crit build on hit. Could all happen.
Yep, certainly a lot of options when it comes to Varus. The lethality build has been nerfed a couple of times to bring it out of the forefront of the meta. I think a lot of people are pretty happy with that one. As Deft is going to be making his way onto the rift here. The good old Lux Caitlyn on the bottom side of the map, and this will be the absolute pressure point for DRX. They need to be able to play around this lane. We'll see whether they can against such powerful all-in. You've already mentioned it, but Varus Nautilus, very, very strong. As Beryl looking for a bit of a back here. As Carrier, let's see whether he times this one right. No. Ward goes down. He's going to start the back again. All right. Hook is still going to come through, and so Beryl's just going to get caught, and now Gumayusi comes down, and maybe the bottom lane is not going to be what DRX can play through after all.
Well, at least they don't use a summoner, I guess. You gotta look for the positives here, because that's not ideal, Atlas.
Yeah, you thought I was caster cursing T1. That whole time we're like, they better play through the bottom lane, and then Beryl just gets hooked. And now things become very, very difficult.
Well, it's a kill on Carrier, and you have a summoner advantage, so maybe no, I got nothing.
Yeah, no, it's going to be rough. It is certainly going to be rough. But he goes back, he grabs himself a Ruby Crystal. And so very tanky is the Nautilus for a level 1. Should still be DRX with a modicum of control, but another hook is going to connect as a Beryl. He did save his summoner spells, but now he only has 200 health. As Carrier might have that hook back available again relatively soon. And it is going to be the Guardian Lux as well, so not going for the more aggressive option or anything like that. Wanted to make sure that he can keep Deft as safe as possible.
Well, also himself, after what has happened thus far.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And, yeah, overall, level 2 is hit. Crucially, if they do find the all-in, right, and if you get put behind in this lane, you are in for a really rough time. Because so much of the pressure of this lane comes from the shove, comes from the aggressive movement that's possible. Carrier.
Yeah, hook is going to connect one more time. Beryl is just kind of addicted to taking these as the net is going to come down, but Carrier is still chasing. Will he get another one? Flash forward, gets the passive. Decent light binding is there, though. That stops Owner from coming down. So, Beryl will be alive, but won't have his flash. Now we're going to check out this top lane, of course. Should theoretically take a little while, but maybe it doesn't, as that is the Blade Surge, and Kingin is just dead.
The one upside of this, Atlas, is that in the previous game, we had to wonder where did all the T1 money come from. It was a question that we did not find the answer to, and I was like, you know, I've studied some tactical back in my day, maybe we can use that. We have to find a solution. But in this game, it's very obvious. Because that's now 2 kills. Tara's like, I didn't want that kill! I didn't ask for this!
Oh, the reaction was actually just priceless.
Yeah, and Zeus already finds the solo kill at level 3. Generally, what happens is the Nah has some pressure, right?
Yeah, Carrier is going to sidestep the light binding. Let's see whether Pyosha can lock down the kill. Flashes, wind becomes lightning, and now Gumayusi has nowhere to run. Actually felt like it was a creative flash, but still he's able to trade one back. Deft gets a kill. As now, Owner wanting to see whether he can get something 1 versus 2. Death with 200 health is a juicy target as W comes through from Zeus here on the top side. And Kingen only just made his way back to this lane, but he's already at half health.
And that's a very necessary set of kills that are found on the bot side of the map, right? Those are actually really, really big. And if Pioshik doesn't find that play, it is really doomed.
Okay, there's Meganar.
Yeah, see? It's going to be fine because Kingen still has to respect regardless. But as I want to highlight, if Pioshik doesn't find a gank, it is absolute disaster. Beryl is still level 2.
Okay.
I bet he can took XP off of mid, so that's something.
Yeah, it's certainly not a great turn of events.
No, but, okay. So, at the very least, Pioshik has a kill, should be able to spread that influence around the rest of the map, and it is actually Deft that picks up the kill that goes down on Carrier as well, or it might have been Guma, not quite sure, but regardless, with those kills, this lane is at least moderately equalized, and even with Gumayushi getting the kill on Barrel, he has to invest his flash, and that's really big because, again, Caitlyn Lux lanes, even when they're like relatively behind, a single skill shot still means death, and with that kill on Deft, it's actually really, really big. And Pioshik now trying to also make a play on top side as
Kingen was acting juicy as Pioshik's going to turn up, and T1 just get the news that they want to be backing off. Done, nice little stun. Going to hit onto Kingen, but T1 not going to overextend. Just going to shake hands here with DRX as they get the wave shoved towards the T1 turret. Still, Zeus not scared, as you can see. Faker went back. He does have a 10 CS deficit right now on the Viger, but not necessarily going to be outlaning a Rise in the early game.
No, obviously now that he has his tier and Lucidity boots, should be feeling a lot better and is just looking to stack up the Q as fast as possible. Once Everfrost comes through, his threat will become a lot more apparent. This is of course, we've seen this picked as a counter pick, but it does require a fairly high level of execution. Even if you do get leads in the lane, where a lot of our earliest struggle is to then take that lead and transition it into actual meaningful pressure either in the map or in team fights.
We've seen it look like either a hard counter or a self counter.
Yes.
It's a very interesting situation as Carrier looks for a potential flash, but the light binding is good onto Gumayushi, and he's not able to weave that gigantic anchor through the minions. As Zek is put into the baby cage for the moment. And Faker's just going to eat honey fruit. It was his lunch break, I guess. And Owner's going to come down towards his bottom side. The roaming Viger is the most terrifying version. As Carrier takes half of his health bar, but isn't too worried. There's the Predator. Faker looking to come down, wants to kill Beryl. They know who doesn't have the flash.
Oh, here they
come.
They
are going to be able to take it. Okay, Realm Warp to bring Zeka in there as Pioshik. Wind becomes lightning. They're looking to try and grab the kill onto Carrier, but immediately it is traded back. Wind becomes lightning there as well. Going to connect from Owner. As now Def dashing forward, does manage to help grab the kill onto one, but the event horizon is in, and now Owner's getting resets. Finds himself a beautiful little combo onto Zeka here as well, as now the flash forward, the last auto. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and in the meantime there's a battle on the top side as well. Kingen knows that he's not going to win the extended trade, so he does crush his way out.
Oh, and that looked like a great initial counter from DRX, but they knew it was going to be a risk, right? Because, crucially, that was a 3 versus 4 that they opted into with that Realm Mob, trying to salvage a bad situation with Beryl dying, not having the flash available at that point in time. And the overall result, not great as...
Yeah, Zeus going to get himself a turret plate as Pioshik moves up towards his top side. Knows that that brush isn't watered, but there's a Carrier hiding in this one. The Vanguard's Edge comes out, and now Pioshik is just going to be food. The W is going to have all that damage reduction, but Pioshik should be able to wander his way out of this one. Carrier still had, fire in his eyes.
Thank you, Jonah Strong, for making us feel what Carrier's opponents have the entire split. Because honestly, like, what do? You think you have a nice counter, Pioshik setting up, and then there is Carrier finding a wonderful roaming, a gun for the Moby boots as well. And now the gold leads are slowly starting to become a bigger problem. So much action. 12 kills in 8 minutes. What is this?
It's just nuts. This is also the first time that Faker's played Viger. I actually find that very interesting.
Whoa,
because Viger has been a champion in the LCK for quite some time, but just not one that he has opted into playing. So 72 after Kaiser was picked up just a little bit earlier. That is a whole lot of champions. Still looking forward to the Garen.
Honestly, the fact that he played Kai'Sa mid before Vega.
I know, it's a bit crazy.
It is.
Well, Pyosik is going to be able to grab the Herald, so DRX at least able to do that. They're staying in relative touching distance as far as gold. But it is starting to feel like with all of this tempo that has been ramping up, with the fact that Zeus is so strong, like look at how far behind Kingen is. It's ridiculous. No one's going to be able to match the Aurelia in a side lane.
Oh no.
And now Deft is going to get paid a visit by his former teammate. And he just chains all of the CC. Event Horizon goes down and Faker's like, thank you very much for that, kind sir, for putting that kill on a silver platter for me.
Yeah, so when Vega accelerates, the game doesn't become very fun for anyone else. I mean, Vega's team is having a great time.
Yeah, Faker is like 3-0-3, and it was like Kerry coming down to the bottom lane saying, oh lord, would you like another kill?
Yes, please. that would be wonderful.
Oh my god.
It starts off with this, right? And the pick on Barrel was completely fine. And crucially, DRX, they've used a lot of cooldowns. We can make this work. The problem, of course, is that Pyosik is very far up, and while initially he's able to attack a lot of damage with his ultimate, everyone on T1 just walks in. And then Deft, that flash forward might come back to haunt him, because that is exactly what begets the following sequence of events, where Owner is Viego, and is just going to have a great time. The final auto to add insult to injury from Faker.
He was also a great Caitlyn. Really enjoyed the speed of the combo as well. Very nice.
As this is like...
I don't even think Zeus needed to flash there at all.
But this is the thing. Like, imagine feeling like you have a good gank setup, and then you just get killed by Keria, who's randomly there.
Yeah.
It's such a wonderful roam timer, and he keeps finding these, right?
Do you think Nautilus maybe has too much CC in his kit?
I don't think so.
It was pretty absurd.
Well, yeah.
How long he just holds Deft there, and there is absolutely nothing that he could do. As T1 will grab themselves the first Drake of the game. They don't often do that, but if it's there, they will collect it. Second one will be the Ocean before we get to the inevitable Cloud Soul as Pyosik playing the long game.
It's a trap.
Yeah, the Lucent Singularity. It's a trap, but for whom? As
Keria of Gaming.
Yeah, well, there is a control ward that he's standing on top of. Will get sight of it, as you can see.
The alcove!
Oh, he flashes immediately! Gets out of the way, and he's not risking it.
Look at Guma giggle. He's like...
Yeah, and Kerry's like, I was scared.
Oh, well, he flashes, but he has Hex Flash, so it's only like half a summoner that you get here.
Yep. I actually think that Carrier is more dangerous with a Hex Flash. That means more plays. So I think maybe even wanted to do that. Rune Prison goes down in the mid lane, Faker taking a bit of damage, as that's the Chains of Corruption. It's going to lock down a lot of the members of DRX, as decent poke lands onto Pyosik, but still, Shelly will get some value. And DRX, they are at least able to keep parity in the bottom lane, but this is not how the Kate lane's supposed to go.
So this is the thing, is that DRX are playing really well. Like, they're playing way better than they did against Dalmon, right?
And way better than game one, right?
As well.
So far, yeah.
But
maybe not so much here on the top side, but I mean, Kingan's having to deal with this pretty insane Aurelia, who's now going to have to try and get out of this one. Doesn't have flash available, and Zeka turned up. Wallop is going to go slightly wide as Zeus moves out of the way of the house. Rune Prison comes in. He's going to get himself at least one stun, but he's not going to be able to go 1v2 this time around. Not quite strong enough. As T1 push out the bottom lane, and they will go for a reset. Probably not too worried.
Oh, they're on a ward.
Yeah.
They're on a ward.
Will this be a catch is the question. Beryl comes down, Lucent Singularity comes in, and Gumayushi has been singled out. Pyosik just audaciously charges on top of him, will be able to get himself a knock-up. Wind becomes lightning as Deft wants to grab the kill, and he will do so with the Gale Force. So that's another one. Now DRX up to 6 kills here in this mid-game. You can see the gold, still 1,000 gold in the lead for T1, which is just generally what they do.
Come on, Carrier. When you go out together, you go home together. Can't just leave Guma like that. As beautiful cancel timing there, found by Beryl. Ward paying dividends for them, able to get a kill, crucially onto Deft. And as we said at the beginning of the game, keeping Deft at least within reach, or within distance rather, of anyone on T1 is really important. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. As Faker picks up the Everfrost there. And
yeah.
Deft's going to need a whole lot more gold if he wants to be able to kill the Vega before Faker is in range of any Event Horizon shenanigans. Says, I feel like this is the first play that is just 100% won by DRX in like this entire game.
Yeah, especially given the wave state as well in mid lane that I didn't have time to look at. The fact that Zeka is so free to do this. is very important. So able to get one back against ㅣ that was really feeling himself here in this matchup.
제 누를게. 그냥 잡아.
I'm not dying.
Yeah, I think Beryl understood that he could have potentially been hit for a lot of damage by Gumayushi.
Faker is gonna throw down a cage, but again, like the top side control has been really good. King in.
Yeah, doing a fair bit of damage here to Ona, who's now taking it personally. And the fadeaway boomerang will be enough to deter the Viego for now. DRX feeling like they have a little bit more spring in their step.
400 gold down. That's not bad.
No.
I mean, 450 maybe, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, 700 now? 800? Okay. Yeah, you have to try and you have to search. You have to search a little bit harder to find the positives in a game like this. But still, DRX are doing the things that they need to in order to get to that mid game where Deft wants to be taking turrets. They want to be opening up the map, things like this. That's the ace in the hole, just to return the favor there. Chains of Corruption go down though, as Zeka is going to have to go golden. Final Spark comes down on a Faker, but he is already looking pretty tanky with that Everfrost online. And now Ona versus Pyoshik. T1 just going to walk on in as if they own this river, and they kind of do.
I love this, honestly. I'm really happy to see DRX back off here. Because their team fighting is very reliant on Mega Gnar, right? If they can set up shop and actually clear out the vision and use the threat of a Lux binding, or Rise, or Pyoshik diving on top of someone, like they might be able to do in this Drake, that's when they can fight.
Yeah, well, DRX are going to set up here. They're looking for the engage onto Carrier, and they will grab that kill, but they sacrifice their jungler for it. Drake is going to be up in 5 seconds. Time is now kinging. Underneath this turret as Mini Gnar. Does have his Gnar bar building, but doesn't quite have enough of it, as Shirley will immediately be plonked down to try and open up this map for T1. DRX looking a little bit worse for wear as far as health bars. They at least still have a turret, and the Event Horizon does not connect. And so they will be able to take down Shirley, as she is going to get finished up with that turret, but it looks like T1 should be able to move over and grab Drake number 2.
And while I like the trap, quote-unquote, set there by DRX, I don't think Pyoshik needs to go in that aggressively. If they play a little bit slower and they just get a lot of damage down, use the chunk that they can get with Deft and Barrel within the time of the binding, then you might have the opportunity to actually get a lot more done, right? But because they actually go for a full-on fight here without Kingen being there at all, Pyoshik ults and then everyone moves in because everyone barring Guma is short range, so they don't really care. And that's the end of it. Carrier now recognizing that the roaming stage is over and the teamfight stage has begun, has now switched to plated steel caps. Faker, unfortunately, finishing with Seraphs. Not the best item on Vega, but when you're this far ahead, does it really matter?
Not really.
No.
Not really at all. In fact, just finishing an item, having a good time is probably what you want to do. And look, stacking things on Veigar just feels really good, you know? He's very good at stacking, just in general.
He is.
So I'm kind of all about it. It's going to be Blade of the Rune King completed here for ㅣ. We'll see whether it's going to be Gordrinker next. And Kingen has at least passed the summit test and put together a Trinity Force. And he has that one. But yeah, it's still looking very, very dicey for the top laner of DRX in this game. The Aurelia is certainly working out a lot better than she has in the past, right? ㅅ certainly demonstrating that he does have the mastery required to make this matchup look like a counter. Gumayushi coming through with a bit of a piercing arrow, but it's going to be met with a Realm Warp as immediately Pyoshik's going to get in there. Carrier defending his bottom laner with his life as now Faker is trying to get in there, gets a stun, but he's going to be stunned in return as well. Beryl shields up Pyoshik as he comes back through. Really nice pick off there onto Carrier for DRX, but what else can they get after it?
That's the key question. Nice find here for DRX. Trying to threaten the turret here, but the wave clear is quite good with the Veigar. It's hard to dive as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can do much more than this. And that Mega Gnar bar, that's going to be one of the biggest things that we're going to have to keep our eyes on as the game progresses, because that, to me, is the main team fighting power for DRX. Their individual ability to blow up a member, that part's great, right? When it comes to picking people off, this comp is amazing, but actual fighting 5v5 is going to be relying on that, because if you don't find the lockdown on something like Aurelia, she's going to 1v9 your entire backline, and it's going to be pretty hard to stop her.
Yeah, and often teams don't have 9 in their backline, so it might even be easier than that.
I mean, I can imagine.
Yeah. As we're going to check this one out one more time. Carrier kind of paying a little bit for Gumyushi's step out of the brush. As, yeah, T1 identified that it's a lost cause pretty early on, and are going to be able to get at least a stun on the way out. But nice pick for DRX to start this one up. Some signs of life from this team.
They're hanging in there, Atlas. They're not giving up.
And if they win this, remember, 3rd place is on the line. They can get ahead of Damwon Kia after Damwon Kia's loss against Fred at Breon. I think it's still possible with a 2-1. Is Pioshik going to turn up and look for Faker? Just gets inside his own cage. That is going to keep him alive, no worries.
Yeah, Faker popping the Predator boots and dropping down the cage, and not afraid whatsoever. And now as the early to mid game starting to slowly transition, more objectives. Kingen.
Depth charge comes on in. He is going to try and hop his way out, but that's only going to set up the hook from Carrier. Final spark is going to be final only for the Gnar right now as Pioshik gets back underneath this turret. Gumyushi in position for a Chains of Corruption, just throws it out. Doesn't quite find his target, but does find the piercing arrow. And T1 will get to work on this inner turret even more. Gold is going to be put into this squad as the Dark Matter rains down. Faker not able to find the rise, but isn't threatened either, as Zeker is going to slink back into the river.
Nice Baleful Strike there as well by Faker, setting up either you get hit by the W, or I get a stack. Got a stack, and he's feeling good about that. And this kind of showcases the problem, is that T1 has complete vision control of the bottom side of the map, and you can't even try and defend this turret, especially not as mini Gnar. And with that, it's so hard to find plays, right? Because you ideally, as DRX, want to find a flank. Kind of need to.
Yeah.
Unless someone walks into a trap, walks into a binding, it becomes really hard for you to actually play out these fights. And yeah, Gumyushi, while all of this has been going on, has just been casually getting more and more fed, picking up a little bit of kills, left and right.
And now there's an event horizon for Pioshik to deal with. Decent little stun there from Ona, but no follow-up. T1 can basically pick whichever battles they would like, as Zeus is going to move in. And so now might be the time for fighting. As Zeker is looking for a flank, gets into the Hex Gate. And T1, they know exactly what's going on. They are looking for the Rise, who is now on the run, trying to get out of here. It looked like an aggressive play, but in the end, wasn't so much. As now Kingen's going to get collapsed on. As Carrier going to get the flash out of depth immediately. Knock up as the depth charge comes in.
That's a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, and they also have Mega Gnar now available. DRX, I mean, might be just as good a time as any to go for a fight, but no, the hook is going to connect there as Kingen wallops nothing and is just going to be taken down by a W from Zeus. And T1 now get to work on this Drake at Soul Point. A little bit unfortunate there for DRX. That was looking like one of their best opportunities.
T1 gives you no room for mistakes, as what looks initially like a lot of ultimates being thrown but no kills being actually found doesn't lead to anything, right? Kingen, a little bit too far forward, even in Mega Gnar. If everyone is wailing at you, you're gonna get taken down. And now, it keeps getting harder and harder, right? More of these items are getting finished for T1. Gold lead keeps growing and growing, and with Soul Point also now acquired, T1's gonna have so much space in terms of what objectives they can go for. And obviously, these two missed ultimates, okay, there's a shot here. But then look at this arrow. Pioshik already half health, takes like unreasonable amount of damage. And then because of the event horizon, no one can walk up. No one can help Kingen, and he just dies.
Yeah, just not anything in the way of follow-up whatsoever. Zeker not in the area. He's got himself an exhaust and a smite now, though. Maybe we're looking for a potential play. But it's 2.6k the lead here for Zeus. His Aurelia is looking absolutely terrifying. T1 has certainly bred quite a few Aurelia mains so far. Of course, Closer pretty good at the champion. Bertle as well, having his debut performance. Was on Gen G at that particular time, but started on T1, and his Aurelia was great. But Zeus also just having an absolutely wonderful time in this game. 50 CS in the lead, 4-1-0, and with that aforementioned gigantic lead means that no one can match him. Aurelia is a huge problem.
Not even just Aurelia, I think Faker also provides.
Oh yeah.
We
hadn't got into the rest of the problems.
Oh yeah, like
one at a time.
I don't know if you need to, you know, because it's pretty depressing, Atlas. Yeah. There's a lot of problems here.
There is certainly a lot of problems for DRX to deal with. T1 looking for the plus 29 though, and the 18-0. Remember, now going to start off the Baron. That is certainly one step closer to it. And Scaria will rotate around, exactly right. Pioshik, if he can be the hero, then there might be an opportunity. He flashes in, but he's not going to be able to land the smite. It was relatively close, but not close enough. He's going to go down for it as well, as there's a Nara into the wall. Decent work there from Kingan, but I think he's still going to go down, as Deft is going to get pulled back with the massive anchor of Carrier. And Beryl just watched the rest of his team die. Him and Zeka, both the only ones left alive, as Zeka's behind enemy lines, and Faker is looking to try and catch him out. Realm Warp is going to make sure that Zeka is not going to be able to be taken down just yet, and he's going to split push.
I thought he was going to go for double TP.
With the Hex Gate?
Yeah, TP into TP. Not going to happen. Instead, going to try and get a trade. It's not a great trade, not a trade you're going to be particularly excited about. And overall, this clearly the point where T1, who had been building up lead and lead and lead and lead throughout this game, completely break open the game, right? Because the Baron, if it gets stolen, maybe, but Pioshik just a split second too late. Ona doesn't miss those. And then, obviously, the subsequent fight is so easy to play out.
Yeah.
Carrier, pretty good setup on top of depth. It's the final hook as well, but even without that, there's no second, right? Like, because
여기 봐줘. 캐틀 박았어.
Yeah.
캐틀 높여. 캐틀
what
높여.
do you do? That's the issue that we've seen into T1.
And the problem is, it's like the answer isn't ban Nautilus or anything like this.
Doesn't do anything.
You got to ban Carrier somehow, and that's not going to happen. That's not allowed. This guy's just he's playing this Nautilus today extraordinarily well, but I don't think it's even the Nautilus's fault, right? This guy just knows where to be, knows how to start the fights that he needs to, and this T1 at exactly the right time, just continuing to look even better. That's nuts.
You know,
yeah, there we go.
That's
okay,
that's a bounty.
Kingan grabs himself a bounty in the top lane.
There's 45 seconds till Soul.
And it's only a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
27 minutes.
It's not like T1 skills well.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, well, it's
right?
good.
It's fine.
This game isn't over.
It's fine.
Yeah. No.
Fine, Atlas.
I agree with you. All power to you with the positivity.
It's okay. We can make it happen.
Yep. Zeus going to clear out this minion wave. Spots the remnants of what could have been a house if the correct skin was chosen. I believe it was a lump of concrete instead, or a set of stairs. I think that's what that Nar skin throws. Anyway, T1 now just setting up for a Hex Tech Soul. It's going to feel absolutely fantastic, especially for Zeus and Guma, who will be able to apply it very effectively. Owner as well. As Carrier is just going to pay a visit to his former teammate, and Deft is going to run away. And I don't blame him. More vision to go down here as T1. They give respect where they need to. You can see Zeus playing very far back. Understood that DRX will likely to go for a play here, and they will trade for inner turret in the mid lane and on the bottom side of the map.
Found him.
Yeah, Carrier is looking for Deft. He's going to get himself round the corner. The Ignite goes down as Deft flashes the hook nicely, as Owner is going to get the follow, and this just isn't fair. Kingan's going to turn up. Let's see whether Deft can kite this one out. Hook is going to miss there, but it's going to be, the Aurelia turns up. Kingan's well and truly dead. And T1, they tidy up the stragglers and now look to break open the base.
Meanwhile, Faker's at 300 stacks and has 630 AP.
Yeah, let's see what that means as far as damage. Yeah, a lot. Cool. Dark Matter comes down. Pioshik is going to be lucky to avoid that as the Realm Warp comes in. Vanguard's Edge was aggressively placed, but I liked it. There from Zeus. Not going to connect, though. There's now T1 on the siege, and they've got a Varus. Very good at sieging. And the bottom lane inhibitor turret's going to be the first one to go down. Faker 5-0-6 on this Viger. Basically unanswerable right now. Azek is going to walk up to him. He gets put in the cage. And look at how safe Faker is. There's absolutely nothing they can really do. Even with X-Tech Soul slowing them down, doing all that AoE damage. Oh, it's frightening.
And again, I think we've run out of answers. At this point, the lead insurmountable. Unless T1 all run into the enemy fountain and give over a bunch of free bounties, which I don't expect they will do. I hope they won't, at least.
Unless they really want to play more League of Legends today, as Pioshik is looking for Carrier here, knocks him up, and Carrier's very tanky. As Ace in the Hole comes in, Own is going to turn up. He's now battling the top laner. As Carrier goes golden, he will be taken down. Death secures that kill, as Faker now puts them in the cage. And you can see over the wall is Gumayushi. Decent stun there from Beryl to stop his advance. And now Zeka, he's going to get punished for it. Yes, they thought that they were getting a pick, but I think that T1 has just turned it around. Owner happy to dive forward because he's got a stopwatch, and then there's the flash. A very easy tidy up for Zeus, and T1 are looking to complete the ace and win this game. Koshik is running the wrong direction to try and keep his team alive. And Faker, yeah, wants him to stand in the dark matter and things like this. Didn't have the ulti, but he will be able to find it. With the Baleful Strike, now Nexus turrets will go down. T1, an absolutely historical moment. 18-0 for the first time in the LCK, and they tie 2015 Summer SKT and Damwon 2020 Summer. Two teams that then went on to win Worlds at plus 29 points in the season. Unprecedented from this T1 roster.
A roster in which every single player can carry. That is the dream. That is what you're always trying to look for. But more often than not, like, two great players can get you pretty far.
Yeah.
But when it comes to T1, honestly, if these games rather show us anything, it's that truly everyone can carry. Right? This wasn't even a great carry a day. It's just an okay one.
I don't know. I think it was pretty great.
Well, I mean, it was, but like that's the standard that this team has set for themselves. And Zeus popping off, getting so much confidence from, yeah, sure, pick Aurelia, no problem. Blind Jace, we got faith in you. Just, what do you say? Ludicrous performance.
Complete and utter dominance.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an incredible team. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much further they can go. We don't want to say anything before it's happened, right? But as far as looking towards MSI and things like that, especially looking towards the playoffs now, T1 are 100% the team to beat here in Korea. There's a chance that, you know, full power Gen.G could surprise us, but I don't think that that's going to be enough. This team has demonstrated just way too much control and way too much power. Their coordination, just amazing. They make gold on the map that just shouldn't be there. It's extremely impressive. And with a LoL Park absolutely full of T1 fans, that gentleman right there likely to get a few POG votes this time around. I think mine would have gone to Faker.
It was really hard.
First time Viger.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna give him some credit for
yeah,
that.
no, I think I had to go with Owner. Because I feel like his impact on the map was impeccable, but it was one of those games.
Carrier did get a blind hook to start the winning.
What about the guy in the top lane? He did pretty well.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, Atlas. That's
also,
the problem with
I believe
team.
Carrier also broke a record for most assists ever in a split. Previously, it was like 444 or something, 447 by Wolf.
Yep.
Of course, a very similar team. But Carrier just eclipsed 450. I believe it was the last game as well. So all of the assists that he got here are just adding on to a new record. You know, just records upon records upon records upon records being broken here by T1 in this particular season. The first time we've ever had an undefeated split for a team. Of course, games here and there, but the series are what count. And 18-0 had never happened before today.
Carry threats in every single role. Just truly a wonderful performance. And the crazy thing is that, honestly, DRX didn't play that bad today.
No.
Like, they obviously they lost, but like they looked all right. You know, and this is supposed to be one of our top 4. I mean, they're the 4th place team, but like this is supposed to be one of the teams that theoretically should match, right? It's the same for Damwon. Like, how can you see Damwon in the form that they are in right now and think that they could ever, in any world, match? You can't.
Nope.
And again, the only one that still possibly stands a chance is a Gen G, but that is a roster that I do think when it comes to playoffs, I see it before you believe it.
It's unproven. It's unproven,
it is.
right? Like,
it
there's
is.
so many of our teams that still need to get themselves together. We've said this so many times, but Zeus is new to this T1 roster. T1 had so many switches, right? They had so many issues last year that all resulted in an amazing Worlds run, right? Getting to the semifinals with a team that they'd only solidified halfway through summer, basically.
We should have known.
And it's just continued to get better and better and better. Gumushi and Keria are just unbelievable on that bottom side, but now we're starting to have conversations about Zeus being the best top laner here in the LCK and stuff like that. It's just nuts. I don't think he's quite there yet, but the trajectory, as far as improvement, he's going to be there real soon.
As I've said many times, the most mind-blowing thing about Zeus is how inexperienced of a player this still is. This is his first split starting.
Yeah.
He's played before, sure. Games left and right. We saw him rotate in and out, but in the end, last year T1 went with Kana. And I had no idea Guma would end up doing the most damage. That's
He's Varus.
Well, yeah, I mean, he is, but still.
Who built lethality.
It's pretty funny to me.
No, that's how it goes. If you pick Varus and build lethality items, you will do the most damage in the game. That is the rule here in the LCK. It's happened forever. And it's a really cute little off-meta pick as well to come through to try and answer what is
another one. Why not?
Yeah, it's a very powerful lane. I kind of would have liked the Caitlyn Karma personally. But we'll be able to hear more about what we thought about the draft when we hand it over to the analyst. Carpet Space, as Valdez and Wolf, I'm sure, are extraordinarily excited to celebrate the 18-0 for the first time ever as well. Because this, I'm so glad that it came down to this final day. As, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, as it is a momentous time here at the LCK. 18-0, huge congratulations to T1, all the players and the organization for getting it done in a insane series and, well, just an insane season, I should say.
The 18-0 is so impressive that it's the first time it's happened in 10 years of LCK, and it may be the last time it happens as well. To see a team actually be this dominant, this ahead of the competition, beat the remainder of the big three, and take a season where so many other records were broken as well, it's just something that I think we will be celebrating for years to come. We will reference this season so many times. In T1's hardships in the future, we'll be like, well, remember, like maybe they could return to the T1-8 season, right? As let's talk about the draft, Valdez. Because
I like that T1-8 season, though. That was pretty cute.
Hey, and there it goes. Achieved. They were able to pull this off here.
Achievement unlocked.
18-0, a perfect season. Absolutely crazy. Talking about the draft, though, I really did like the way that it was rounded out there on the side of T1. Veigar pick, as was mentioned on the cast, was actually great at denying some of the other top picks that could come through here, and also the Xin Zhao is going to feel fairly weak and risky into this. One of the best jungle picks left available, unfortunately. Volibear banned away. Then the Varus pick was genius, because it's one of the only picks right now that can actually slow down a Caitlyn Lux lane, considering the 80 carries left available, and it was played super well. Did help quite a bit that Keria got that first kill on Barrel at level 1. But I really, really liked how this draft came together. They saved the counter pick for the Aurelia, which played out super well. And T1 were just super oppressive. I mean, what a great game from them.
Really good stuff. And I kind of like how DRX were like, okay, well, we don't want them to play Xayah. I think that right now Xayah is, the stocks are through the roof. And every good 80 carry is playing it to a high level. So they're like, we're just going to get ahead of this. We're going to play Caitlyn Lux or Caitlyn Karma, I think maybe could have been the choice here. I kind of agree with Atlas. And it still didn't get ahead because it was just a great, it shows you the champion ocean, obviously Nautilus, not really, but the Varus as well that you were talking about. It's just huge, and it's really scary for any team that has to go up against T1 in the playoffs if they do. So, yeah, pretty cool draft. Also, Faker does pick up the 72nd champion he has ever played in his professional career.
In the LCK, of course.
In the LCK, I should say. And he does it on the final game of their full run of wins throughout this season.
Speaking of which, let's talk about Veigar a little bit as we get into our first highlight, because this bottom fight, which gives Faker, I believe, a 3-0-2 scoreline at the end of this, is where things get really off the rails here for DRX. And once again, Keria has a fantastic game on the Snallis. We've talked about it so much. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks up POG here. Hook doesn't land, but they event Horizon here, and this is just so much control already in this fight. DRX feel desperate. They've already lost Lux twice in this game. They decide to try to turn with a Crescent Guard here from Pyosik to win this fight, split T1 in half, but they're barreling into a 3v4, into a Veigar composition, and they feel priced in to stay here. And Faker plays this so extremely well. So does Owner. We talked about this. You and I were like freaking out with his Caitlyn mechanics, the auto resets.
Yeah.
And it was just a beautiful play from T1. And I think a lot of teams facing DRX would not have actually died in this scenario. Or the DRX facing a lot of different teams might have actually found success with that play, with the Crescent Guard attempt and the turn there. But against the mechanics of this team altogether, like basically all of T1 minus Zeus down in the bottom side, they just got outdone.
Yeah, sometimes you see everything in slow motion and you kind of get shocked by the insane mechanics of all these players on T1 as well. Like Keria, after the engage, going back in the brush, and then in that split second channeling Hex Flash to then jump onto the Xin Zhao. And, you know, whether it made a huge difference, I'm not sure. It's just the fact that they are so crisp right now, and it really speaks to their form and how they are able to achieve this. We're going to take a look at the second highlight as well, and jump into this Baron take.
There were a lot of crazy scrappy fights in between this, but T1 definitely came out ahead, and I just wanted to showcase the final moment here where T1 didn't really have a great control of vision around Pyosik's attempted steal. He's still not able to pull it off, but the turn here is fantastic, and I think that T1 were pretty confident that if Pyosik was around trying to look for a steal, they'd be able to turn, pick him off, and then instantly win the fight otherwise. And it was a fairly risky attempt from T1, all things considered, because of the vision, but they were so far ahead that they were just so confident they could do it. And it's these moments like Owner's Laugh we highlighted in the last segment, as well as moments like this where you can see T1 are extremely confident about their turn, the lead they have. Just is so scary. This team has no fear. This team is the big favorite to take this season. And I think in a lot of people's minds, maybe going to a finals at MSI. We're not there yet, but to end the regular season like this in such dominant fashion against a top 4 team in the LCK, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's definitely T1 meeting expectations in terms of just how dominant they can get. And we're going to see who does pick up the POG, the player of the game, from this one. It will be Keria, a support player, getting 8 POGs on the season. Also quite impressive.
CC score 48. Today is the final due date for MVP votes for the spring season, and I mean, there's a lot of competition right now for who's going to pick up that spot, but I think Keria is on a lot of people's minds for how consistent he was this season, and a team of greats,
number one.
Yeah, for number one for MVP, right? Like,
yeah.
On a team of players that went 18-0, competition is high even within his own. But his positioning so great, his engages this game, his blind hook on the Lux in the early game at level 1.
In the early mid-game, like, he's everywhere.
He's just such a fantastic player, and he's still so young. You know, he's a veteran who's at an extremely young age still, so we don't even know where his ceiling is going to be. As a few votes do, you know, go around Keria here. Yep. One for Owner, one for Faker, who was my second choice in this one as well.
Yeah, for sure. Those votes definitely do make sense, so we're happy with those as well. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. And we were joined by Zeus Keria after claiming a perfect regular split record in the LCK history. Zeus, this is your first, you know, split as a starting top laner, and you made this kind of a record. How do you feel? Me? Well, it feels good. And also, Keria, you said you actually think you guys are going to have an 18-0 record for 100%. So how do you feel that you actually made it? I'm happy, just happy. And Keria, in the previous interview, you mentioned Beryl, that if you prepare well enough, you'll be able to get the victory soon. What did you focus on facing up against Beryl? Whenever I watch DRX series, you know, they always kind of make plays around Burrow's movement, you know? So I wanted to really focus on how he plays the game. And we also saw a blind pick, first pick Nautilus from New. So was that also part of the strategy to shut down Burrow? Not really. It's just like Nautilus is the most yummy pick right now, you know? Whenever I get to play Nautilus, my plays are on point. And that is why the player comp carrier actually said, my Nautilus is so delicious. And today, the first game, you saw B1 Jace from T1 in game number 1. So Zeus, what do you think of your own Jace? That's like my favorite pick right now. I'm confident the most on that pick. So whenever I get the chance to play Jace, I feel so kind of ready and confident. What about you, Kyria? How do you rate Zeus, Jace? Well, Zeus is good at everything, so it doesn't really have to be Jace, you know? And even when he cannot play Jace well, he has other options. And that Jace was able to dismantle the enemy top laner, Sion, and at the end of the game, the gold difference was actually 6.2k gold. Did that ever happen during scrims? Not really, never in scrims. But Sion, he TP'd down to the bottom lane. That was a kind of a sacrificial play. And meanwhile, my teammates were actually buying time for me to scale. So it was a kind of a natural result. In game 2, we saw Hail of Blades Varus up against Caitlyn Lux. So Caitlyn Lux, they're really strong in lane. So I didn't actually want to like blind pick Nautilus, but I was like, they're not going to play Caitlyn Lux here, and they actually did. So we kind of came up with this idea of Varus, something we prepared from long ago. So yeah, today was the day we wanted to give it a shot. Zeus, you played Irelia into Gnar and you got early solo kill in lane. You actually gave up your cannon minion and then went in for the kill. Did I really? Did I really not take the cannon? I was not aware of that. But I just wanted to kind of give it a shot. And Zeus, your performance and play is getting more and more consistent and reliable. What do you think about that? Well, to be honest, I try to learn from other players what they're good at. And I hope to become a player that has all the strong points of other top laners. Who's your favorite nowadays? Keen recently. In Kyria, Leona is currently undefeated for many games, and some people say Nautilus is slowly going down the tier list. What do you think about that? Well, Nautilus is a pick that you have to really make proactive actions, so it all comes down to pilots. And T1 managed to get the perfect regular split record. Now, the next goal on the line should be winning the LCK, right? I think if we play well, we'll be able to win the LCK. I cannot really say how many percentage because I haven't analyzed yet. What about you, Zeus? Me too. You know, this is my first time playing on a big stage, so I'm not sure how I will do there. So I think I have to, put one foot in front of the other. What is your mindset heading into the playoffs? Just like I said, this is my first playoffs. So I'm trying not to, get nervous about it, I hope I can play as I normally do. And I really want to win the LCK. What about Eukaria? Any message over to the fans as well? Our goal is not winning the entire regular split, it was about winning the LCK Spring Split, and we will do our best, and I think we're gonna win. We're gonna win the title. And this will be the end of the interview from Zeus Keria, and I'm gonna pass it back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the last regular season one, but there is one more. We do have a tiebreaker after this between Kwangdong Freaks and Fred at Breon that you guys will want to see. It will be a best of one to determine who gets 5th place, who gets 6th place, and who's going to be playing against Damwon or who's going to be playing against DRX.
You can see that ranking right there, tied at 5th, and I have a request for the T1 fans out there. I think you guys should come up together and coin a term for T1's 18-0 run. Maybe we shouldn't call these perfect seasons in the future. Maybe T1 actually gets to hold that moniker because they may be the one and only team that ever achieves it. If anyone else does it, it will always be compared to what happened here in 2022 spring.
Yeah.
Such an incredible moment, such a great season for them. And as Atlas tweeted earlier, it's just the beginning. We still have playoffs. We still have potentially an MSI for this team to win.
Yeah.
Who knows how far this team's going to go?
The beginning of the year, and who knows, maybe in the future they can outdo themselves and not even lose a single game. I don't know if that'll ever be possible, but we said a perfect season or an 18-0 might not ever be possible. But it happened, and congratulations once again to them. As I mentioned, guys, we do have one final match. It will be Bro up against KDF for one best of one for a tiebreaker to decide who gets 5th and who gets 6th place. But for now, we will say goodbye, take a little break, and come back with that tiebreaker.
네. 뭐 하고 계신가요? 그 롤파크에 살고 있는데 롤파크에 직관을 간 적이 한 번도 없잖아요. 그래서 직관 한번 가보고 싶어가지고 티켓팅 지금 준비하고 있는데 이게 티켓팅은 또 PC방이 잘 되는 거 아세요? 지금 근데 10분밖에 안 남았어요, 시간이.
오늘 성공할 수 있을 것 같아요.
전프로, 프로게이머 손. 완전 그냥 속도 빠르게 무조건 티켓팅 성공하죠. 제 손에 지금 작가 PD님들 퇴근이 달린 거 아니에요? 몇 분이야? 2분. 시간이 갈수록 뭔가 마음이 이렇게 좀 압박감이 든다. 실패하면 3시간 동안 진짜 어떡하냐? 딱 시뮬레이션, 머릿속으로 시뮬레이션 해놔야 돼. 딱 새로 고침하고 하자마자 변기 딱 누르고 그러고 나서 좌석 고르고 앞줄, 맞아, 앞줄 됐으면 좋겠다. 3, 2, 1, 0. 어딨어? T1 젠지. 와, 1788명. 야, 잠깐만. 아니, 이게 이게 말이 돼? 없는 거 맞죠, 이거? 아, 망했네. 다음 8시에 있는 경기 티켓팅 한번 노려볼게요, 그러면. 티켓팅 일단 1경기는 실패 같거든요. 근데 3시간을 기다려야 되네. PC방 온 김에 게임하고 먹을 것도 시켜 먹고 해야겠다. 어쩔 수 없다, 이거는. 아니, 요새 PC방들 메뉴가 너무 잘 돼 있어. 뭐 먹지? 라면 먹을까? 와, 핫도그들 미쳤는데? 요청사항, 라면, 꼬들면 부탁드립니다. 이렇게 해도 진상 아니겠지? 감사합니다. 와, 너무 맛있어 보인다. 잘 먹겠습니다. 꼬들하게 해달라 했는데 요청사항도 잘 들어주셨어요. 뭐 시켜드려요? 지금 50분이네 벌써. 영신광동. 이번에 무조건 성공한다. 제발. 진짜 제발. 윤수빈 아나운서님도 티켓팅을 하셨더라고요. 직관 가려고. 근데 대기 2,000명 넘어서 실패했어. 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 지금. 됐다! 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 이 정도면 좋은데? 가운데 딱 중립석, 완전 그냥 생 가운데인데? 농심도 아니고 광동도 아니고 딱 중립석에서 지켜볼 수 있는. 아니 근데 진짜 이게 너무 빨리 나가가지고 깜짝 놀랐어. 기분이 너무 좋은데? 이제 얼마 안 남았으니까 경기 날 뵐게요. 됐다!
루크 대원님.
안녕하세요. 저 지금 경기 보고 있어요.
아이고. 안 그래도 이제 루클리오님이 월급 누팡이라는 말이 많이 나오고 있는데.
누가? 거짓말 좀 하지 마세요, 진짜로.
일 안 하시고 직관 가서 놀러 가셔도 되는 겁니까?
오늘 하루만 쉽시다. 오늘 하루 좀 편하게 오늘 하루만.
저희도 이제 분량을 뽑고 일을 해야 되니까 저희가 공짜로 보내드릴 수는 없잖아요.
어떻게 뽑아요, 오늘 분량?
그래서 저희가 미션을 준비했습니다.
와.
여기서 포인트는 카메라에 꼭 잡히셔야 됩니다.
카메라에 꼭 잡히게? 근데 카메라 무조건 잡을 것 같은데? 솔직히 카메라 감독님도 저 누군지 알고 이게 핵가족 딱 우리 딱 잘 되고 있는데 멀리서 찍으셔야겠네요.
저희가 알아서 할게요.
약간 제 그냥 소울대로 할게요.
그래도 그림이 되게 중요한 거 알죠? 그림이
지금 망했잖아요. 말 거셔가지고 손 삐뚤어졌잖아. 망했어 이거.
남탕 금지.
고스트로 삼행시를 할까? 나쁘지 않은데? 농심이 저 고소하는 거 아니에요? 고생이 많다. 아, 아니야. 고깃집에서 뭔가 왜 허전한 거 같지? 와, 깜짝이야. 깜짝이야. 와, 깜짝이야. 깜짝이야.
제가 또 뉴클리아님 그려드릴게요.
그러면 모델 해주세요. 제가 보고 그릴게요.
이거 그 타이타닉 BGM 좀 깔아주세요.
다 했습니다.
하나, 둘, 셋. 아, 진짜. 아니 내가 뭐 어딜 봐서 이렇게 생겼어요.
그 마스크 쓰고 계셔서 밑에는 안 보여가지고 상상으로.
근데 좀 닮았다고 얘기 나올 것 같아.
안녕하세요. 경기 보고 있어요 지금? 네. 이 경기 제가 직관을 하거든요. 오늘 좀 선수들 응원차 잠깐 짧게 인사하러 잠깐 들렸고, 만약에 좋은 결과 있다면은 세레모니 같은 거 짧게 하나만 부탁해도 될까요? 뭘 해야 될지 모르겠죠. 이거를 마음에 드는 선수랑 이거 끝날 거. 오케이? 오케이? 진성아 시선 피하지 말고.
아니 합이랑 정글이랑 가까운데 왜 원딜 나랑 해?
제가 오늘 핵가족 촬영을 하면서 이 경기 직관을 해요. 제가 와서 좀 힘나지 않나요?
네, 정말 힘이 나는 것 같아요.
그래서 오늘 제가 힘도 좀 드리고, 세레머니 같은 것도 제가 지금 하나 부탁드리고 싶은 게 있어가지고 찾아왔거든요.
세레머니요?
혹시 뭘 것 같아요? 어? 역시 용준이가 감이 좀 있다. 제가 그러면은 이 화살 같은 걸 쏠게요. 이렇게 한번 빡 쏠게요. 이렇게 쏘면은 드레드 선수 너무 하고 싶나 본데 지금? BDD 선수는 좀 어때요?
그 티난 용준이가 하고 싶어 하는.
저는 BDD 선수랑도 친해지고 싶어가지고.
그래요?
네.
뭐 피어지 받으면은.
진짜요? 그리고 피터 선수도 혹시 핵가족 봤어요?
지나가는 네, 롤 챔스 할 때.
유튜브로는 안 보고?
제가 요새 힘들어가지고.
오늘 다들 그럼 파이팅 하시고 경기 좋은 결과 있길 바라겠습니다.
감독 응원하시나요? 농심 응원하나요?
저는 이기는 편이 우리 팀이에요. 그러면 나도 이제는 약간 관계자가 아니고 팬이네? 직관하면, 그죠? 오케이. 여기가 티켓팅 하는데요? 와, 대박. 여기로 들어가, 와. 저기가 보다.
팔찌 확인하겠습니다.
뭔가 내가 더 긴장된다. 함성 지르면 안 되고. 또 뭐 하면 안 되는 거니까. 너무 나대지 말기. 저 근데 무조건 나올 것 같은데요? 무조건 잡힐 것 같은데?
오늘 혹시 복수의 칼날을 달고 오지 않았을까 싶고 생겼을 것 같거든요. 이렇게 주전 맵으로 출전하는 동시에 어떤 경우인지
대학생이시길 배웠으로 일단 보니까 대단하군요. 대단합니다.
네, 전적적인
오늘 못 틀렸어요. 무슨 무패거든요.
맞습니다. 못 틀렸어요. 한 번도 진짜 없어요. 심성적에 비해서 그리고 또 들어가요. 넥서스가 터뜨립니다. 완전한 남자죠.
중학생이신가요? 고등학생이신가요? 대학생이세요? 성인이세요? 대학생? 대자를 하신 거 보니까 역시
그렇죠. 요즘에 또 건강이 굉장히 중요한 이슈거든요.
맞아요.
아시지 않겠어요?
이거 누구야? 집에 안 가니?
진짜.
그죠?
네. 많이 보는
네. 백화점 많은 사람.
네, 부탁드리겠습니다. 여기 사는 식당에
누군가 했어요. 그러니까요. 얼굴 보니까 너무 낯이.
이번에요.
그러게요.
황입니다.
승리는 그런 장면이 농심 내
끝나고 소나트라도 약간.
장면이 농심 내는 선수들까지 나왔습니다. 와, 광동 프린스 이러니 해도 오늘 2대0 완승이에요.
아니 이걸 어떻게 들어요 이걸? 뭐야? 내 침 핵가족 끝이에요? 뭐야? 진짜 어디 갔어요? 아니 알았다. 집 업그레이드? 집이 나 뭐 당황해서 말이 안 나오네. 뭐야? 갑자기 웬 케이크예요?
이제 자유의 몸이 젖었으니까
아니 진짜야?
인턴 MC 종료 기념으로 준비했습니다.
인턴 MC 종료? 집이 없어요.
끝났나 봐요.
끝났나 봐요.
쫓겨나는 거예요?
그런가 봐요.
갑자기 서운해질라 하네. 이 롤파크의 구석구석을 보여주시느라 정말 고생이 많았고 앞으로 또 종종 뵐 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
나 생일 아닌데 뭐지? 몰카인가?
고생하셨습니다.
고생하셨어요.
저희는 진짜 퇴근할게요 이제.
오라? 저 뭐야? 나 뭐야? 뭐야? 아니 나 어떡하라고?
뉴클리어 팀으로 가자.
징크스 주고 자야레나타 같은 거 하는 거 어때요?
저는 괜찮아 보여요.
그러니까 이게 저 자야레나타가 어제 그냥 한 판밖에 안 해보긴 했는데 되게 좋아 보이긴 했거든요. 가보자, 저가. 자야레나타 가자.
잠깐만.
레나타보다 나는 나 너네는 믿는데 그냥 내 그가 조합이 너네가 힘들까봐 그런 거야. 한번 약간 해볼까? 나 간다, 올라간다.
이번에 우리가 한번 봐도 될 것 같긴 하거든. 맞아. 나 오랩 찍고 들어갈게. 하나만 오랩이야. 자, 난 볼게. 들어갈게. 비견하자.
잡았다.
나이스. 바텀은 너무 좋아, 얘들아.
물렸다. 좀 파워 좀 나갈 듯 이거. 아이고, 까비 괜찮아. 뺏겼다.
괜찮아. 사이언 미드.
볼래? 나 개 잘했어.
나이스. 여기 오면 볼게. 나 풀 있고. 속박. 기다리. 나이스. 가보자. 아픈 거 맞아요? 아니 뭐야? 이 사람 아픈데 왜 이렇게 잘해? 나 들어갈게 얘들아. 네. 나 조식에 있어. 나 불안만 빠질. 보자. 징크스 노플. 야, 기다리.
나 라이드.
끝내자. 이거 내가 먹을게.
바텀.
나이스. 근데 저거가 너 너무 잘해. 미쳤어.
맞지, 그것도 맞지.
끝내자.
나 진짜 몸 너무 아파 얘들아.
방 한 번을 안 파냐 형은. 나 팠어. 나는 세트로 간다. 다음에는 그웬 세트 구도 갈게. 와 뭐야 이 스킨? 봐봐. 우와. 왜 때려? 떨래? 집. 서로 집. 빨리 연습 안 돼 이러면. 연습 안 된다고. 연습했는데 아이고 열받아. 지금? 뭐야 이게 안 맞아? 들어가시고 에바지. 형 뭔데? 나? 아크샷. 난 잭스. 싹. 방풀하지 마. 싹. 재밌어. 쉽다. 다시 해줘. 나 이래라 할 거야. 뿅 페페짜 게이드. 뭐 하세요? 뭐 하긴. 홀라프 돌리지. 홀라 홀라 홀라. 컷! 와 큐를 안 치고 W를 찍었네. 오늘은 좀 좋구만. 날이 좋구만. 오늘 탑 안 한다. 오늘 좀 승률이 좋은데 나?
아 왜 이렇게 긴장되지 근데?
심장이 아파. 하던 대로 하자. 시작하겠습니다.
회사 가자 이번 판. 픽할게. 가자. 저도 돼. 편하게 하자.
저도 돼.
신난 마인드긴 해.
편하게. 함 지는 것도 나쁘지 않을 수 있긴 한데.
인정?
오늘은 이렇게.
왜 숨어 있을 거야? 갱 골라는데? 잡아야 될 듯? 야 아래께 조심. 잡아야 돼.
천천히 볼래 그냥?
일단 봐봐. 없다 생각해.
파이팅 해볼게.
그랬대. 나이스 우리 바텀. 우리 바텀 네이스. 키 놔줘. 오케이. 땡큐. 나이스. 얘 태도 있어. 무리하지 마. 하필 쟤 노스펠. 노스펠 맞다.
뭐야? 쟤 맞네. 라인 바로 민다.
야 얘네 카이사한테 너무 감정적인데?
응징 마련 나와봐.
그런가 봐. 풀 써야 될 듯? 까비.
나이스.
나배드. 이건 나배드. 큐금 한번 볼게 이거. 땀 났다. 괜찮긴 해. 나이스. 하필. 야 이거 상대방 온다. 잡아도 돼. 일단 잡아봐. 할만해. 할만해. 살려줘.
이게 좋네.
잡아볼게. 강 나오면. 가게피. 따라와보. 맞았다. 잡긴 했어. 앞에 둘 빼. 바텀 어디까지 밀 수 있다? 야 여기 이겼다. 르블랑 6초 뒤집. 라카라고 바론 보자. 라카라고 바론. 카이사 좋고.
어그로 플레이 좋았다. 쌈 보자.
르블랑 W 빠졌고.
봐봐.
야 앞에. 야 폭행할게. 카이사 봐줘. 카이사. 미니언이 아니야?
나 안 때렸어. 그러시지.
노잼.
Glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Tiebreaker time here in the LCK Spring 2022. It's technically not the last game of the regular season, but it kind of is at the same time. Kwangdong Freaks versus Fredit Brion to decide who is in 5th place and who is in 6th place. The happy news, both of these teams are in playoffs. Just got to work out the order.
Our first for more LCK games knows no bounds. So,
yeah.
You know, we did 2 best of 3s today. Just throwing in another best of 1.
Yeah, and
Why
actually,
not?
they were 2-0s as well. So,
Yeah,
honestly,
nothing.
we were kind of due like a little bit more League of Legends.
That's
It's not really, yeah, it's not really fair.
You need
And,
to take your 5 a day.
Yeah, I need more opportunities for my mask to fall off my face, which has been happening throughout the entire day, and it's been quite frustrating. However, I've made sure that I've kept it up the entirety of the time.
You've been
Camera
working hard.
or no. Let's get into it, though, as of course, Fredit Brion had an absolutely historical victory over Damwon Kia. Of course, they have done it before, but never in a time with so much pressure on their shoulders. And here they are back once again, bringing out the dab. Shout out to the Rocks Tigers all those years ago. Were they the Coup Tigers at the time of the dab? I can't quite remember. However, it is a very, very famous pose. And I like that Lord King Lava in the middle is just going to be strong as per usual. I love this team. I think a lot of people have now become the biggest of fans of Fredit Brion. They are so incredibly easy to like. And they're up against a Kwangdong Freaks that had an amazing day today. They can carry that momentum to try and face off against Umpty and the gang.
As a little shocked. I think someone just passed by, but all working out with the fan sign here. And these are the true Fredit Brions and Kwangdong fans making their way over just to see a single game, making sure that they can support that team. And as you pointed out, it's so easy to love this team.
It really is.
You can talk about Umpty, you can talk about Morgan, you can talk about the Law King, you can talk about Delight, you can talk about... It doesn't matter. Everyone. Every single player on this team has been forged in friendship, anime bloodlines, and an uncanny resemblance to some sort of feudal archetypes. So it works out very well.
We definitely have a lot of those. However, this is the team that's up against them. And if there is plot armor, do you know what you need? You need someone that can cut through armor. And do you know who's done that? It is none other than Teddy, the Fountain Laser himself. So, this team, Kwangdong Freaks, fighting for what was, honestly, their playoff spot, right? The 5th place at the start of the week looked like it should belong to this team. They had an easy road, and they managed to tick off exactly what they needed to do. Now they are definitely going to the playoffs, and it's potentially also going to be a time where they could lock in that 5th place and skip facing Damwon Kia in the first playoff game as well. Of course, Damwon and DRX are the 2 teams that are waiting for both of these. And 6th place will go against 3rd, and 5th will go against 4th. 4th place belongs to DRX, and at the moment, does look like the team that is in a little bit better form. Of course, just recently absolutely smashing DRX that recently fell to T1 as T1 made the 18-0 record this evening. Fredit Brion, though, what would you prefer? You know, like, do you just want to go and smash Damwon Kia again? Because they just did that.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think that's your preferred opponent.
Right.
Like,
well, I mean, I think that Fredit Brion probably prefer to just win and then just do more winning. But
yeah, I mean,
I don't think they'd be too upset if they lost this game.
Well, that's my point. Like, obviously, they're going to try to win. There's no doubt in my mind that they will, especially because as much as I think justifiably so, there's been a lot of criticism to Damwon. Playoffs Damwon is still going to be, I think, a much more scary team than regular split Damwon. This is something that they've been guilty of in the past. Wow, that is just the amount of animals. You know, we've been going with different a different analogy, but those work very well as well.
Something about a high school assignment that I assume she's like supposed to do, but is instead watching this tiebreaker. Absolutely fantastic priorities. I love it when students come to LoL Park when they should be studying and instead watch some sweet esports.
Is that's something that you yourself...
Yep, it validates my childhood.
That's what I was going to ask. I had a feeling, Atlas, that might be the case.
Yep. I had to make sure that I watched all of those bedroom broadcasts that were brought to me by Quickshot all those years ago. of just random stuff I didn't really know. I just wanted to watch as much League of Legends as I possibly could.
For me, it actually started with good old StarCraft 2.
All right, I mean,
I
decided to keep it within this video game, but yes, I guess that would be the earliest one.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you were a early Season 1 League of Legends savant.
I mean, I was, but I think...
I mean, StarCraft was early.
Yeah, definitely. It's got like 25 odd years. But anyway, let's get into this draft, as Quantum Freaks will be on our blue side this time around. And this is the best of one for all the marbles. And Quantum Freaks choose blue. It has been powerful, but counterpick is definitely good. And I think Predator Breon actually had side selection.
They did.
Based on head-to-head and things like this. And therefore, they will elect to go for the red side. And is it going to be B5 Aatrox or R5 Aatrox? That's my question. As the Corky Respect coming in for the LoL King.
Not wanting to give him a pick that he also specifically beat Kwangdong on. Pretty handily, repeatedly. As Kwangdong, as strong as a performance there today, have had their fair share of issues in the mid stages of the game. But honestly, if today's performance showed us anything, is that this team, they deserve that playoff spot, right? They've had their difficulties. Regardless, they're a team that needs to be respected, as this is as much a pick for Alum as it is a pick away from Umti, who had just the best play
it was absolutely chef's kiss
against Birdle
yesterday.
And I actually, all jokes aside, really wonder what the top lane matchup is going to be here, because Morgan, you know, Crocodile's open. Aatrox is open, so there's a bunch of choices, but that's going to be, I think, second rotation, expecting him to prioritize. I was going to say Phoedios because it's Henna, and he prioritizes Phoedios above all else. And
as does Teddy these days as well, so it feels like that's also a bit of a pick away on the other side. These teams matching up relatively well.
But no, it will be Ahri instead.
I like the Ahri, because I think that Lava has had a lot of power, and Fate is someone that you do not want to underestimate. And so just pick yourself a champion that's very difficult to punish too much in that mid lane. We've seen it attempted, it's worked here or there, but honestly it feels like Ahri's, if they're feeling themselves, are very capable of just finding the angles, right? And the lane matchup isn't as important. So I don't mind it as a blind pick. LeBlanc gonna come through here, the LeBlanc Lee Sin, very famous combo. And let's see whether it is just Jinx, if we wanted to go down the tier list, and just the most common of answers here.
I like Nautilus personally.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either.
Especially because it combines so well. And thank you, Kwangdong. Appreciate you listening. Leona lock-in here is the most obvious. If you don't do that, then Renata is obviously still a choice, and it's the light, so Rakan always remains a possibility. But I do think that the risk of getting banned out in terms of support matchup is then a real threat. And
get out of the comms, Chronicler! Get out of the comms!
It's a good day. I've basically been mainlining 7 days of League for, what, like 2 months now, so...
Yeah, that is true, that is true.
It's...
The drafts have seeped into your brainstem.
When I close my eyes at night, the things I see...
He just sees choices of champions.
Blind Aphelios every time.
Yeah, well, the Jinx is going to be taken away here. We'll see where Quantum Freaks are going to land as far as what they're going to aim for. Like, Renekton and Aatrox could be a choice that they go with here. Of course, Predator Breon do have a pretty powerful mid-game composition right now. But the Poppy is going to be taken away from Umpty. Definitely one of his power picks, and does work well into all three of the champions shown now.
It's interesting because Poppy has definitely dropped in prio, right? So it is somewhat surprising to me as Tryndamere gets taken away here, or Tryndamere rather, Graves gets taken away here as well. With Tryndamere open, actually, is a interesting decision here to me. And
Volibear ban, perhaps? Or do they have to ban the Tryndamere at this stage?
Well, no, because Keen has actually played Malphite, so it's fine.
That's true.
Of course, they have to blind pick, right? So maybe you do ban Tryndamere, and then you can just lock in the Gragas, but Gragas is actually pretty good into Tryndamere's. Oh my god.
I love it.
They did it.
This is what you needed to do. I was calling for this. Like, these are the two Troxes here in the LCK right now, Morgan and Keen. One of them R5s, the other one B5s. It does not matter. They will play the Aatrox. So you have to ban it away. Xin Zhao picked up here for Umpty.
Gotta be
counter pick secured for Morgan.
Gotta be Gragas here. Xayah Gragas I actually quite like into the Fred composition. Xayah in general has been a pick that has just done very, very well, especially if the team is performing overall on a relatively even level, obviously when she's really far behind. There's not much to be done as the enemy team can just dogpile onto you without any threat. But into the short range composition, Fred can have a lot of value, as yes, that is no surprise. My only question, is it going to be Gnar, or is Morgan going to counterpick himself and not care? Yes, he does! Of course he does!
He is a crocodilist, okay? And you must allow him to crocodile if he wants to crocodile. That is just how it goes with Morgan. Do not doubt our lord. Chronicler? It's not what we do.
We love him for in the good times and the bad, and I think self-counterpicking your Renekton into Gragas, especially Keen, is a risk. But he's proven us wrong in the past, hasn't he?
He has.
He
not against Keen,
has.
but he has.
I need to have some hope. I need to be able to justify this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of feeling like you can. In the fact that Fred Brion's comp revolves around mid-game power.
They have Xayah.
Extraordinarily well.
They have Xayah and Gragas, Atlas.
Yeah, no, that's bad. But if you ignore that, things look great.
You don't ignore that.
No, but I have to in order to make it look better for Fred Brion, okay? You gotta stay with me here, brother.
I'm trying. I'm really trying, Atlas.
He can get a Feather Storm. And then Umpty goes in, right? And then you just hope that you haven't all died. It's fine. It's fine.
He is good at finding flanks.
Yep. Quantum Freak's comp is extraordinarily well-rounded. We've seen compositions like this work extremely well in the past. In fact, today, we've seen them work very, very well. So definitely setting themselves up very nicely, utilizing that blue side very, very well. Fred Brion has got a task on their hands. We'll see whether the Lord, the King, and the General can come out on top, with Night Delight and his Squire there towards the bottom side of the map, able to do the same thing. Fred Brion certainly are going to be, you know, in a lot of people's hearts here, but both of these teams have made playoffs, right, guys? That's what you have to remember. This is all playing for seeding, whether you want to face off against Darmonkia or DRX in that first playoffs match. Fred Brion, if they lose here, they face Darmonkia. Do you know what they did to Darmonkia? It was 2-0. It wasn't even close.
Honestly, they've 2-0 better than Monkia. So this Monkia clearly is nothing to them. We should have known from the get-go.
Yeah.
We didn't. We didn't have faith.
Oh, you might not have.
What was your prediction again, Atlas?
No, it was definitely Dom on 2-0. Dang it, I forgot that that's on record. I'm very
It is on record.
Yeah.
Oh, man, look at this guy.
Yeah, disaster.
Trying to hide.
I was trying to lie my way out of it.
Oh.
Not this time.
Chased by the truth.
Indeed. Well, Henna is going to get a little bit of extra gold. Delight as well. So Fred Brion now moving down towards this bottom side. Teddy and Hoyt in position. Remember, this is Hoyt's Nautilus as well. Teddy's been playing Xayah for forever. And honestly, it's just so much comfort for Kwangdong right now on this composition. Keen's Gragas looking absolutely immaculate. Picking up a lot of POGs in the first series. And in a good matchup now as well. But do they have the Bro Memento? And I don't think any other team does.
They don't. And trying to think what the because you have bursted for Hanwha, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bro Memento for Fred Brion. We need a catchphrase for Kwangdong as well.
Well, Morgan is 6-1 on the Renekton. Having a good time, although has dropped games, or a game at least this season. Prior to that, has dropped 4 in his career here in the LCK. Hasn't been here that long. 75% win rate, definitely very, very strong. It's a pick that was banned away from him a lot last season, if you guys will remember. Renekton only really getting gutted at the very end, and then was reverted, which is why now we still see him just a little bit.
Every now and then, in the right spot, Renekton can of course provide some value, but overall with the meta gravitating towards a more bot side focused meta, we don't see as many strong side tops, and if you do, you better be, well, Kwangdong or T1, because they are the only, I think, reliable strong side tops.
Yep.
Well, Rask was yes, but KT obviously.
Yeah.
I'd rather not go too in depth there. And
Bit of a sad story.
actually, Lava to me was one of the more inconsistent parts of the win against Dumb Kia. Zari not looking as good as has in the past. Possible 1v1 here. Umti with the extra health, Smite available as well.
Inside
And
track as
Cryo.
well, moving towards this Rift Scuttler, which is looking like it's a Kwangdong Freaks with Rift Scuttler, but Umti's going to turn it immediately. Teddy going down extraordinarily low, but the Blade Caller doing a lot of work, and First Blood goes over to Hoyt. They answer, but now Henna finds himself in a bit of a sticky situation. Delight as well is going to go down solo, was looking for the stun onto Hoyt. Here is the Gravitum. Does he have the stun? Yes, he does. But it's not going to quite be enough. Double buffs part ways here on the bottom side of the map, and Kwangdong Freaks trade up.
Because overall, Lava died to Fate off screen.
Oh, right, that was off screen. So I guess it was a 2v2 in what we were watching, but
Yes.
3 for 2 otherwise.
When it comes to gold, though, there is a support that is 2-0, and there is an AD carry. I'm not going to explain to you which is better, because it is pretty obvious. So this 3v3 is where all the action happens, right? But that Blade Caller from Teddy, honestly, game-saving play. If he's able to actually get away there from Hannah and make it to the brush somehow, then could be even better. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. But while this was happening, Lava's a level up as well.
Yeah, how did this even happen? It's okay, it was just the combo. Charm misses, chain lands, flash to follow, and Deception not there. Outplayed, 100%.
Yeah, just really well done. Nicely played by Fate. And that actually saves that play. Because again, you have an Aphelios with double buffs and a Nautilus.
Yeah, and things are not great bottom side, but you're now winning mid.
You are. And you know who's winning top?
Morgan.
Got the wave in a perfect state as well.
Oh
He has
my
the free. I mean,
goodness.
I think he could freeze. He could do it.
I think he's looking for a back, yeah. As LeBlanc has been winning this matchup, as we can see.
It's been, I think, the most popular ban. Vex is also high on the prior list, but not as highly coveted as this LeBlanc is. Of course, LeBlanc, much more so than the Vex, I think has a lot of utility.
Also, a lot of our players just played way more LeBlanc, right? So we have just better LeBlanc players here in the LCK.
We have great LeBlanc players, yeah. Lava has no flash and no ultimate.
And he's cheating towards the wrong side, unfortunately, as Orbit Deception runs through. But as we can see, LM not going to come through for a fight just yet. Umpty moves on over, looks for the Wind Becomes Lightning, gets a fair bit of damage from it, but isn't going to be able to get the follow-up. And at least the experience will go to Lava. But Henna is just tearing apart these plates, red and white. Feeling very, very good about that. Crescendum gets so much work done to these turrets, as he's going to get one of them and then back away. Still 2-0-0, Noon Quiver online. Aphelios is accelerated, and it's scary. Gold entirely even after that early scuffle.
And you know because of who? It's because of the Crocodile.
It is. I mean, it all comes back to our Lord, doesn't it?
Unironically, yes. Because thanks to the CS lead that Morgan has, that kill is basically neutralized. And it is something that I wonder what impact it's actually going to have, because obviously the laning lead is nice. But the whole point of the Gragas is that, especially now that the first back has come in, you become an unmovable brick wall in lane. With still great setup. Obviously, trying to gank a Renaxan is a pretty subpar endeavor. Like, generally, your energy is better spent elsewhere on the map, so I don't expect that to actually happen at all. I just expect this 15 CS lead, about 2 waves, to just stick around.
Yeah, and
that should be it.
If it stagnates, right, then it's absolutely fine for King. Like,
That's
being behind this much, who cares?
Although he's missing a lot of creeps. And, you know, Keen already had to play
Yeah.
very hard today.
He double POG'd in his first series, which got him to playoffs, right? So you could imagine that right now, chilling, not too bad. Like, I wouldn't blame him.
Okay,
as he's going to find a nice little body slam here, gets a cask as Morgan sidesteps just enough to make sure that he doesn't get into turret range. And he's going to be fine. Does have his Merc Treads available. And Henna and Delight here on the bottom side, continuing to put pressure on. Only 6 CS up. That's a stacked wave, so Teddy will be able to basically equalize, I think, with Henna as the dust settles. Oh, it's a Cloud Drake first. It's the last game. Couldn't have been a Cloud Soul.
We already had a Cloud Soul today.
I know, I'm greedy. As Morgan's going to slice, and then he'll dice, and he'll get himself out of the way. As Teddy will have the lane in a really nice spot. Ellen down here as well, in case there's any sort of dive attempt, as Chain is going to connect. Fate doing a lot of damage here, but Umpty's going to move on in. Distortion will be back up again, as that's a max range hook, and Hoyt is going to land it. LM does have kick, but he does not need it. Teddy picks up the kill. Kwangdong Freaks getting one back, and that's exactly where they need it. On to Teddy, the Fountain Laser himself.
Big thing here, of course, is that not only does Teddy get the kill, but with Umpty showing on mid, gang not working out, LeBlanc incredibly mobile. Unless you have good setup, that is never going to work out for you. The immediate response from Kwangdong Freaks is going in hard on a bot side gank. Don't have to be afraid. Teddy is going to crash this wave and could look for a Drake here, but I think it's Kwangdong. You don't really care about Drakes. I don't think you want to take your risk. And
Morgan doesn't care about turrets, I guess, as Keen holds the wave very nicely out of turret range. This is not great. It's an angry crocodile right there.
What's a turret to a croc, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot, as we can see here, even though with just the Merc threats.
It's just a targeted ability, these chains from Fate. Playing it exceptionally well, and his LeBlanc has been just fantastic, the tail end of the split.
Honestly, Fate has been fantastic until under the split, right?
Absolutely.
Like it's remarkable, and it's really good because Fate was the part I think of Kwangdong that made the most sad. Alan and Lloyd were always going to be a little, I don't know how good they'll be. But when it comes to obviously Teddy and Keen, you knew they were gonna be good,
and they were.
And then Fate was just kind of there.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't great, and I'm personally really happy to see good Fate back here with us and looking quite strong as early.
What is this?
Dark Seal pick up.
Just going for the solo kill onto Lava there underneath the turret. He does have teleport, and he can just back and get himself back in here. But I think message received, Fate. We're scared. We're very scared. You're a dominant force.
We get
no
it.
one's telling you otherwise.
Meanwhile, Morgan is actually whittling down Keen, his health bar.
And he's also extending this CS lead ever further. When do we start believing in the Renekton? When? Did we start at the beginning of the game because it's Morgan? He got double plates?
I guess we do.
1v1? Like,
I've seen Keen miss a fair few of CS. Think, honestly, normal Keen would probably still be behind gold. It's really important to see this in the context of the matchup, right? But it'd probably be 600 gold, right? I do think that the amount of pressure that Morgan is able to put there is in part due to the matchup, but also every time we pan over the Keen, he misses last hits, and generally...
This is great timing from Fred Brion if they can finish this. You can see there is the commitment, the rotation up. Henna's going to be really late. But Teddy's not going to make it to actually utilize any sort of man advantage.
Oh, wait, hold up.
Okay.
They're going to get Herald, but...
Can they actually survive and get themselves out of the pit is the question. Depth charge comes in. Umpty locks down the Rift Herald, wants to get the eye, and he's going to pick it up as the kick comes through, and he is going to get taken down. Was it worth it? No. No, just no, it wasn't. But they still managed to pick up the eye of the Herald, so that's great.
Umpty says, thank you, Alan, I guess.
The drive-by collection of the eye.
We got the eye, that's nice. And honestly...
That's actually way better because he managed to get the eye.
Oh, it is.
So definitely a bit of a misplay from LM.
Yeah, I feel like LM, if he kicks him to the side of the pit,
or just doesn't kick him, he might just die anyway.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, definitely true. I gotta, maybe Umpty, I didn't dash last minute either. Like, he knew where the kick was going.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Oh, that's a big miss, but
yeah,
gonna be fine here. And honestly, this is slowly Teddy still remaining relevant. That's a big thing because we have seen the Aphelios just kind of run away with leads like this and completely take over the game. That part we haven't quite reached, and crucially, with Morgan going down, Keen has been able to pull a little bit closer. Now sitting on a tier, sitting on the Barmies.
Do you know what the answer is? Friendship. We're going to move 4 people into the bottom lane, and we're going to throw down the Rift Herald. We're going to wipe out the rest of these plates. And Teddy and Hoyt are going to get forced out. LM's going to turn up, but I can do the math. 4 versus 3, not going to be great. Kwangdong Freaks, and so that will guarantee first turret blood going over to Fred Brion. As Morgan continuing to do okay in this lane, but as more defensive items come in, Keen is just going to make Morgan's life more and more not great. Well, and as you can see, already pulled back the CS to within that 30 mark. sitting at about 22 right now.
It's not even about like I don't think Morgan's really gonna care, but it's mostly that Keen is not gonna care anymore. Not even a little bit. As let's look at the definitely didn't kick him. No,
really didn't.
I mean, you could kick him like the you know, like the top half, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, but I do like the fact that he was able to pick up. Like I'm just imagining the Xin Zhao like reaching out and just grabbing the eye as he's hurtling towards the death chamber.
He's like getting kicked and he's like flying through the air, and then in the corner of his eye, he sees it.
Yeah.
The eye of the Herald.
Yep.
And he's like,
like the golden snitch before
yeah.
he lands onto the ground and passes out.
Yep.
Yep.
And he gets it.
He does. He does indeed. So he wakes up in the, you know, in the medical wing.
The infirmary.
Yeah, and is able to just drop down a gigantic piece of shellfish, which is great. That's where the sort of the Harry Potter vibe kind of
or is it
falls.
a dung beetle?
What? It's a shellfish.
Well, I mean, it looks.
It's a water residing creature.
Well, yeah.
You know.
But why
dung beetles are in the desert.
Why can't it be a hybrid?
I mean, I guess it could. I don't know the anatomy of insects in Runeterra. I haven't done that research. I apologize.
No, I mean, you're an expert in polar research, right? So I can't expect you to know everything.
Yeah, I know. I stick to mammalian type creatures.
Naturally.
Yeah,
naturally.
That I go for. But
how about
when the MMO comes out, I am definitely going to be expanding that. I mean, right now it is reptiles and mammals.
That's the field.
Yeah. But as an Australian, I think we're uniquely placed to know a few things about crocodiles.
I'd say you would, yeah.
It's not great. I accidentally swam with one once, and that was scary.
You imagine that's how everyone that plays against Morgan feels?
I imagine so, yeah. Although when I swam with one, it was a freshwater crocodile, which they don't attack people. They're little. But I was little. I was like 10 years old.
That must have been a pretty, like, jokes aside, a pretty...
No, it was scary.
Yeah.
It was quite scary.
No, I mean, I didn't even go for it, and I'm sitting here like, oh, man, that was scary. And you were just like, fine, because that's the Australian way?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was fine because it was freshwater croc. And thankfully, I wasn't in a place where any saltwater crocs were, because
Those are bad news.
I would not be here, is kind of how that one would go. Don't
Teddy.
saltwater crocodiles is okay. Hannah, let's see whether he is going to get taken down. Blade Caller just straight up misses, as Teddy's going to take way too much damage back from the Calibrum. And now keeping his distance, Hannah is going to be absolutely fine. Still, bit of a jump scare.
Our team's really getting a big lead here. And the famous Kwangdong lead at 15 is here.
Yep, successful. It's a massive 700 gold lead.
Still 100% win with that. Just putting it out there.
Yeah. It is definitely a large one, as that's a good little stun. Come through from the hook afterwards. From Hoyt, dived forward, as Fate, I've seen him miss like maybe one chain out of so many this game. He's been very, very good. Morgan continuing to push forward. That 35 CS lead now is definitely a thing. Good little body slam, but Keen is just trying to hold on, and the wrath of the Croc is coming down on him. Now able to move into the enemy jungle, might be able to grab himself a red buff as well, as he's going to buy time from Fate at the same time. Morgan's kind of doing his job with all this pressure. Fighting Keen here, but the LeBlanc is coming forward. Morgan knows as the cask is going to come down. It's time for the all-in, Morgan, I think, as the Dominus is going to get popped. Fate, you do not want to be in melee range of the Crocodile. As now Lava looking to try and get something back. They get the teleport out, though, and that's exactly what Kwangdong Freaks needed. Buys them a lot of respite.
Crucially, though, that's no flash on Keen. And teleport on Lava is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. You can fix that with good lane assignments. But not having a flash on Keen actually takes away one of their most devastating engage opportunities, right? And of course, they still have Hoyt. It's not the end of the world. This is not a composition that is 100% reliant on Keen to find flash body slams, but still does mean that Hannah can move forward with a little bit more impunity in a possible fight, which I don't know when we'll get them, because even though there's 8 kills on the board, this game has felt...
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about crocodiles for an extremely long time.
And nothing happened.
I felt like we didn't miss anything because of that. Sound off in the chat if we missed something extraordinarily important, but I don't think we necessarily did. A lot of splitting. We did see Teddy go for his attempted fight. But otherwise, yeah, not really a whole lot. Shirley is going to get taken down here. Bit of a handshake, as Fred and Brion want nothing to do with it. They're full. They had enough.
Okay, so I see the crab, but like, do you see the dung beetle as well?
I mean, yeah, I see the likeness. It's just the environment that.
Well, no, I get that.
Me to believe
I mean,
that
that's a
it's
problem,
not, right?
right?
Yeah.
But maybe there's something there. Yeah.
I think Shelly's a bit more hind-legged rather than like the very flat.
Yeah, no, of course.
Dung beetle style.
More forward-leaning.
Yeah. There's a hunch. There's definitely a bit of a hunch there.
Oh, there's a hunt situation for sure.
Yeah. As Fate is also going to find, mimicked Q, the Sigil of Malice onto Lava. Shout out to those who remember Sigil of Silence. Absolutely broken.
That was a balanced ability, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. When they changed Cassidon's to not have a silence anymore, and like LeBlanc stayed around for like, I don't know, a year or two, it was very unfair for Cassidon enjoyers.
Well, I mean, the Cassidon enjoyers, like, they kind of have a comment.
That is actually very true. That is very true.
Yeah.
I also did a bit of League of Legends in 2012.
In your time? I've played!
Yeah. If anyone complains about Riftwalk ever, I'm just like, I remember how much that ability got mega nerfed. And it's like still something that people are like, this is a bit silly. Why does he have so much mobility?
Yeah, it used to actually two-tap people.
And it also, you also used to travel half of the map in like 1 R.
I mean, it still does that, but you know, still people complain about it.
Oh man, the range nerf was like, I remember like Cassidon players saying it's unplayable now. It was like when Flash was nerfed, as well as what? What's happening here? What?
What is like? I think those were like Foxfire particles.
Yeah.
Maybe his back almost got cancelled.
Ah, right, yeah, okay.
Because they felt REE.
Yeah. Didn't do a lot of damage, as we saw.
No, there were only a few particles.
Yeah. Lava also falling a little bit behind here. As Umpty's looking to try and steal this one away. Elam is not going to allow that one to happen as he lands the Q. That is decent. Like, he would be very good at facing off against Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time with reactions like that.
Fate knew.
Yeah, the crocodile lurking in the reeds. Starting to get intense. Nothing's really happened still, but it is starting to get intense.
No.
It's a 200 gold lead.
Hey, actually,
for Kwangdong Freaks.
I do think that the fact we have an Ocean Rift is a buff to Renekton, right? There's more shrubbery for him to hide in.
That is true. More reeds for him to lurk in. His natural environment.
His natural habitat.
Indeed.
Man.
Okay, and he's also going to get the cannon.
You think in the MMO they're going to have like passives like that? I can't wait.
I hope so. I hope so. I'm really excited.
I feel like as we get closer and closer to the MMO, which at this point is still probably like 5 years away.
I wonder if I could main like, Renekton in the MMO.
More of our casting is just going to be about the MMO.
I think it'd start off a bit like that. It was kind of like when TFT was released and like every draft was about synergies. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore. As Fred and Brion's starting to feel the pressure.
Are they?
I'm trying to bring it back. Yeah,
this is their comfort zone.
Yeah, are they? Maybe they are. They could be.
Hey,
Fred and Brion are, based on what we're seeing here and their more subdued playstyle, are at least
chilling.
Suffering from. Yeah,
they're chilling.
They are definitely chilling.
They're chilling. And if there is a team that wins post 40 minutes with Renekton, it's Fred and Brion.
Yep.
Yep.
They definitely do that.
I think we're in for a long one, Atlas. I've had these. I know a Freded game when I see one.
Yeah. Well, Morgan is scaling up to be that late game crocodile that he desperately wants to be. Has himself his gore drinker. We'll see what the next item's going to be. I'm a little bit worried about it, but.
I mean, stuff dance, right?
All right, stuff dance.
Yeah,
that's fine. I get nervous. I get nervous before things have been completed, and they involve pickaxes. As Bro just holding onto this mid lane. They haven't taken the outer turret yet. And I think that that's probably the next port of call. It's the next quest that they want to complete. But they're doing side content now. They really aren't bothering about the main quest line in this particular game. As you can see on the bottom side of the map, Morgan just farming things out. Getting as many collectibles as possible.
You got to min-max.
Yeah, no, you do. You got to get to that right power level so you can outscale the content.
It's not great, but you gotta max your professions and everything.
Yeah.
You can't just haphazardly go for.
He's a master craftsman.
For a play.
Mm-hmm. Very small hands as a crocodile. However, he does hold that big crescent thing weapon, and so therefore might be pretty good with him. Might be a great tradesperson. Good old Renekton. The fact that we're talking about Renekton as a tradesperson means that something really needs to start happening.
It's not going to. Because you know it's going to... Okay, let me look into the future. Let me open take away the curtain on the crystal ball. Guangdong Freak's going to walk up the river. And I'm going to take a look here like, no, this is not the angle. This is not it.
Are they going to have the same response when they walk into their base?
Let's take 5. Take 5. Take 5,
okay.
everyone.
Let's chill. All right. Let's not be hasty. Let's not make any hasty decisions. So you're saying this is an Entmooch. Is that what you're saying? Is Delight is going to get booped back? The hook is going to go wide somehow, but thankfully, the auto attack also stuns. Delight will survive, of course, as now Fred Brion looking to try and escape. Fate has been really good at killing people recently, but not in this moment, because this moment exists to spite me. Oh my goodness,
lava.
Yeah, Fate, can he actually find it? As Delight might get the stun up, but immediately the kill does go down. And now Morgan on the flank, looking to try and stop Keen from doing too much more. Blast Cone gets the Crocodile in there, and they really do need him. He pops the ulti, Hoyt's in trouble and will go down. Now the numbers have been evened out, as the Drake is also seeming to be fighting alongside Guangdong Freaks. Does turn its attention now to Keen as we're walking the Crocodile. And Morgan going down very low, flashes forward, looks for his option as Teddy flashes out of the way. Henna locks down the kill onto LM, and now it's time for 200 years, because it feels like that's how long it's been since anything else happened.
How does Lord Morgan do it?
Late game Renekton, Chronicler.
Oh my, he does it again?
Just insane.
I don't know.
Why is it consistently like this?
Every time.
Well, Henna might just die as the flash forward from Fate guarantees it. Very nicely done. Great pick off. It's feeling a little bit like Fate has the team on his back.
This is the showdown. Magician versus Crocodile.
All right, well, the Everfrost is going to come in here as Fate is just going to have to get out, and will do so as that turret shot goes a long way. And, oh, Delight. Oh, that's a feels bad, isn't it? Now we're going to walk the Leona back. Finds the Mimic Chains, and the instant punish comes down. That is the second time that we've seen that sort of bait play.
Oh, that's tragedy. Oh, Delight, this is not a good time to have one of the worst games that you've had in a long time. Because honestly, Delight has been a wonderful player.
He's been great, yeah.
He really has been throughout the entirety.
At that moment.
Well, not right now. No, this game is not it, unfortunately. But Morgan is still there. And the more I see of this Renekton, the more I get, he's just actually the best Renekton in the LCK. I guess, which I don't. You know, Munchables came to me one night, Atlas, and he said, this Morgan guy, he's actually good. And I'm like, Munch, he's okay.
He plays only Aatrox and Renekton.
It's
How
okay.
good can he be?
It's fine. But I dare you to look at the play that we're about to see here and not believe. Because honestly, the setup is, I think, really greedy from Fred Brion. I don't think that reasonably this should work out. Because what happens here is the light is going to get taken down here, immediately blown up. I thought it was lava that was low, but it was way worse. As Hoyt tries to go for an engage. That doesn't work out. And then this is where you think disaster, right? They're fighting into an extra person, but crucially, Keen was hovering the flank. He thought Morgan was going to come around. That wasn't the case, right? Morgan was right here.
Yeah.
The team needed him.
And holds the flash for a really long time. As soon as Featherstorm's there, gets the cleanse flash.
He beats them all in.
Yeah, and the Gore Drinker as well was absolutely fantastically timed. Oh, really nicely done. But Fate, then sort of buzzkill here against Fred Brion. Just instantly popping the Aphelios is really good for getting tempo back in his favor.
Man. This is the moment when the light's like, oh, no,
do we have to replay this?
No.
It was sad enough when it was live. Oh, no. Well, now, Fred Brion grouped up as 5 once again.
Bone-chilling images.
Indeed. And Breon have a lead. I don't know for how long they've had this lead. However, they have it. They got the last Drake as well. After that fight, as Everfrost is going to get a distortion out. As in goes the Crocodile. Immediately he's kicked back. Solar Flare came down, and Fate is going to be able to get out of there with the distortion. That Zenith Blade distortion timing was really, really accurately done for Fate. Could have been dangerous, but was not. Kwangdong Freaks are going to win the scuffle and get control this topside jungle. Charms, lightnings, wind, all sorts of things flying towards the LeBlanc, but able to get out.
Teddy about to hit a really big important power spike, and I feel like we haven't actually talked about the game for a good 10 minutes. But, so we got to do for a little bit. Cyril's Grudge is going to be really big into Morgan. One key thing that they're actually missing here that I think they do really need is healing reduction, because as much as I like the idea of Thornmill, Ramblevest, I don't think Morgan's going to auto Keen even once. He's going to completely ignore him, and that does mean that it's going to be a lot harder to actually get reliably this Grievous Wounds that you so desperately need against this 2k gold up Renekton in there, right? But Teddy has now finished his Cerulus. Once he gets an Executioner as well, I think Kwangdong, as long as they can play around that, should be feeling a lot better here. But crucially, no Soul Point thanks to that wonderful
Umpty taking a lot of damage here. That's absolutely fantastic. 30 seconds left on the Drake. Umpty's immediately going to press his back button, and Fate is going to follow him. That's going to cancel it. Bit greedy to go for it right there, as now Kwangdong Freaks are closing in. The Light's going to get tagged. Hook going to go wide.
Oh, the cheese. Oh my god.
Are we just going to do it?
The General with a masterclass, but the ward.
Oh no.
They know.
Yeah, they know now. Very unfortunate. Henna's going to have to walk back. I love that gun identification from Breon, understanding that Henna does have a lot of Baron damage and a lot of safety with the Severum there as well, the extra healing. As Umpty is going to get that back off. So nails that, and also gets them a bit of positional control, because Kwangdong Freaks needed to poke their heads in and make sure that they had enough vision on the Baron. As Morgan going to get the respect there from Fate.
Yeah, it's going to be the... Again, thanks to Fate, who's just having the best of games here.
Oh, yeah.
Able to chunk out Umpty, which in turn rather backens the play from Breon. Doesn't actually work out due to the vision, but if there's no vision there, that is a beautiful punish play that might just work out even this early on in the game. And now Soul Point available, and I know, I do think that possibly a Ocean Soul is a problem for Renekton in the later stage of the game, because he should not have enough damage anymore. Now, this is Morgan, so maybe the rules don't apply.
We'll have to find out. This is uncharted territory. We don't know where we are at this point in time. Yeah, no. We have strayed off course. The regular season has concluded, and now we're in the tiebreaker twilight. That is how it goes.
I thought you were going to go with Purgatory, but Twilight is so much better.
Yeah, I thought so.
Man, it's almost like you do this for a living.
I have done it before, somewhat, over the years. Morgan also, he has cleared out many a minion wave, as Fate's on the bottom side. This might actually spell go button for Breon. Remember, Kwangdong Freaks, their money is on the LeBlanc, so if she's bottom lane, they are less powerful. Breon should have an advantage.
Yes, but the Crocodile is also not there.
True, but he's less of the advantage.
Is he, Atlas?
I don't
Is
know.
he?
I'm just saying words.
That's the job, yes?
Yeah.
But I don't see the problem.
There's a lot of facing off against one another here, as Breon walking around, sweeping vision.
I actually heard that Nicolas Cage's first new movie, where he plays himself,
went
went back and watched
I desperately want to watch that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's got to be a highlight as Breon making their way over.
Can they complete this quest? This quest has been on the board for so long, and they do conclude it. Quest hand in is Boris, so they might look for a... Okay, no, we're going to do some side content. As Fate pokes his head in. A lot of damage onto Umpty here. As Morgan gets into the pit and makes it real dark around the Baron. Kwangdong Freaks getting that K-Ram happening. And it's their turn now to move into the river, clear out vision.
Still, there's still no healing reduction on Kwangdong Freaks, and I actually do think that against Ahri, against a relatively fat still, even though Hannah hasn't had the biggest impact, Aphelios and this Crocodile, it's something you need, right? At the very least, an executionist. Teddy is actually pretty good at...
Why is Fred Brion's gold lead extending?
I got mid lane turret.
Ah, that's true. They did get that.
Lava dies?
Lava, yeah. As that's a great charm to catch him. Elm as well. That's a misclick. That's a misclick. And now all of the boys are going to turn up. That's a very deadly sin. That is a very costly mispress of your stopwatch button.
Oh, no.
As Delight had one. Elm had one. Now we're even. As Teddy, he didn't have one. That was actually fantastic. Delight is going to press his stopwatch button. Wasn't actually taking too much more incoming damage.
This is still risky.
It certainly is as Lava goes down very, very low. A Cask is going to get eaten by a stopwatch. As Wind Becomes Lightning comes down onto the Grag as Moonlight Vigil comes on in as the Featherstorm is going to avoid the majority of that damage. Humpty flashes out immediately and Fred Brion want nothing to do with this. And it is not going to be Quandong Freaks picking up the aggro or anything like that. They don't feel like they can go for that fight either. As Lord Morgan collects the mid lane minion wave. The K-Ram continues.
You might think something was happening there. You might think that, but actually it didn't, because this is an unfortunate sequence of events. As Alan misclicks, his stopwatch then gets taken down. But Alan, even though that play obviously going to feel very bad, is not actually relevant at all, right? It's about Fate and Teddy. As long as either of those two or both those two are alive with Keen and or Hoyt, Fred Brion is going to have a really hard time actually forcing objectives. And overall, the gold still in favor of Fred Brion, but that's 3 Drakes for Kwangdong.
Yeah.
And I am feeling a auto flip game. I think it's happening. I think we're getting there. I think Kwangdong is going to get this one. And then Fred Brion is going to hold on stalwartly, as they always do. And then we're going to flip the Elder, and then we'll see who wins.
Well, that's my style of game. Henna has hit a very nice item timing with stopwatch to augment his 4 items. That is a high value Scryer there. As Morgan wrapping around. He is afraid of no one, but maybe he should be, as Fate and Teddy have a lot of damage. There's going to be the chains connecting as Morgan's Death Dance. You can see how much it was getting done there. That's a pretty nice charm, but he might pay for it as the cast comes down and it's a ragdoll for an Ahri. Not entirely sure which. As Fate fighting against Morgan as well, and Morgan is not winning this one either. Quandong Freaks in so much control, and like you were saying, should get them towards this Ocean Soul. Quandong Freaks will start that one up. Fred Brion just going to cut their losses and get out of here.
All according to plan, Atlas.
Absolutely.
This is just scaling towards a Fred Brion win condition. Post 40 minutes and an elbow flip.
Coins. Absolutely fantastic. I love it.
In reality, giving up Ocean Soul with the competition that Fred Brion has is really bad. And honestly, Lava, he's been one of the most consistent members for the entirety of the split. But his last few series, you know, yesterday, today, not as great as games. Unfortunately for Fred Brion, the trend continues here as he gets too hungry, fishing for a hook, unable to find a stopwatch or a flash. And now, especially with this build, right? Not actually getting your Rise and Focus with this type of setup means that your damage is very much reduced. And going for Morello's adds even more so to that. Really, truly, you're just a utility pick. And if you're a utility pick, that's fine. But don't be fishing for those charms.
No.
Hang back and defend Hannah, or I guess Morgan, who is also a carry, because it's Morgan on Renekton. And
well, Delight's going to Hex Flash over. Blade Caller comes in, doesn't get any snares. Delight's still struggling to move this one out. Charm goes wide. Umpty as well, trying to get into position, avoids the Sonic Wave. As Fred Brion now slinking back towards the Fog of War. Void defending vision. Fred Brion now just trying to get behind Henna. It's all about this Felios. We're at 200 years time right now.
Oh, that's a death grab.
Oh god, that's real scary.
Death cap.
And he's gone Ludens as well. This is not like the Everfrost LeBlanc.
Oh,
like, I'm
no.
gonna catch you. This is the boom boom. As good old Valdez likes to say. It's okay, Delight. He just goes in. He's real dead, but I liked it. The aggression was fun as Henna throws out the Infernum ult, and now everyone is at very low health. Great knock up onto Morgan to avoid his engage, and the chains will connect as well. Does use his stopwatch. That will keep him alive. Fred Brion, they don't get enough for that one. Delight, I liked sort of the idea in theory of what could have somewhat happened, but instead they give away a Baron. And by the looks,
I'd say so. Yeah, I don't know. However, they are not giving up. Fate says, yeah, you are.
Umpty is just going to die. Yep, that chain was absolutely fantastic. The Baron is going to continue to go down. Didn't reset or anything like that. Kwangdong Freaks, an iron grip, a vice-like grip on this game.
Atlas, I just realized something.
Yes.
As Kwangdong Freaks get the soul, get the Baron, and are looking to win this game.
Yeah.
I had already written down my vote for Fate. But there is no vote!
Aww.
There's no more pop points to give out.
Oh, that's so sad. Maybe we could just give him some pog points. Maybe we could
Can
petition.
we make that happen?
We could petition.
Please.
Someone
please,
start a Reddit
so
thread.
well.
We'll forward it. If we can, Kwangdong Freaks are just going to wander in to the top side. Fred and Brion are going to say, we can defend our Nexus turrets. It'll be fine. The bottom lane is pushing in considerably for Fred and Brion, so it will only be 2 inhibitors before the reset does come through. But now Kwangdong Freaks have a whole lot of money. It is like, it's a 2,000 gold lead, means basically nothing, but so much of this, these item timings have come in. And as we're going to see some of Delight's heroics that just weren't quite enough.
Hannah is also monstrously fat here, so the Inferno Melt actually does
a lot of damage, yeah.
A lot of damage. Unfortunately, Fate is pretty good. And basically zones everyone out. Also, lovely ultimate there from Olgrad, as you pointed out during the cast as well. As
Delight going to get mini-stunned into the wall there. Solar Flare goes to Narnia, and Keen going to get slowed down, but it's not going to save his support. Fred Brion once again without Delight, 0 and 6. Not having the greatest of times here in this game, as he takes that opportunity to hydrate. Make sure you guys are doing that at home. We're making sure that we do it here. And Fred Brion looking to defend their last remaining inner turret.
You know what this is looking like?
What's that?
Fred Brion versus someone key at the grudge match.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All according to plan. This is absolutely what we wanted. Teddy versus Deft as well in their first playoff match. Oh, the absolute dream. But still, Fat Lady, she's very ready to sing, but she hasn't necessarily started just yet. This last remaining inhibitor turret will go down. The inhibitor sure to follow. Fate being frustrating off to the side. The flash forward from Umpty, trying to be the hero. He gets the Featherstorm, but oh no! The Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and that is so much damage missing from this fight. But somehow, Umpty is just going to walk it out, and so he will survive for the moment. Buttons have been pressed, but Teddy still has both of his summoner spells. Umpty gets all of his health bar back. Fate is looking to deal with that as best he can. But now Nexus turrets are going down, and you need to try and answer for it exactly right. This Ocean Soul, like, you have to get the kills. And now, Lava's going to dive forward. And it's going to be a very charmed siege minion, but not the target that Lava was looking for. One more Nexus turret remains as he walks. Oh, okay, fantastic stopwatch there from Umpty, and now the gold signal has rung. And Morgan, unfortunately, is not going to get on top of Teddy this time. Umpty once again diving forward, but the Nexus turrets are going to go down. Umpty is eventually going to go down. And Fred and Brion, they tried to wait for their late game Renekton power spike, but it just did not come. And instead, Kwangdong Freaks, their beautiful, beautiful team fighting, as well as an absolutely phenomenal performance from Fate in that mid lane, are going to finish off this tiebreaker game. Smiles all round though. Both of these teams are going to playoffs. And it will now be Fred and Brion, the rematch against Damwon Kia. And Kwangdong Freaks will take on DRX in our first match of the playoffs.
He might not get poke points for this one, but again, I am just happy to see Fate being as good as he is again. It is something that was sorely lacking the early part of the split, and seeing this performance, heartwarming. Really nicely done by the entirety of Kwangdong here, and again, for Fred and Brion, who cares? They made it to playoffs.
No.
Doesn't matter at all.
I mean, it doesn't matter for either team.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
right?
Kwangdong made it to playoffs.
Yeah.
But I do think that, as you pointed out at the start of this tiebreaker, are you happy as Fred and Brion? Maybe?
I mean...
Maybe? I don't
think you should be sad. I very much hope that they're not sad.
Your head-to-head is like, actually really good against Damwon. Like, statistically, you can back that up, Atlas.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And if you have a look at teams like DRX, for example, that just never win against Damwon Kia, Fred and Brion, even though they have never made it to playoffs. This is the first time that they've made it to playoffs.
What a game.
They have a better win rate. Yeah, and Fate, just immaculate. His LeBlanc always deserves respect, but this game really exemplified it. Teddy as well had some really aggressive moves, was able to fight it out. You can see in good spirits here as well.
And honestly, what a wonderful turnaround from both these two teams, right? Because this is also an opportunity to kind of celebrate the fact that Kwangdong, who at a time was looking like the worst team in the LCK, made it here. The fact that Fred and Brion, even with all the issues that they had, everything that troubled them, find themselves in this tiebreaker in and of itself is nothing short of wonderful.
Very well deserved. I'm
Teddy,
sure.
yes.
Yeah, Teddy, that's all you need to say. He's just real good. Wally Knight's going to be later on the Korean broadcast, but let's have a look at some of these highlights. As Fred and Brion, you know, they were able to find some leads where we weren't expecting them to come from. They had an eclectic draft that only really Fred and Brion picks, with the Renekton being sort of that backline threat. But this was really the start of the downhills. As Morgan and
Do not be mistaken for thinking that there was a lot of action in this.
The drive-by is what we call that one.
And overall, I actually thought it was quite an entertaining game.
It was.
There was a lot of highlights.
I'm glad that we got to talk about crocodiles.
There were a lot of lowlights as well. LM accidentally pressing his stopwatch, the light going in.
Yeah,
one too few, many times.
Delight also getting that sick Zenith Blade stun engage onto the fake.
Come on, Atlas, they already lost. Don't go in that hard.
I mean, our production replayed. This is it. This is the replay.
Oh, wonderful game, and as we pointed out, it's Fred and Brion coming in cold. It's Kwangdong a little bit exhausted after playing a series that literally determined whether or not they will make the playoffs today. A high-pressure situation in which both games they actually fell behind early against Live Sandbox and still made it through. So this was a nice little dessert at the end of our LCK split.
It certainly was. It was just great to see how well Faye was performing. And you can see making calls as well. And I think the answer is yes most of the time, apart from the fact that Hoy just took a fountain laser and threw a stretch laser.
A kick from Elam as well.
Elam was thirsty. He wanted to get himself a drink of water. Having a good time at the end there. 41.5 minutes. As you can see, there was a bit of a dip. It was a bit of a flat line when it comes to the gold graph. But yeah, was certainly a lot of fun. Damage, Fate and Teddy doing way more than their counterparts. Lava not having the greatest of days.
Yeah.
This time around,
it happens.
We're not going to blame him because Fred and Brion made playoffs for the very first time.
And there's a reason that the man is sitting on 900 POG points. You know, like 2 subpar days at the end of the split.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No, I think he's still going to get my vote pretty high up there when it comes to the MVP for mid lane. Okay, and I think that we do have some best plays coming up as well that we get to go through. There will be another interview as well, but let's have a look at the standings first and see how everything is officially shaken out. As Fred and Brion, even with Kwangdong Freaks, but were unfortunately unable to win that tiebreaker that we just witnessed, and therefore they will be 6th place. They will be in the first round of the playoffs up against Damwon Kia. As you can see as well, DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks will be the next one. T1 are 18-0. Unprecedented plus 29. Equal first ever game score points as well. Records all over the place. And Genji waiting in round 2 as well.
This is the ludicrous thing. Genji score normally in a normal split plus 18, 15 and 3.
That's almost first place worthy, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I think it will be in many a case.
In fact, Genji, the team itself, may have actually had a very similar scoreline when they did get first place.
Not only that, but Genji had 2 losses that were to T1, and they were 2-0 by KT. That's the losses.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. They,
wow, that was.
They definitely played extraordinarily well. As I believe we're ready to get into our next thing, although
I
in
think
my
it's our
ear-
predictions.
Yeah, it's our predictions. Okay, so let's see how we did. Okay, Valdez and I, 8 out of 9. I'd say that's not too bad.
Yeah, we went. Me and Wolf went wild.
Yeah, we weren't
a little bit rogue.
We weren't bro leavers, unfortunately.
We should have known.
We should have known. We absolutely should have known. But to like, my problem was I kind of wanted to do it, but then I'd also have to say that DRX should probably beat Fred Brion. But if Damwon then just like beat DRX and then don't manage to beat Fred Brion, then we're in a crazy world, aren't we?
Which we are.
Yes. Yes, we are. But I just wasn't quite able to believe it. But let's get into our best play. As it's Umpty. It's actually just this celebration. No, it's not. It's his amazing kicks.
Because there are a lot. And
yeah.
Umpty has been so often credited with like how incredibly important this player has been. And honestly, 2 monstrous performances in both of these 2 games, and oh man,
the emotions,
oh man,
coaches, all tears. Of course, Umpty, when he was talking about it afterwards, was like, yeah, they were crying for some reason. It was weird.
I have
kind of
no
his
idea why.
response. Oh, very, very cute. As we will have an interview as well coming up pretty soon with the players. I think Kwangdong Freaks are going to take to the stage to talk about what it means to make it to the playoffs with this brand new roster that did have such struggles as well. So will certainly be great to hear from them. I don't know whether it's going to be happening soon or not. This is all a little bit off the cuff because, of course, tiebreakers aren't guaranteed or anything like that.
Our deskers didn't leave us, right?
I know, but unfortunately we had to set up for Lolly Night, and so therefore our desk was, our carpet was ripped out from underneath us. That's basically
That's bad.
And it will be an interview with Teddy, just Teddy by himself, to have a chat about, him and the youngsters around him, all of this talent, and how they managed to come together to make it to the playoffs in 5th place, of all places as well, on the western side of the bracket. It's a team that was struggling a fair bit. But I think we're almost ready to get over to that interview now. And G-Sun, if you'd like to, you can take it away, as we are almost there. Almost there.
Not quite ready, and I'm glad we got that final day. We had a lot of serious historical games today, and we got to have some fun with this final one, Atlas.
Certainly did, and now it's time for G-Sun to take it, as Teddy is going to be having a chat.
Congratulations, Teddy. Thank you. Thank you. Not only you guys made it to playoffs, you guys won the tiebreaker series and secured the 5th place spot. How do you feel, Teddy? We won the Live Sandbox series, and then we also beat Freddy Brion. We're now on the 5th place, so it feels great. Yeah, you played 3 p.m. today, and then you had a very long rest, and then came back for this tiebreaker. How did you kind of remain focused up until the end? Yeah, some players were having some naps, some players were playing solo queue. Nothing special. Some people did decide to take some nap. Yeah, there were not many times to prepare for this tiebreaker, so I'm really curious to find out how you guys kind of prepared this series against Freddy Brion, because they were the one taking down Damwon Kia yesterday. First off, we banned Quirky, because we thought Lava is really good at late game scaling champ, and Quirky is the key. And then we were able to get some good picks, and the play was also really smooth, so we were able to grab the victory. And Teddy, it's been a while since we saw your Xayah. That was picked only once in this split. Can you tell us about the Xayah pick as well? Well, actually, I was a little bit concerned. What if they even bend the Xayah away, but they didn't. So I was able to kind of pick it, and I thought it was really pretty good into Velius. And it was best of 1. And it was a very important match for both teams, and 2 teams are very, very serious about this game. So when was the turning point for Kwangdong Freaks in this game? Our initiations, because we had Nautilus, Gragas, we were having more initiation tools, and also LeBlanc is so good at zoning. So it was really comfortable for me to play that, and also the vision fight was also really easy for us. So overall, it was pretty smooth sailing for us. And you guys will be playing against DRX on the 4th place. What's your mindset heading into that playoff series? First off, we got defeated by DRX in both round 1 and 2, which means I really want to get my revenge on them. And any last message for the fans out there? Thank you for the love and support. It was my birthday not long ago, so thank you for the birthday wishes as well. And I will do my best in order to get good results at the playoffs. And that's it from Teddy from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the chat with Teddy. Bit of a breakdown of the game, also a bit of a description as to what was happening, because obviously these players have been at Lolpark for a really long time. We're waiting the entirety of the time that T1 and DRX were playing as well. So having naps, playing solo queue, really cool stuff. Let's have a look at the schedule for the playoffs that have now been confirmed. On Wednesday, Damwon Kia will be facing off against Fred at Brion. This, probably the best way that we could debut the playoffs for this season.
Unironically, really tense, exciting match. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Damwon Kia have not looked great. And Fred at Brion, somehow they just know. Umti, it's just out jungles Canyon consistently, I guess. And DRX versus Kwangdong, again, there's so many up and downs. It's when we get to round 2 that I think things become more dire for teams that aren't T1 and Gen.G.
Absolutely.
Yeah, controversial take. I know. I know. That's the gap between like 1 and then huge gap, and then 2 and then huge gap is very much a thing this split in the LCK.
That is, it's definitely feeling like that way. I'm just hoping that we do get some competitive best of 5s. I think our first one is absolutely going to be that DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks. We watched that. You mean that was a 3-game series the last time they met, and was definitely one that DRX had to pick themselves up from, right? So I'm really excited for that one. I think whoever faces off against T1 is going to have a very rough time, but at the Gen.G series is going to be eye-opening for what the final will look like, right? As this is the Challenger finals as well.
Okay. And a lot of these teams are exciting, you know. Obviously, Kwangdong Freaks versus KT going to be my main matchup, because we could see Ilma and Bulldog with new, hopefully, superstar support Moham.
Yeah.
T1 and Nongshim both actually having really good second half of the split, so that one going to be pretty hype as well. And then we're all waiting for DRX and Damwon that are waiting further up the bracket.
Yep, exactly right. You guys can catch all of that over at Chronicler's stream, twitch.tv/Chronicler. There's an I that is a 1 instead. You'll have to guess which one it is. I don't quite remember. But that will do it for us. Thank you so much for watching for the entirety of the regular season, and we will see you next time for playoffs of the LCK Spring. We'll see you there.